Do the people wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You
We should
may.
use the well.
You may.
All right, this is a whole situation. I have to thank people in court who put me onto this, and of course, Zach, who helped put it all together.
Good afternoon. Mr. Hernandez is charged with stalking the environment. We're only going to be presenting, we expect, 3 witnesses in this case. Billy Bivey, Sergeant Ortiz, Sergeant of the Police Department, and Dr. Beth Peters. The events in this case occurred between early 2022 and mid-2024. It's a long time span, and it happened a long time ago. Our last event in this case happened May 25th, 2024, almost 2 years ago. To find Mr. Hernandez guilty, you're going to need to make decisions, make findings about what people involved in this case were thinking and feeling. Things that they knew or didn't know. Delana is going to be testifying. Delana Bivey will testify how she met Mr. Hernandez. She'll tell you that they met on a call for service when she was working as a police officer at Mr. Hernandez's mother's house where he was living at the time. A few months later, another encounter under similar circumstances. Delana Bivey was working as an officer. Then a few months after that, they ran into each other at a public gym. You'll hear that these were the only organic contacts between these 2 people. Then you'll hear about the social media contact. You'll hear that on October 21st, 2023, Mr. Hernandez called Delana Bivey through Facebook 4 times in a row. Then he sent her a message stating he was having an emergency. He needed her to send officers to him, but he was going to commit suicide. Then he knew that she was a Christian and he expected her to bring his miracle. And then he kept calling her. Sent messages, answer your phone. She did respond. She was concerned. She said, officers are going to come out there. You're not going to be in trouble. But I'm not a patrol officer anymore. I'm not going to be. Then he doesn't need her anymore. Doesn't need any officers to come. He's really just having fun, tells her. About a week later, still in October 2023, Ms. Bivey gets a message from a colleague and a friend of hers to screenshot from the Nextdoor app. Mr. Hernandez had posted a photo of himself and a photo of her. A photo that she never sent him. She never shared with him. She has no idea why he had that photo, why he would be posting that photo from his own account. Fast forward to May 2024. Onslaught of communication, wherein it is clear that Mr. Hernandez has been saving more photos of her, photos that she did not send, learning more information about her that she never shared with him, private information that she was married. She had children. She had a dog. He sends her videos of himself. Little music video. Videos that have photos of her in the background. voice messages, which say things like, I don't want to hurt you, Delina, but I'm getting tired of this shit. Things like, I guess the devil's gonna take your children. These messages go on for hours and hours. And you're gonna hear about the impact that they have on her. The impact of that knowledge that somebody was wanting information about. You're going to hear from Dr. Beth Peters about the kind of effect this behavior has on a person, kind of trauma, that kind of hypervigilance causes a person. And Mike is going to tell you the ways that this changed her daily life. It changed the way she acted, the way she thought, conversations she had to have with her family, the things that she had to do to feel safe again. At the end of this trial, we're going to come back and ask for you to find Mr. Hernandez guilty of stalking. We're going to ask you to find that he knew or he should have known that this kind of behavior would be perceived as scary. That it would be seriously emotionally distressing to anyone on the receiving end of that. And that it was until they got it. We're going to ask you to look at the circumstances, at the evidence that we have to present to you to find he should have known this was scary. And it was seriously emotionally distressing.
Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Judge.
Josiah Hernandez is not guilty of stalking Officer Biden. You're going to learn that starting in 2022, Josiah Hernandez was subject to mental health. During this time, you'll learn that he met Officer Biden. He took an instant liking to her. He respected her and he was inspired by her. He felt connected with her through their shared faith of Christianity. You'll learn that starting in about 2023, Josiah reached out to Officer Biden via social media. He sent her messages, compliments, and sometimes asked for help. You'll learn that on one occasion, he did send around 200 messages to Officer Biden. But the evidence will show that the way we communicate has changed. And sometimes one message contains just a short phrase. You're all reasonable people, and that is why we chose you to be on this jury. We ask that you look at the messages with a critical eye. Just because someone sends a lot of messages does not make it stop. You're also going to learn that at one point, Josiah was feeling so low that he was contemplating suicide. The evidence is going to show that he reached out to Officer Biden because he felt she was a mentor and someone who could help him. During this trial, you are going to learn that Officer Biden and Josiah only ran into each other one time at a Planet Fitness here in town. You'll learn that Officer Biden offered Josiah some encouraging words about getting his life back. The evidence will show that besides this one time at Planet Fitness, Josiah never went to her home. He never went to her kid's school. He never went to the police station looking for her. The evidence will show that Josiah never touched her, he never harmed her, and there was never an allegation of him having a weapon. The evidence will also show that once Josiah was told to stop, he did. Once Josiah was told to stop, he never contacted her again over social media. Once he was told to stop, he never went to the police station looking for her. Once he was told to stop, he deleted all the pictures of her on social media. You're going to hear that once Josiah was arrested for stalking Officer Bybee, he voluntarily sat for an interview with Detective Roman. At the end of this trial, Judge Rupp is going to give you the laws that you need to apply to this case. The state has to prove that Josiah consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk that Officer Bybee would perceive the messages as threatening violence. They will not be able to do it. The evidence will show that the messages were mainly compliments. Some of them clearly from someone going through a hard time, and some of them had religious themes, but none can be perceived as threatening violence. The district attorney also has to prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that communications would cause a reasonable person to suffer serious emotional distress, and that Officer Bybee did in fact suffer serious emotional distress, and they will not be able to prove that. The evidence is going to show that Josiah probably didn't have the best boundaries. And the evidence will show that he probably should have sensed he was in a one-way friendship. But that does not mean he was stalking Delana Bybee. At the end of this trial, we will find Josiah not guilty of stalking Officer.
Thank you. Do the people have a witness they intend to call?
We do, Your Honor. The people call Iris Ortiz to the witness stand.
Ortiz, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law.
I do.
Once you are comfortably seated, please state your name and spell your last name. I'm also going to ask that you speak slowly, clearly, and directly into the microphone for the benefit of our jury and court reporter. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Iris Ortiz, last of Ortiz.
You may begin questioning your witness.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly just to put the exhibit binder up there?
You may.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by explaining what it is you do for a living?
I'm a patrol sergeant for the city of Brighton.
Okay. And how long, Sergeant Ortiz, have you held this position?
It'll be 2 years in July.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Close to 10 years, 8 years in the city of Brighton, 2 years for the city of Federal Heights.
Okay. And what do you do as a sergeant for the Brighton Police Department?
I do a lot of things. A few of them are just managing my team,
Not yet. Just open the
just
argument.
making sure that they have appropriate training, the skills, equipment necessary so that they could do their job safely and effectively.
Okay. And prior to being a sergeant, were you a patrol officer?
I was.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a patrol officer does in the city of Brighton?
A variety of things. So we patrol the roads, do self-initiated things such as like traffic stops, directed patrols where we just drive around, or we do walkthroughs of businesses. We respond to calls for services and other things.
Okay. And do you also field incoming calls of people who are reporting a crime, for example?
We do.
Okay. What type of education and training have you had in order to hold the position that you do?
I graduated high school. I went to college for a few years, a few credits away from getting my bachelor's degree. Went to the police academy. I go to training year round.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention, Sergeant Ortiz, to May 25th, 2024. Were you on duty on that day?
I was.
Okay. And did you receive a call at approximately 2:09 p.m.?
I did.
Who did you receive a call from?
It was from Delana Bybee.
Okay. Did you know this person, Delana Bybee?
I did.
How did you know her?
Well, I know her. She's a patrol officer. Well, she's a school resource officer now with the city of Brighton.
Okay. But in May, May of 2024, was she a school resource officer or a patrol officer?
She was a patrol officer at the time.
Okay. And when she called you, was it to chit chat about your line of work, or was it for another reason?
It was for another reason.
And what was the reason?
She called in. She wanted to inform me of communication she had received from Josiah.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's foundational for effect on listener.
Court will overrule the objection. It's to be considered only for effect on listener.
Please continue, Sergeant Ortiz.
And so she wanted to provide information about how she was receiving communication from Josiah.
Okay. When Ms. Bybee told you that the person was Josiah, did you know who she was talking about?
I did.
And how did you know this person that she was referencing?
I had responded to another.
I mean, I know they did trial prep, but I'm impressed that she had only effect on listener as opposed to for the truth of the matter asserted. But she had that off the top of her head. She anticipated that objection. That's pretty good.
Their call for service involving him.
Okay. And do you see this Josiah person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black shirt. Okay, standing over there, or sitting over there.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination, may the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant?
The record will reflect.
Okay. When you spoke with Ms. Bybee, this wasn't the first time you had talked to her, I take it, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Is it the first time, though, she made a report to you about a potential crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How would you describe her demeanor when she was talking to you about her contacts from the defendant?
So she was concerned. She's an extrovert, so she's really talkative usually. She was kind of hesitant to provide any information to me over the phone, kind of kept to herself in a way.
When you say she was hesitant to provide information, can you tell the jurors a little bit more about that?
So she kind of briefly told me that she received a ton of text messages and phone calls. She didn't elaborate how many calls or text messages she had received. So I had to ask her additional questions.
Okay. Did you get a rough number of how many phone calls and text messages she received?
I didn't.
Okay. Did you know if it was over 100?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you spoke with Ms. Bybee over the phone, did you come to a conclusion that a crime had been committed?
I did.
And what conclusion did you come to?
Objection. Speculating on the ultimate issue. Commenting on the ultimate issue.
I'm not going to allow her to comment on the ultimate issue about what she believes the crime to be. That's for the jury to decide. So I will sustain the objection as it relates to that.
Okay. Well, did you, without saying which crime had been committed, did you come to the conclusion that a crime had been committed?
I did.
Okay. And when you had come to that conclusion, did you do anything with that information?
I did.
What did you do?
So I further investigated the incident. So I asked her to submit any documentation such as like photographs, screenshots of what she was reporting. At that point, I completed a report and I requested that investigations took over.
Okay. Did you give Ms. Bybee any special attention because she was a law enforcement officer as far as investigating the crime or documenting the crime?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you not do that?
Because she wasn't actively like on the duty, if that makes sense. So I was treating her as I would anybody else if it was a reporting party or a victim.
As a civilian, in other words.
Right.
Okay. And when you received the information from Ms. Bybee, did you look at a variety of screenshots and so forth?
Objection leading.
I'm going to allow under 611 a little bit of leading to develop testimony. Go ahead.
Did you look at screenshots and social media contacts and things of that nature?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to the exhibit binder that is in front of you, Sergeant Bybee, or excuse me, Sergeant Ortiz. And first of all, direct your attention to exhibit number 13 in that binder, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Do you recognize exhibit number 13?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a youth services officer, Taurus.
Okay. And is there any other photographs in 13?
I can't really see.
Okay. What about exhibit number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize 14?
Yes, it's a photo of myself.
Okay. Do you know where that photograph came from of yourself?
I believe it was from our Facebook for the city of Brighton or the police department.
Okay. And is there anything on your photograph besides yourself?
There's an emoji of a heart
Okay.
and some words underneath it.
When that particular photograph of you was posted on the Brighton Police Department website, was there a heart on it?
No.
Okay. Like to now draw your attention to exhibit number 17. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Officer Bybee?
Okay. Let's look at 18.
Judge, sorry to interrupt, but we don't have the current, it looks like the numbers have changed from what we previously had.
There is one on.
Okay. Okay. Drawing your attention to 18. Do you see that, those photographs?
I do.
Do you recognize anybody in those photographs?
I do. It looks like the top one is Officer Bybee and the bottom one is myself.
Okay. And do you know where that photograph came from?
It looks like it's the same one prior, so the Facebook one.
Okay. Does it also have the heart emoji on it?
It does.
Okay. And were part of those photographs that you saw in Exhibit 14 and 18 part of the documentation that Delana Bybee provided to you?
They were.
Okay. When you were speaking with Ms. Bybee about her contacts with the defendant, did you record it in any way?
I did not.
Okay. Was it over the phone or in person?
It was over the phone.
Okay. And why did you not record this conversation?
Our policy says that if it's in-person contact, we can activate our body-worn camera, but it doesn't say anything about activating it on phone calls.
Okay. How much time did you spend speaking with Ms. Bybee?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you stated that after speaking with Ms. Bybee and collecting the evidence, you turned it over to a detective, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you do anything further on the case after that?
I didn't.
Okay. With regard to criminal cases and their process through the system, are you aware of that, Sergeant Ortiz, on how a person may report a crime and then it eventually gets to the district attorney's office for filing?
Yeah.
Can you explain that process to the jury, please?
So if a patrol officer takes the report itself, depending if it meets the criteria for investigations, a detective takes it on. They do further investigation follow-ups, depending if they need to meet with suspects, victims, witnesses, collect video footage. At that point, they complete a case file and send it up to the district attorney.
And how long on average in a case like Ms. Bybee's do those cases take to go through all of the channels before charges are eventually filed?
It varies because other calls could take priority. Let's say a kidnapping occurs, a sex assault, anything that takes priority to this case. It really depends.
Okay. So it's not an immediate type of transaction. Would you
That's
agree?
correct.
Okay. And did Ms. Bybee's case, as far as you know, go through the regular channels as you just described to the jury as it progressed through to the filing of charges?
Objection, speculation. She wasn't part of all of it.
I asked her as far as she knows, Your Honor.
Right, I understand. Overruling the objection, it's not asking her to speculate, it's based on what she knows.
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Sergeant Ortiz. Your Honor, that's all I have this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ortiz.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so when this case was being investigated, spring of 2024, you worked at the Brighton Police Department with Officer Bybee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you both are currently employed with Brighton Police Department?
That's correct.
And in May of 2024, you were tasked with taking the report of Officer Bybee.
That's correct.
And you referred to it as a cold harassment call.
That's right.
And the case was not a priority because it was not a super serious case like homicide, kidnapping, or sex assault.
Well, all cases are serious.
But it was not a top priority case.
You could say that.
And it was not coded as a domestic violence case either, right?
That's correct.
And after taking the report, you felt you needed to refer it to a detective since you were not impartial, being that she was part of patrol.
That's right.
And in this capacity, you were interacting with Officer Bybee as a witness, not as a colleague, correct?
As a victim? That's correct.
And when you take the report of a alleged victim, you should be neutral, right?
That's correct.
And you should not assume a alleged victim is credible without doing investigation.
That's correct.
You should see if there is corroboration.
That's right.
If there are witnesses, you should try to speak with those people.
That's correct.
And when you interact with witnesses or civilians while responding or investigating a case, that should be captured on your body-worn camera.
That's correct.
The interaction with Officer Bybee was not recorded on body-worn camera.
That's right, because it was over the phone.
And body-worn cameras protect both civilians and police officers, right, if there's any misconduct on either side.
That's right.
You did have the ability to record a phone call as well,
Yeah, that's right.
but you did not record the phone call.
That's correct.
You did not do a formal sit-down interview with Officer Bybee.
I did not.
There is an interview room at Brighton Police Department, correct?
There is.
And there's the ability for that to be recorded.
Yes, ma'am.
And that could be potentially used in a court case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also, as part of this report, took a look at some of the communications that Officer Bybee gave you.
The screenshots? Yes, ma'am.
So they were screenshots, right?
That's right.
You didn't look directly at Officer Bybee's Facebook account.
I did not.
You did not subpoena records from Facebook.
I didn't.
You would have the ability to do that, correct?
I could.
And Sergeant Ortiz, you never spoke to Josiah about these allegations.
I did not.
You never got Josiah's side of the story.
No, ma'am.
And as a law enforcement officer, you could have followed up with Josiah, correct?
I could have, but based off of the information of my photograph and other patrol officers being a part of the messages, for the integrity of the investigation itself, I requested that the case was sent up to investigations.
And you cannot speak to what Josiah's intentions were when he spoke to
I cannot.
or communicated with Officer Bybee.
No, ma'am.
You were never asked to assist Officer Bybee in pursuing a civil protection order.
No, ma'am.
And police officers serve the public, correct?
That's correct.
And Brighton Police Department has a public Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a place where citizens can interact with Brighton Police Department, right?
I would say so.
And is it your belief the picture of you is from that public page?
It is.
And as a police officer, you're not required to have a personal Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified on direct that Detective Romo took over the investigation?
That's correct.
He did do a formal interview of Josiah, right?
I believe so.
And that would have been a recorded interview,
I believe so.
most likely done at Brighton Police Department.
I can't say. I wasn't a part of that portion of the investigation.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Ortiz, do you recall the defense counsel asking you on cross-examination about the importance of getting corroboration from people who are reporting a crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you flip through that exhibit binder, please, for a moment and take just a quick peek at every single one of those exhibits in there?
There's a lot of them.
Yeah. Would you consider those 43 exhibits as corroboration of what had occurred with regard to what Officer Bybee was reporting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Defense counsel also asked you about subpoenaing Delana Bybee's Facebook account. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay. You testified that you had not only turned this over to another detective, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of whether or not the district attorney's office has investigators?
I'm not aware.
Okay. With regard to speaking to the defendant's intentions about his contact with Ms. Bybee, you testified that, of course, you couldn't get into the head of the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But looking through those 43 exhibits, would you say it's pretty clear?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Does our jury have any questions for this witness? Seeing no questions for this witness, you may step down and you are excused. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are also released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the people have any other witnesses this afternoon?
Our next witnesses are for tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you
Ooh, I didn't know they did jury questions. We don't do that in Illinois.
so much.
At least I've never seen it.
Peter's also raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law. You may have a seat.
Once you are comfortably seated, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. I'm also going to ask that you speak slowly and clearly and directly into the microphone in front of you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Beth Peters, Peters.
Good morning, Dr. Peters.
Good morning.
Will you please let the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know what type of work it is that you do?
Yes, I'm a clinical psychologist. I run a private practice in Arvada, Colorado called Dandelion Psychology.
And what is the nature of that practice?
I treat trauma survivors and other problems associated with living in the world, divorce adjustment, that kind of thing, with children age 2.5 and older. I also treat adults. About half of my practice currently is adults, and I work with families. I also train doctoral students from the University of Denver at my practice, so they come and get experience, and I provide training and supervision for them.
What type of educational background do you have in order to hold the current position that you do?
Yes, so after graduating from high school, I went to college at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I got my bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in anthropology, more the cultural than the archaeology piece of that. And then I worked in the field for a while.
Divorce adjustment? What do? Just have them come in your office and tell you how happy they are now? Oh my God.
And went back to school, and I got my master's in psychology from San Diego State University. And then I went back to school again and got my PhD in clinical psychology.
And where did you obtain your clinical psychology degree?
At the University of Houston.
Okay. And what is that degree? What does it allow you to do?
That's a great question. So a PhD is what we call a scientist practitioner degree. So we're trained in providing therapy and assessment, as well as understanding research and generating research with our advisors. So it is very much an academic and a clinical training program.
Did you complete any type of residency with this program?
I did. In order to be licensed as a psychologist, you have to do 2 years of postdoctoral work under the supervision of a licensed psychologist after you do an entire year of supervised work as an intern. So at the end of it, I have 10 years of supervised training before I get licensed.
Was your residency in any particular area of your course of study?
Yes, so I did my internship and my postdoctoral work at the Children's Assessment Center in Houston, where they treat children, teens, and adults who are survivors of sexual trauma. And I'm sorry, with that goes other traumas as well. So there's often overlap with domestic violence or other physical assaults, other types of trauma as well.
So in addition to your residency,
God bless her. I mean, it's probably needed, but that sounds like a horrible existence. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's sad, honestly.
you had education in trauma, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there a definition for trauma that's basic to the, common understanding?
Yeah, so the severity and duration and intensity of a trauma can vary. Generally speaking, a traumatic life event is something that causes intense fear or helplessness in the person who experiences it. And there's a variety of symptoms that may or may not be correlated with that.
Now that you are doctorate level and you are a doctor, do you have to continue to receive education in order to continue practicing?
I do. In order to keep my license current, I have to undergo 40 hours of extra training every 2 years. In addition to that, as a Ralston House provider, I am also required to have 20 hours a year in trauma or child maltreatment.
And what is the Ralston House?
The Ralston House is a nonprofit that provides forensic interviews for victims of crime, and then they refer those victims out to providers in the community. So I'm one of those providers.
Is that typically for child victims?
Mostly. There are some adults as well.
What type of things do you do in addition to your ongoing, continuing education that is required, if you do anything at all?
Yes, so I provide community trainings upon request. So Ralston House has asked me to do trainings for them and their partners. So for the sheriff's office or child protective services or the district attorneys, sometimes I'll do presentations on a variety of topics related to trauma.
What about research? How important is that to you in staying up and current in the areas of trauma?
It's very important. Even though I did not choose to be a researcher in my day-to-day life, I think I burned out on it, to be quite honest. I read research every day to stay up to date, to train doctoral students, to understand my clients, and to make sure that I understand what the current knowledge is of the field.
And so just to be clear, you treat children as well as adults, correct?
I do. I treat the entire lifespan up to 70.
How familiar are you, Dr. Peters, with the current research on stalking?
I'm very familiar.
Okay, tell the jury a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so I have a couple of clients in my current practice who've experienced stalking. And prior to that, I've worked with victims of domestic violence who were stalked by ex-partners. And so I've been intermittently reading the research over many decades now, 20 years of my career.
Did you in fact compile a list of research that you used and rely upon in this particular case so that it could be shared with all of the attorneys involved?
I did.
And you stated that you have 2 stalking victims in therapy right now.
That's correct.
Are they victims of stalking from an intimate partner, a stranger, an acquaintance?
That's an interesting question. One of them is a former survivor of sex trafficking, and her parent is the assailant. And so he's continued to stalk her from adolescence into young adulthood. The other one is a victim of an unknown stalker for 18 months, and they finally figured out it was a friend of the family.
Do you belong to any professional organizations or community nonprofits?
I do. I'm a member of the Denver Area Psychologist Organization. We have about 500 members now, and I've been a member for about 10 years.
And you already mentioned that you do teachings and trainings in the area of trauma, correct?
That's correct. I started teaching at the University of Houston as a grad student. And after leaving there, I taught at St. Edward's University in Austin for the Master's in Counseling program. So now my teaching is more one-on-one with students or in groups, supervising postdoctoral psychologists or pre-doctoral psychologists.
And what are you teaching them about?
I'm teaching them how to intervene with a variety of mental health presentations. Again, primarily trauma. So how to apply the current research to treating victims and helping them recover.
And has treating trauma survivors always been the focus of your practice?
It has.
Okay. And why did you choose that as your area of focus?
Oh, that's a great question. In the interest of time, I will keep it brief. I think my experience as a foster care social worker in the early 90s after graduating from college really stimulated my interest in trauma deeply. I worked with parents who had lost custody of their children for a variety of reasons, primarily unresolved trauma and mental illness. And then seeing the impact of child abuse and neglect on kids and teens really spurred my interest in continuing.
In the course of your career and your study, is there a continuity that you see in trauma survivors, whether they were a victim of sexual assault, domestic violence, stalking? Is there a continuity that you see?
Yes, there are very common symptoms that overlap over different causes for trauma. So things like hypervigilance, where you're constantly scanning the environment for danger, exists with many trauma survivors regardless of the cause. We also see symptoms of post-traumatic stress, like nightmares, intrusive thoughts, flashbacks, depression, helplessness, feelings of anxiety that are ongoing, kind of a chronic low-level anxiety, punctuated by panic attacks or acute periods of distress. So there are a variety of symptoms that exist across the different types of trauma.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness before in court?
I have.
How many times would you estimate?
Currently 44 times in the state of Colorado.
Okay. And what have you been qualified as an expert in?
In the dynamics of trauma, of child sexual abuse, adult sexual assault, and other child maltreatment types. So more generally, like neglect and physical abuse.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in stalking specifically and only?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you feel, Dr. Peters, that your education, training, reviewed research, clinical work provides you the background necessary in order to aid the jury in understanding the dynamics of stalking and the impacts on stalking victims?
I do.
How so?
I am currently treating victims of stalking and have throughout my 20-year career. I have reviewed all of the research in the last month to make sure I'm up to date. And I've had training in trauma and stalking and domestic violence and all the causes of trauma.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to qualify Dr. Peters as an expert in the dynamics of stalking and the traumatic impacts on victims of stalking under 702 and 403.
You're going to have to give me that again, that lengthy, how you're qualifying her. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. The dynamics of stalking and the traumatic impacts on victims of stalking under 702 and 403.
Any objection or voir dire?
Voir dire, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Peters.
Good morning.
So you testified that you had a doctorate in clinical psychology, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your specialty is child and family, correct?
Yes, in terms of my doctoral programs designations.
And you wrote your dissertation on treatment outcomes of sexually abused children, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your specialty areas in your current psychology practice are treatment of childhood trauma, juvenile delinquency, parenting skills training, adoption and foster care adjustment, child behavior problems, divorce, family violence, and codependency, correct?
Yes, that's probably what's on my website.
And you provided a CV, correct?
I
as part
did.
of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you listed selected publications, is that correct?
That's correct.
And those are mostly related to your work with children, correct?
Yes, and domestic violence survivors in battered women's shelters with my advisor.
Okay. And you just testified that you've testified as an expert about 43 times.
44, yes, as
44.
of last week. Yes, ma'am.
And the majority of those were in child sex assault cases, correct?
That's correct.
Like over half were in child sex assaults?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the rest were general child neglect, correct?
No.
And
some of
adult
them.
sex assault?
Yes, adult sex assault. Yes, ma'am.
And none of them were stalking cases, you said?
That's correct. This is my first time I've been requested to do such a case.
And you currently treat 2 stalking
Survivors. yes, ma'am.
survivors, correct? Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time. I don't think that she is qualified to testify as an expert in stalking specifically, as well as I'm concerned about the fit of her testimony under People v. Cooper.
Court notes that under Colorado Rules of Evidence 702, that the test under 702 is that if the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact and issue, and the court can qualify an expert as, or a witness as an expert through knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. The court has heard the training, educational background, the training background, the knowledge and the skill background for Dr. Peters. She's indicated that she stays up on the topic of stalking, that she's currently treating 2 separate patients who are survivors of stalking, that she has not only continued to stay up on the research, but that this is something that kind of dovetails into the trauma practice that she's had for the entirety of the time that she has been a professional, including prior to becoming even licensed, that she had a lot of trauma background, training, and experience and education, and that it dovetails into that. So the court is going to allow Dr. Peters to testify as an expert under 702 on the dynamics of stalking and traumatic impact of victims of stalking. And I do find that there is a fit under Cooper. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
All right. That actually was pretty good for all involved. This would be actually not a bad hearing for law students to watch. That was clean on all fronts. It was a good way before she proffered her as an expert. She did a nice job setting it up. The defense came in and took a shot at her in a reasonable way, and he made a good ruling. Like, both attorneys were good, and the judge was good.
Are you familiar, Dr. Peters, with the term blind expert?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means?
Yes, the more up-to-date term is now generalized expert, and that means that I'm here to provide general information for the jury so that you can better understand the information presented to you in this particular trial. I have zero knowledge of this specific case, or not zero, but very little, just the basic demographics, so that I remain remain blind to the intricacies in the details of this case. So I'm here to help the jury understand the general myths associated with stalking, how stalking happens, and how it impacts victims generally.
Have you ever seen any police reports in this case?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Have you ever spoken with the victim in this case?
No, ma'am, I have not.
And why is that important in giving generalized expert testimony?
Yes, so I am not going to tailor my knowledge and expertise to the specific case. I'm going to talk generally about what is
Don't worry, it gets weird.
known in relationship to stalking and trauma responses to it. It is the jury's job to evaluate the details of this particular case.
Let's talk about stalking and the law of stalking. In your research, were you able to learn when stalking first became a law?
Yes, in 1990 in California, the first stalking law was passed in the United States. The idea or concept has been around apparently since the 1300s.
Your Honor,
So,
Jack, this is beyond the scope of her report.
I'm going to sustain that. Let's move on past the history of stalking.
What kinds of behavior does stalking include?
so stalking is a pattern of repeated unwanted intrusion and monitoring of a target, causing distress and fear.
Does your research tell you or your education tell you about what types of things motivates a person to stalk?
Yes, so there are a variety of different motivations for stalking behavior. Some of those include anger or resentment, a desire to control, obsession. There's a term that is used for one category called the incompetent suitor, where the individual is trying to establish an intimate relationship, but they're doing so in a socially inappropriate manner. We know that stalking has been associated with psychosis. It's also been associated with impulsivity, but more often obsessional thinking and insecure attachment styles.
I like the incompetent suitor theory, which is aptly named. I'm shocked that they did that in this mamby-pamby area of science. They actually said something straightforward. Incompetent suitor. Dude, ask her if she wants to get a drink. If she says no, then you're done. If she says yes, then you see.
What role,
no
if
harder
any,
than that.
does technology and social media
that's the whole
play in the stalking behavior that we see today?
Quite a large role. We've developed a term for it in psychology research called cyber stalking, and that encompasses using social media, email, texting, other access to accounts online, trying to hack phones or email accounts, for example.
What are the psychological effects, if any, of being stalked by an acquaintance?
The psychological effects can be quite severe, and they do vary by individual victim. So it can range anywhere from annoyance and worry to extreme fear, distress. We see isolation behaviors, self-protective behaviors. Sometimes victims will confront the perpetrator and ask them to stop and find that ineffective. And so they feel powerless and angry and worried. On other occasions, victims will be passive and just kind of hope that the contact will stop. What we know is that as it increases in intensity and frequency and duration, we have more distress. And that's typically when victims come forward to legal systems or law enforcement.
Okay. What role, if any, do threats have on a person who is the victim of stalking?
So there are implicit threats and explicit threats. So an implicit threat would be a communication.
Jack, this is beyond the scope of her report.
Your Honor, she's been qualified as an expert in this field.
The objection, though, is beyond the scope of the report. That's approach on that objection, not beyond scope of expertise. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Please continue, Dr. Peters. I believe you were discussing with the jury about direct versus indirect threats.
Yes, so an implicit or indirect threat would be just the assumption of threat from the differential in physical size, the presence of signals to the victim that they are not in control. So repeated unwanted contact can imply that you are in danger and cause fear in the body. And there are cases in which, and I have zero idea if that's relevant in this case, but there are cases in which offenders will leave objects, and certainly in my clinical cases that I'm treating now, that has happened, where an offender will leave notes on the car or objects in the home, breaking into the home, for example, that would constitute an implicit threat. An explicit threat would be a direct comment about intent to harm the target or someone close to them, and that is less common than the implicit threat.
Has your research revealed that there are different levels of emotional distress that are evident from either a male victim of stalking versus a female victim of stalking?
Yes, so generally male victims of stalking experience less fear, and we're still evaluating in the research why. That could relate to just gender differences in size and physical capacity to fight back. We also know that females and
Yeah, let me help research along. Because we're bigger and we're stronger. And it makes all the sense in the world that we would have less fear than someone who is smaller and weaker. Okay, I just saved the psychological community just years of deep thoughts.
And males are equally likely to report when the stalking has escalated to a certain point, and they're more likely to tell family members and friends before they go to law enforcement.
Are there myths that are related to stalking, as well as realities that are related to stalking?
Yes, the common person may misunderstand stalking and think that it's extremely rare or that it only happens to famous people or celebrities, when in fact it's much more common than we think. Both men and women can be stalked, and we know that generally the victims of stalking tend to be on the younger side, so 18 to 35-ish. And that there's a great range of age and ethnicity of stalkers in general, but people who engage in stalking are more often white than the other non-white ethnicities.
Is there a difference to the emotional impact of a survivor if the stalker is an intimate partner, a total stranger, or an acquaintance?
Yes, the general public can view stalking by a stranger as more dangerous and scary, when in fact being stalked by an ex-partner is associated with more risk of homicide or physical assault. There are differences based on the individual person, and that generally is correlated with the intensity and frequency of the stalking behavior. So if the person is being frequently texted 20, 50 times a day, the level of distress is going to be higher than if they are accosted in public once or texted a few times. So it's quite different.
Why is the level of distress higher if the contact is more frequent?
Because the victim feels as if they have no control to stop it, and they feel helpless and constantly on guard and worried about when the next intrusion or intimidation is going to occur. So it puts the body on kind of hypervigilant status, constantly looking for danger, which makes sleeping difficult, concentrating difficult, going out of one's house feels unsafe at times. There's a variety of reports of stalking survivors in terms of how they limit their lifestyle and change their routine to try to manage the anxiety around this unwanted contact.
Yeah, okay. The rest of us just say we're creeped out.
How do we know that the general public has attitudes about stalking? Does your research show you that, your education, both?
Yes, the research has done a variety of survey studies looking at meta-analyses where they look at research articles at once, or when they do online surveys asking people to fill out questionnaires about their attitudes towards stalking. And then they've even examined differences in different professional roles and how that plays out with stalking, not only in the United States, but in other countries as well.
Okay. You mentioned differences in professional roles.
Yes.
Is that right? Did you review any research that applied to police officers in particular?
I did.
What did that research tell you?
It showed us that public servants are at higher risk for stalking because they encounter a greater number of individuals who may be mentally unstable or misperceive their behavior or feel angry about a decision that was made. And so there's a variety of reasons why they may be more likely.
Did the research that you just indicated to the jury about police officers specifically talk about the emotional impact on police officers who've been victims of stalking?
It did. And it discussed gender differences specifically. So female officers feeling a greater level of fear than male officers. Interestingly, in the study that I reviewed and I sent to both the defense and the prosecution, the level of stalking of male and female officers is fairly equal. In fact, men are more often stalked than female officers, but the female officers feel a greater level of fear.
Are there any myths out there, again, based upon your education, training, and research about what happens during a stalking incident?
Yes, there are misconceptions that sometimes people think the victim did something wrong or that it's somehow their fault, that they could just stop it by saying, don't call me anymore. When in fact, that behavior can actually reinforce stalking behavior. So unfortunately, victims have tried typically many different strategies to make it stop before they address the issue legally.
So what I'm hearing you say is that it's not unusual then for a victim of stalking to delay in reporting?
Not at all. It's actually the more common. They do tend to delay and try to handle it on their own. They talk about it with friends and family. And then eventually, if it's too intense or frequent, or they feel fearful for their life or the well-being of people close to them, they will come forward.
Is it common, again, on your education, training, and research that a victim may continue for a short period of time to have contact with a stalker?
Yes, and typically that is in an effort to persuade them to stop contacting them or to try to meet their needs so they will go away. And unfortunately, that is not effective in such cases.
What are some of the common responses that you see that victims of stalking display?
So primarily anxiety. We see anxiety, depression, as I mentioned, panic, worry about one's safety, and narrowing of their lifestyle routine. So even if we're only being cyber stalked, for example, that intrusion on our phone or our computer is happening in our safe space at home. And so our feeling of safety is not only impacted out in the public, but also in our home. Most of us use our cell phones to communicate with everyone, often for our jobs or our social relationships. So we can't just simply not use our phone, right? We have to communicate with other people. And that leaves us open to that constant exposure and attempted contact that's really stressful for victims. So we see nightmares, we see low self-worth, we can even see self-harm, increased substance use, all kinds of symptoms in victims who are trying to manage the anxiety around this experience.
Are you familiar with the term fawning?
I am.
What is that and how, if it at all, applies to victims of stalking?
Yes, so all victims of trauma actually will engage in fawning behavior, not every single victim, but across different types of trauma, we do see fawning. It's considered one of the 5 F's of response to a traumatic event. So most of us have heard of fight, flight, or freeze. Right? The other 2 F's are fainting, which is you just fall out and you're not conscious anymore. And then fawning, which is using your pro-social skills to try to manipulate the offender to
Now there's one more F that you're forgetting.
reduce the threat. So to try to compliment them or ask them to stop in a very polite way. I think most women understand what fawning is if you think about being hit on in a bar by someone you really don't want to talk to. And we try to gently appropriately push them away. Say, oh, well, I have a boyfriend, or no, thank you, or maybe later, to try to be polite and not invoke ire or attack from them. So we call that fawning, where we use those pro-social behaviors to try to minimize the threat.
Might a stalking victim's knowledge of a stalker's prior behavior impact how they may feel distress in the ongoing stalking?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe that law enforcement officers particularly are more educated about what stalking is and what its relationship is to risk. So if we know that a person has stalked before, we may be more alarmed and worried about current stalking behavior continuing.
Or if that person had engaged in a violent or aggressive behavior previously, would that impact the distress a stalking survivor would feel?
Yes, absolutely. The research on stalking and interpersonal relationships echoes that. So if we've had a violent relationship with a partner, we've been sexually assaulted or physically assaulted by them, and they begin stalking us after that relationship ended, the level of fear and the actual threat of harm is higher.
Is there a stalking myth around how a victim of stalking is supposed to look or act when recalling the events of stalking?
Yes, as with most trauma survivors, the average person expects that when we talk about a scary event, we're going to fall apart. We're going to cry, or we're going to be really angry and really distressed. And that isn't the most common presentation of trauma survivors in this kind of context. They tend to be more formal, more perhaps shut down, or more detached from emotion. Particularly if we've told the story of what happened to us over and over, we can become a little bit more desensitized to the alarm of it and the anxiety. So we might appear more calm than the average person would expect.
What is the reason, if any, that a person in this type of a setting may appear a little more flat when talking about what had happened to them as a result of stalking?
Great question. So victims talk about feeling embarrassed and ashamed that they were the target of this behavior, that somehow they should have been able to prevent it or stop it. We also see victims fearful that they will appear unprofessional or unstable if they show their emotional distress in a formal setting like court.
I'd like to talk to you now about some hypotheticals and apply it to your education, training, research, background, and experience. I believe that you have already testified, Dr. Peters, about the impact of repeated contact and how that would affect a person emotionally, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If a person were to call, message, text, voice clip someone over 200 times in 4 hours.
I object. May I approach?
Yes. Court's going to overrule the objection.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Dr. Peters, thank you. I believe I was in the middle of asking you about a hypothetical.
Okay.
And whether, based upon your education, training, experience, and background, if it would fit stalking behavior. If a person calls, messages, texts, voice clips someone over 200 times in a 4-hour time period.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. That is not where I thought she was going with the question. Can I please approach and make?
Yes.
Once again,
Okay.
if a person calls, messages, texts, voice clips someone over 200 times in 4 hours, does that fit within stalking behavior?
That is consistent with the definition of stalking and all of the psychological research that I have read and in my clinical experience, that repeated unwanted contact is terrifying typically for victims, and it can change over time. I forgot to mention previously that there may be periods where the stalking behavior decreases for a moment or a day or two, and that can give victims false hope that it has ended. So I forgot to mention that earlier. There are a variety of reasons why stalking behavior may dip from a height of very frequent to low frequency. That can be based on the stalker's mental condition, stressors in their lives, their distorted cognitions or thoughts about what the victim's lack of response means. They may be twisting lack of response as, quote, playing hard to get, or a test that they need to be persevering. So there are a variety of factors that have been associated with that change in dynamics over time.
Okay. And stalking behavior, you said can diminish and increase?
Yes, it can wax and wane.
Okay. Even over periods of months?
Correct.
Okay. Would taking someone's photographs off of websites, social media, and using them without the person's permission, would that also be part of and parcel of stalking behavior if it was repeated?
Yes, that is included in the definition of cyber stalking.
Okay. And would all of that be emotionally distressing to a person potentially?
Yes, absolutely. It's about lack of control and unpredictability, which causes anxiety.
Okay. And I believe one of the things that you mentioned was an insecure attachment style potentially on the part of a stalker. What does that mean exactly?
Yes, so that means that when they were younger, their relationship with their parents was not secure, and they have this insecure, preoccupied, typically attachment style where they're looking for attachment where there's very little indication that the other person wants that connection.
That could be a volatile relationship with a parent?
It could, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Peters. Thank you for the work that you do. Your Honor, that's all I have of this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, just briefly. So you testified a little bit about how you're a generalized expert in this case, correct?
That's correct.
So you can't provide your opinion on the facts of this case at all?
That's correct.
Because you don't know anything about this case?
Right. All I know is the alleged relationship between the victim and the alleged offender.
Okay. You haven't reviewed anything related to this case?
No, ma'am.
And stalking is defined as a pattern of unwanted intrusive behaviors, correct?
That's correct. That causes fear or distress in the victim.
It's a form of coercive control, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that can include a range of behaviors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So repeated unwanted communications,
Yes.
in-person contact,
Yes.
showing up uninvited at their location,
That's correct.
contacting their friends or family members
Without permission. Yes, ma'am.
without permission, yes. Spying on them, essentially,
Yes.
threatening to kill or harm them, correct?
Yes, that may be included.
So you're saying all of these things may be included because stalking encompasses a very broad range of behaviors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it can encompass sort of and like you said, there's a broad range of relationships between stalking survivors and.
I think we all know what she's really trying to say here. Let's just get it out of the way.
Ma'am, are you a whore?
The perpetrators, correct?
Yes, there are different kinds of relationships. Yes.
So what qualifies as stalking? It seems like it's very fact specific, correct?
I'm sorry, can you reword your question?
Yes. So all of those behaviors could qualify as stalking, correct?
Yes.
And a combination of them?
Yes.
Okay. And stalking in your profession, a lot of it relies on sort of the impact on the victim, correct? The definition, would you say?
It's part of it, yes.
It's part of it, right? Because some of these behaviors could be not stalking, correct?
In isolation, depending on the frequency and intensity.
Yes, frequency and intensity, I suppose, is what I mean by when I say it's sort of specific to the circumstances of any given case, correct?
Yes, there are cases in which stalking is applied as a label to behaviors that were unwanted more than 2 times. and behaviors that are thousands of times. So there's a huge range.
And because it's not just the frequency, correct? It's also the intensity.
Yes.
Can also be the nature of the contact, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the pre-existing relationship or lack thereof, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So all of those things impact what is stalking, correct?
Yeah, let's talk frequency and intensity here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you testified a little bit that it is common to not report immediately, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that people generally disclose to other people in their life before law enforcement?
Yes.
And that people generally disclose to others in their life before law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we also talked about the responses to you talked about the responses to stalking a little bit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how sometimes reactions are immediate, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes they're delayed, correct?
I don't think I talked about that today, but yes, that is true generally for trauma.
Okay. And some victims or survivors will minimize, correct?
Yes.
And some will alter their daily behaviors.
Yes.
And some are avoidant copers, correct?
Yes.
And some are confrontational, correct?
Yes.
And when people are discussing stalking, like any trauma, sometimes they may appear very calm, correct, or detached.
Yes.
And sometimes they are very emotional, correct?
Yes.
And so all of those are within the realm of what you would call normal as a trauma provider, correct?
Yes, that is why I'm a psychologist, because it's interesting. Every person is different.
And so really any reaction could be a reaction to trauma, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, but if someone could be emotional or not emotional, and either of those could be consistent with reacting to trauma, correct?
Yes, there are some presentations that are more common than others, but yes, there is a range.
There is a range, and it encompasses both being detached and being emotional, correct?
Yes, depending on the person.
Okay. And would you say the longer that stalking persists, the greater the negative impact would be?
Yes, that's what the research says, and in my clinical experience, that is true.
Okay. You talked a little bit about cyber stalking specifically,
I did.
and that includes any sort of stalking that's not in person or, right?
Correct.
So it can be social media communications as part of it, correct?
Yes,
It can also be hacking phones or email accounts.
that's correct.
You also testified that one thing that causes distress and powerlessness in stalking victims is when they ask the perpetrator to stop and they don't stop, correct?
Yes.
That can cause increased distress, correct? So I want to talk a little bit about, you testified to the fawning response, correct?
I did.
And that is trying to use your pro-socials, I believe were the words you used, in order to stop the situation, correct?
Yes, to be kind and polite and try to set a boundary in a gentle way.
Okay. And does that work with stalking in your experience?
Generally, no.
Generally, it does not work. Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. May I actually go back on that?
You're fine. You can go back.
I just do want to talk about one particular thing. You referred to an article that was a study on police officers,
Yes.
correct? And it talks about motivations for stalking of all kinds, correct?
I believe so.
Yes. And it talks about stalking then the subset of stalking of people who are stalked in their professional role, correct?
Yes.
Now, in that study, it was only about 1.1% of the police officers they surveyed that were stalked as part of their professional role, correct?
I don't remember the exact statistics.
And it cited that resentment was the main reason that police officers were targeted as stalking victims,
Yeah,
correct?
that might be the most common.
Okay. Thank you. Now, nothing further.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, please. Defense counsel began their cross-examination, Dr. Peters, by asking you about You're not opining on the facts of this particular case, correct?
Yes,
And you're not opining on the facts of this case because you're not allowed to do so, correct?
that's right.
Because the jury's job is to render the verdict, not you.
That's correct. And I would not be a generalized expert if I had reviewed documents or videos or any of the evidence.
Defense counsel also asked you about the coercive control and gave you scenarios where a stalker may show up at somebody's house or do actual physical manifestations of stalking. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, and in the victims in which I treat, perpetrators will drive by their home or stand on a public street across from their home or show up at their workplace.
If those things do not occur, does that mean there's no stalking?
No, and that's why the term cyber stalking was created, to capture the harassment and intimidation that someone can endure in an electronic means.
Okay. And that alone, with cyber stalking alone, everything online, over social media, things of that nature, does that in and of itself constitute stalking?
It does, and it can cause significant distress.
Defense counsel also asked you about the frequency and intensity of the contact. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay. And the frequency, how large of a piece of that makes up the definition of a stalking?
Certainly, it needs to be frequent in order to be considered harassment of some type, right? So if it's once a year, that obviously would not be considered stalking. But if it's repeated and unwanted, the definition of repeated is quite broad.
Okay. And the intensity piece, does that pertain to the nature of the contact itself?
Yes, what is being communicated and how often and whether or not threats are involved.
Okay. Yeah, and how are threats with regard in the intensity scale, if you would, where do threats fall?
Threats actually intensify or escalate the risk for harmful physical contact. So physical assault or homicide. So when threats are present, the risk level is considered higher.
Okay. And do threats have to be just to the stalking victim, or could they be, for example, to the stalking victim's children?
Typically, they can be toward the target and or the target's family and friends or coworkers.
You were asked on cross-examination about how some presentations in stalking victims when they're testifying in this setting are more common than others. What is the most common that you've seen in your opinion?
I do not have statistical data on what is the most common presentation of a stalking victim in court, but what I do know is that trauma survivors tend to vary in their emotional responses in court, and most of them appear somewhat calm and robotic in how they recount their trauma narrative. Others will vary from upset to calm, and then a smaller subset of trauma survivors will be very dysregulated on the stand.
And then you were asked about fawning, and that fawning is an ineffective way to deal with stalking. Do you recall that part of the cross-examination?
Yes, the obsessional and persistent nature of the stalking behavior and the distorted cognitions that go with it make it very intractable to pro-social requests to stop.
In your training and experience, Dr. Peters, are most victims of stalking aware that fawning doesn't work?
No, they are not.
Okay. And why do you believe that to be so?
Because most of us are not trained in how to deal with a stalker if it happens to us personally. Even as a mental health professional, and we are at higher risk as well for stalking, as our physicians, we did not receive any training in my doctoral program about how to respond if we are personally stalked by a client or a former client. So if professionals who are at higher risk are not being trained, one can assume that the general population is not receiving that information either.
And even though someone is a professional, and in the case of a police officer, and only 1.1%, the research says, are stalked, that doesn't mean that it doesn't occur, correct?
That's correct. And the impact is the same regardless of your profession.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Peters.
Does our jury have any questions for this witness? All right, we have a question if you want to know that. If I could have the parties approach, please. Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of questions for you from our jury. First question is, how often does stalking lead to physical harm?
Lord.
Am I allowed to provide statistics, Your Honor?
That's a good question. You are an expert. If you have those statistics, you are allowed to provide those statistics. Yes.
Well, I understand that it is in the minority of cases, around 20% or less of cases in which there is physical assault of the victim who's been stalked.
Thank you. And the next question is, did you say implicit threats are more common than explicit with stalking?
Yes, and implicit threats can be as simple as standing across the street from somebody, staring at them through the window, driving by their home, posting things about them without physical contact.
Based on those questions, do the people have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Based on those questions, does the defense have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Peters, you are excused. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are released from your subpoena. Thank you. Do the people have another witness they intend to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The people would call Delana Bybee. Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Sure. Let's hold off on calling her until the parties approach. Ivy, I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law. You may have a seat. Once you are comfortably seated, please state your name, spell your last name for the record. I'm going to ask that you also speak slowly and clearly and directly into the microphone in front of you. Thank you.
Delana Bybee, B-Y-B-E-E.
You may begin questioning your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bybee.
Good morning, ma'am.
Now, would you just start by telling the jury a little bit about yourself?
Yes, my name is Delana Bybee. I'm a law enforcement officer with the Brighton Police Department. I've been in law enforcement for approximately 8 years, with the Brighton Police Department for almost 7, currently in a school resource officer position.
Without stating specifically, is it fair to say that you live in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you live with your family?
I do.
Would you tell us a little bit about them to the extent that you feel comfortable doing that?
Yes, I'm married with a couple of children. Been married for about 15 years, and kids are about around the same age.
Why did you enter law enforcement?
Oh, goodness. A lot of different reasons. I think I wanted to be part of a community. I think that that's one of the reasons why I specifically came to Brighton. I live here. I've worked with the community for a long time and wanted to specifically work with adolescents and teens, which is why I became a school resource officer.
When did you become a school resource officer?
Approximately 3 years ago.
You said you want to be part of the community. So would it be fair to say your job involves a lot of contact with the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to becoming a school resource officer, what kind of contact did your job entail?
I worked primarily on patrol, and so that meant any type of patrol calls that we would get. So it can range anywhere from a shoplifting call to a traffic incident, crashes, or even some domestic violence calls. Sometimes they were mental health calls. A lot of times it was teenagers. That's what ultimately made me decide to work with kids.
Typically, when you interacted with the public when you were a patrol officer, what are the circumstances that those people are experiencing?
I would say probably the worst day of their lives. When you are dealing with domestic violence, sometimes that it's not a good day for them. If you're dealing with an adolescent who might be suicidal, to them, like they might be having a bad day at school. So it varies. sometimes they're not getting along with their neighbors, so they're just calling to help mediate with their neighbors.
Does it make you uncomfortable interacting with people when they're having, as you said, probably one of the worst days?
No, ma'am.
What kind of training did you have to be a patrol officer?
I initially started with the Denver Police Department back in 2018. I went through their academy and then was on the field training for about 9 to 10 weeks and decided that I didn't want to work for a big agency, which is why I decided to transfer over to Brighton, the Brighton Police Department, which I've been here. Went through a lateral process, so 16 weeks of training, and then went on the road.
What do you mean you went on the road?
As a patrol officer. So I was in a patrol vehicle and went call to call based on that, and then worked traffic incidents.
Did you have any particular training regarding if you become the victim of a crime?
Not generally, no.
Have you ever had to testify in your capacity as an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that part of your professional duties as an officer?
Yes.
Prior to this case, have you ever had to testify as a victim?
No, ma'am.
Does it feel different?
Quite a bit different, yes.
Can you explain that?
I think it's like I'm telling a different story. I'm up here telling my story. And I'm the person that's trying to tell you like what happened in my sense, where like as an officer, I'm just stating the facts. Here, there's a little bit more emotional involved.
As a police officer in the community, how much personal information do you usually share with people that you contact when you're on duty?
I think that it depends on the situation. You're always going to try to have some form of rapport with that individual, depending on why you're there. I generally don't just start telling people that I have a family and I have kids and I'm married that I'm a school resource officer. It just kind of depends.
Have you met Josiah Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in this room?
I do.
Can you describe where he's sitting and an item that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting to the right of me and he's wearing looks like a grayish, blackish shirt. Button up.
Is he sitting closer to me than to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Ms. Bybee has identified Mr. Hernandez.
Record will reflect subject to cross-examination.
When did you first meet Mr. Hernandez?
I was in around 2022.
Can you tell us a little bit about your interaction with him?
Patrol was called to service at his residence. If I recall right, I think
I worry that this is getting into what we discussed at the bench.
I
could ask any question.
Yeah, so the answer to the question I think was fine. If you want to just ask a different question at this point, thank you.
Where did you encounter him?
At his place of residence.
Were there other people there?
There was myself, another officer, and I believe possibly his mom.
To your knowledge, did his mom also live there?
She did, yes.
How long did you speak with Mr. Hernandez?
It was probably about maybe an hour.
What was his demeanor throughout the time that you were speaking with him?
I want to say like he was standoffish. He wasn't very compliant with myself and Officer Garcia, who now she's with Aurora PD.
What does non-compliant mean?
He didn't really want to listen to us. He didn't want to come outside and speak to us. So if I recall right, most of our conversations were by the doorway and he was sitting at the top of the stairs.
When you first encountered him, what would you say was his demeanor? Was he calm or
Then asked and
agitated?
answered.
I'm going to overrule. I think she gave a general demeanor of the entire encounter. Go ahead.
Answer the question.
I don't, can you rephrase the question a little bit?
Would you say that he was calm when you first encountered him?
I mean, I think it was a little bit of both. He was calm and then he was agitated. He was calm and then he was agitated.
Without discussing exactly what she said or what anyone told you, did you become aware of what had happened that led to the call for service?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, without discussing what happened, did the behavior sound scary to you? Objection. I think that's getting into.
Overruled. She can get into her perception.
I think it was like the complexity of the issue. Other law enforcement officers had been in contact with him before. And so just in general, going to the call for service was, hey, be on the lookout.
Did you exchange social information with Mr. Hernandez?
Can you explain what you mean by social?
Did you discuss your family with him?
No, not at that time. I would not have.
Did you discuss your hobbies?
No, ma'am.
Did you discuss your interests?
No, ma'am.
Did you discuss your faith?
No.
Did you follow him or friend him on social media at that time?
No, ma'am, I did not.
After this call for service, did you have any other contact with Mr. Hernandez?
There was probably a few months later where we were called to a service again at his place of residence.
Was that also his mother's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you perceive his behavior to be escalating?
I would say at this point, yes.
Did you perceive or were you aware of any obsessive or violent behavior?
I would say that based on the conversations that we were having, that it started to appear that way.
Were you aware of any jealous behavior?
Objection. Speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you perceive jealousy to be involved?
I would say so, yes, ma'am.
At this point, were you concerned about your contact with Mr. Hernandez?
At this time, no, it was just another call for service.
Were you concerned for the person who reported?
Objection.
Contact?
Relevance.
You know, this is relevant to her state of mind.
Approach. I'm going to sustain the objection, but I'll allow you to ask a different question.
Thank you. Were you concerned for the reporting party?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned for their safety?
At that point, yes. I think myself and the other officers that were on scene started to feel that way.
When did you next encounter Mr. Hernandez?
I believe there was a social media. I don't remember if it was the social media post or the messenger that he sent me or if it was the gym.
Okay, well, let's talk about the gym. Did you have an encounter with Mr. Hernandez at a gym?
I did.
Where was that specifically?
It was at the Planet Fitness here in Brighton.
Can you describe that contact between you and Mr. Hernandez at the gym?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez approached me and basically just stated, hey, I wanted to thank you for everything that you did, for helping me out. He said he was doing really better. He was back at the gym. I congratulated him and he went back to his workout and I went back to my workout.
Did this conversation make you feel uncomfortable?
At the time, no.
Is Mr. Hernandez taller than you?
He is.
About how much, if you could estimate?
Probably close to about a foot, maybe.
Is he otherwise bigger than you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say he's physically imposing?
Yes, I would say so.
And fair to assume as you just said, he works out.
Yes.
During this interaction, did you exchange any of that personal information that we talked about? Did you talk about your faith?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk about your family?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk about your household generally?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk about your friends or your colleagues?
No, I did not.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your involvement in social media more generally. Do you have Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
How active are you on Facebook?
I would say I'm generally pretty active with family and friends.
What about Pinterest?
Once in a while I get on there, but I don't really post a whole lot on there.
How about Nextdoor?
I used to be I wouldn't say like fully active like I am like on Facebook, but I had a Nextdoor app that I no longer have.
On which of these platforms, if any, did you friend Mr. Hernandez on?
I did not befriend Mr. Hernandez on any of them.
Did you ever discontinue any of your social media profiles?
I didn't discontinue them, but I did end up changing my name.
What was the reason for your name change?
I think that I became growingly concerned that it was easy to find me and that he had searched me out and found me on social media.
He being Mr. Hernandez?
Mr. Hernandez, yes.
So you changed your name after he had found you?
I think it might have been part of his context, and then there might have been a few others as well.
What kind of information is public on those platforms? Or let me ask you a different question. What kind of information, to your knowledge, was public at this time in 2022, 2023, 2024?
I think I generally tried to keep most of my information private. So in order to actually see any of my information, you had to be a friend. But like most profiles, if you click on a profile photo, you can see the picture. If there's other photos that are not blocked, you can go through the other profiles and see other photos.
How often do you engage with people that you meet on duty on social media? Was that a clear question?
I think so. I mean, I try not to engage with anyone that I've ever met on, but I mean, I think that it's happened. I work here, I live out here, I grew up here, I went to school here, so I have had to arrest some people that I was in school with and that I graduated with. And so at the time, they were friends on social media until that encounter happened, and then they were deleted from social media.
So your, I guess, so to say, real life relationship with them predated your interaction as an officer with these people?
Yes.
Did you often friend people that you had no other prior knowledge of after you met them while you were on duty?
No, ma'am.
Is your social media page associated with the Brighton Police Department?
No, ma'am.
At this point in time, what was your Facebook handle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
What name were you using on Facebook at this time?
I had changed it to a nickname, Babs Laney.
And before that, it was something closer to your actual full
Yeah,
name.
it was my actual name.
And have you changed your name again?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you feel comfortable sharing?
Not at this time, no.
Why is that?
I just don't want to be found on social media. I try to keep it on, I try to keep people that know me outside of work due to my job that they can't just easily find me.
Are you afraid that Mr. Hernandez would find you?
Yes, ma'am.
After this contact at the gym, did you hear from Mr. Hernandez again?
I did, yes.
Approximately when was that?
I believe it was the end of October of 2023.
Tell us about that.
I believe that there was like a Facebook audio call that I was getting, and so I looked and I saw that it was Josiah Hernandez, and I ended the call. I didn't answer it, but then I ended up receiving a like an actual message that stated that he was asking for help. He said he was having mental health issues and wanted me to initially send law enforcement to his place of residency, and just kind of went on with that.
If you could turn to I believe there's an exhibit binder up there with you. Do you see that? You see what is marked People's Exhibit 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a CD.
Have you seen the contents of that CD?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know?
I was with the individual that helped download all this information. And then I reviewed it again and signed it.
You just signed it this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you were with the individual who downloaded the information. What is the information?
It's basically like a video of all of the screenshots from my social media page, or the messages that were sent from Josiah.
Was that a fair and accurate representation of the Facebook thread between Mr. Hernandez and you?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that it was Mr. Hernandez's account?
There's a photo at the very top, and it shows Josiah Hernandez.
Here, the people have moved to admit People's Exhibit 1.
Any objections or any voir dire?
Or just Exhibit 1?
Yes.
No objection.
Court will admit People's Exhibit 1.
And our permission to publish.
You may. Don't have a good connection yet, though. There you go. Ready?
Yes. I don't know that the TVs are on.
Oh, that'll help if I turn them on.
Oops. Let me restart that.
Bill doesn't care if his mom or dad die. I care if my mom dies. I'm not going to hurt you, Babs, but I'm tired of this shit. Anyway, goodbye. There's really nothing that we could do. Max volume. How stupid, huh? Anyway, Devil's gonna take over your kids too, I guess. How dumb. I will try my best to help you. I'm not trying to hurt you. Remember all the M1s I got? Josiah cooks pretty good too. I guess Dusty's sick of it too. Anyway, God bless you. The I is not Jesus, it's the devil, I guess, through me. Billy Eilish is taking over. You should really try Vince. He's going to hurt. Who knows? I guess Bill knows how to work on my phone. My steroids are at the salon. Tell Danielle Alves. I'd rather go to jail than a group home. We should go to church together, okay? Love you. My phone is in Bill's safe. Dusty knows the code. I think you did this to me, remember? I am practicing witchcraft. Or the rascals. Breakfast. Good day. Yummy. 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 Bill says, I think I learned that when I was 40. My mom feels bad. So do I. P.S. Dusty's still in the garage. I think you know what to do. It is the morning. It is Bill who's turning on my phone. That's probably my mom. Anyway, you can arrest me now. Oh, I thought it was Dusty. Then I thought it was everybody. It's because I don't know how to fucking work this dumb bullshit. Standing out. It's funny. It's not you. Danielle. Sorry. Just use it against me. We are going to go to court and combat with each other. We have to go to court. Let's go stupid ass Bill. I have to worry about what he's listening to. Bill wants me to worry about releasing me because he knows that the cops know how to undo the curse. So release Bill to help him. We have to learn from the best family right now, and it's Bill's family. Because of what? Babs, tell me. Question mark. It's fine. Obviously, you guys can't do this. I can't do it. Bill can do it with his fucking stupid lock. He's gonna kick me out. Or maybe God will change his mind. I'm very sorry that Bill set me and you up. And he is just as disgusting as myself. I know you have seen all our pictures in jail too. Obviously, that's what you have to do. Anyway. It is what it is. Good night. Why can't you hear me? Babs Lanny. This is where Babs Lanny. This is where Marshall was. And this is where Mason was. Now, that's the mirror. And this is where I am at. Look. That's the door. That's the vicinity. That's Bill's basketball. Look. Look at my pecs, Officer Bybee. That's disgusting.
Don't worry, he's going to explain it all when he testifies.
Hello, Babs Lanny. How are you? This is the Chinese people. And this is Verizon, and Bill follows the Bible. Don't you? I never break into Bill's phone. The Iggy on your phone. It's just your phone. Remember, I wrote, I'm whitewashed. Yeah.
Tonight, when you've been.
All right, that was a lot. So we're going to go through it a little bit at a time. First, do you know what enabled him to send those messages?
I have no idea.
Were you friends at that point?
No, ma'am.
Oh, Andrew, he doesn't justify it. He makes it worse.
If you would take a moment to turn through the rest of the exhibits in that binder. I'll stop you there. You don't have to go through every single one of them. I want to talk a little bit about the difference between what we just watched and the rest of the exhibits. So when you first reported all of this contact that we just saw from Mr. Hernandez, did you send some screenshots to another officer?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Are those screenshots of what we just watched?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they complete?
Yes.
Is there stuff in the videos that weren't part of the screenshots?
Specifically on this video, yes, there is additional information.
You said that you sat down with someone to download this video.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
I believe his name is Mark.
Does he work at the Brighton Police Department?
For the actual video for the CD or for the actual downloads of the other exhibits?
Are you referring to Mark Rule?
Oh, yes, yes.
Is he an investigator?
He is.
Is he working for the Brighton PD?
No, ma'am.
Who does he work for?
Adams County.
So was Brighton PD ever able to get a full video from your phone, like what we just saw?
No, not like this.
Did you and Mark have to try multiple ways to get that information into a?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So that's basically, just to clarify, a video of scrolling through, a video of what would be on a computer screen?
Yes, ma'am.
But that was on your phone?
Yes.
If you had turned to exhibits 2 and 3.
Okay.
What are those images of specifically?
So it starts with the first messages that Josiah Hernandez sent me.
Do they include the phone call that you started to speak about before we played the video? Phone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, the people have moved to admit people's exhibits 2 and 3.
Any objection or voir dire?
Just a quick question, Jackie. So that would be 2 and 3? Yeah, okay. I'm just a little, I just have the old binders. Yeah. No objection.
All right, court will admit people's exhibits 2 and 3.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
This is people's exhibit 2. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Did you recognize that to be Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we see missed audio calls here. How did you see them?
I think something eventually woke me up, and that's when I saw that he had tried to call multiple times. I think one of them was a final phone call that he had called, and then that's when I opened up the messages, and then I saw the really long message about him saying that it was an emergency and to call officers.
I'm going to publish people's 3. Is this the long message that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that to the jury?
Yes. Hello, I'm sorry to bug you, but this really is an emergency. I really need mental health. Can you please send the effing officers over here? I don't mean to bug you, but I always hear is worship, and I know I'm a Christian. I know you are too. I'm expecting you to give me my miracle. Help me or I will commit suicide. Do you think I'm playing? No, I love you and I trust in you, but I don't need to be here anymore.
How did you feel when you saw this message?
I think I was concerned for Josiah.
He says, I'm Christian and I know you are too. Are you Christian?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you'd ever spoken with Mr. Hernandez about?
No, ma'am.
Now, we watched in that video, there were subsequent messages as part of this, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ultimately respond to him?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Did you send officers?
I did, yes.
Did they provide help?
From my knowledge, was Josiah refused to answer the door, he left.
Did you tell him that you were not going to be a responding officer?
I did, yes, ma'am.
How did he respond to that?
I recall that he was pretty angry. He wasn't happy that it wasn't going to be me.
How did it make you feel when you read that he said, I love you?
I mean, I think at first I was just kind of concerned that he would say, I love you, just trying to make sense of it. I know that in the prior interactions that him and I had, it was never anything that appeared to be inappropriate. But he was willing to listen to me and listen to the other officers on scene. And so for me, I think at that part, it started to escalate to how was he looking at me and how was he seeing me every time I did respond to some of these scenes.
Here's the culprit, people.
You mentioned
Right here.
earlier seeing a story on Facebook. Could you turn to People's Exhibit 4? Wait, what is People's Exhibit 4?
It looks like it's like a Facebook story of a song it shows Britney Spears, and then there's my profile picture and then words on there as well.
Can you tell who this is posted by?
It says Josiah Hernandez.
Here are the people move to admit People's Exhibit 4.
Any objection, any voir dire?
Can I see it one more time? It's not in the binder I have. No objection.
All right, court will admit People's Exhibit 4. We are about 2 minutes away from taking our lunch break here. I'm actually about to tell them once they admit this that we're going to take our lunch break. So yeah, absolutely.
So you said this is a Facebook story.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
So instead of like putting something on your main profile, you can place this on your profile photo, and it's a story that's usually available for approximately, I would guess, 24 hours.
Do you recall when you saw this?
Off the top of my head, no, ma'am.
And you said that's a photo of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that posted?
That would have been my profile photo.
On your private Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what name were you using at that time again? Was that when you were using?
That would have been my updated name to Babs Laney.
Babs Laney. You said that's a nickname?
Yes.
Had you ever told Mr. Hernandez that you go by that nickname?
No, ma'am.
Is this a good time to stop?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to put you all on break until I'll have you back in the building at 1:20. Hopefully you all were able to enjoy a pretty nice day. I actually got out today, so I felt pretty good about that. So hopefully you're all ready to go. Again, I'll remind you, Ms. Bybee remains under oath. I did not swear her in, but she remained under oath the entirety of this time. People may resume questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Bybee, I'd like to go back to the phone calls that occurred in October of 2023. And Your Honor, I'd like to republish just a part of People's Exhibit 1 to ask Ms. Bybee about.
Are you ready?
Yes. So let me run that back a little bit. What did you take it to mean when he said, actually, no, I'm leaving, I'm sorry, I'm really having fun?
I think part of me believed that it might have been a joke and that he wasn't serious about harming himself. But with suicidal parties, you never know.
So after that, you did proceed to send law enforcement?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And then we see an audio call. Was that something that you actually were able to speak with Mr. Hernandez live?
Yes, ma'am. That's when I contacted him.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on a little bit. If you could turn to People's Exhibit 5. What is that?
This was a text message that I received from a coworker, a really good friend of mine.
Oh, she told me. It was direct command.
Does that accurately show what you received from that friend?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you receive that?
It's dated October 30th.
Your Honor, the people move to admit People's Exhibit 5.
Any objection or voir dire?
No objection.
Court will admit People's Exhibit 5.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So this is the text from a friend,
Yes, ma'am.
friend named Zach.
Yes.
Can you read it to us, or do you need me to zoom in?
I can read it from here. Congratulations on the promotion with your patrol. I cherish everything that you do. I know you really have helped this community. I pray that you would send an angel of all angels to find my boo-boo. Remember, all things are possible in the Lord God Almighty. There's no God like Jehovah. P.S. Remember, we are all conquerors in Jesus' name. Pray for Israel. God bless. Dogs are family too. Hashtag boo-boo. Bye, be strong with her without the, I think that's supposed to be like sheets out there or something like that.
And is this,
Oh, good Lord. He just is so creepy. But to answer your question, Fletcher, boy, both of us, he did the heavy lifting, did a lot of the editing. I went through and did a bunch of, I edited a bunch of gaps out after that. He took all the huge gaps out. I took
is that
the
a photo of
gaps
you?
out.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same photo that we saw earlier?
Yes, it was on my profile page for Facebook.
How did you feel when you saw this message from your friend?
I think I had a little bit more concern with him. I think it was also, he reached out to me and he said that he saw this on Nextdoor. I didn't use Nextdoor app like I use other social media apps like Facebook where I post my own things. So this was very new to me to see this on Nextdoor.
Did you have any contact with Mr. Hernandez in the months following October 2023?
Not that I can recall.
So in those months, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Hernandez's interest in you continued?
I don't think so. Not at this point I didn't. I think that at that point I believed that I had blocked Mr. Hernandez from social media, at least from Facebook. And so nothing appeared to be concerning for me.
When did you hear from Mr. Hernandez next?
I want to say that that's when the following messages came through in May.
And was that the rest of the video that we saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Those messages all from May after what we just looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would turn to People's Exhibit 6 and review briefly People's 6 through 20.
Okay.
What are those exhibits?
These are the messages that he started to send on May 25th. That's when it started to become more alarming to me.
And do those accurately show messages that you received from Mr. Hernandez around May 24th and 25th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Here are the people move to admit People's Exhibits 6 through 20.
Any objection or any voir dire to 6 through 20?
Is that numbers 6 through 7? Or your numbers 5 through 19? 5 through 18? It's always 9. It's like the chart that I filed.
It's not.
It's okay. You here?
Not this one. No objection.
Court will admit People's Exhibits 6 through 20.
Permission to publish People's Exhibit 6.
You may.
So this that we see up here in the corner, is that the phone call where you actually spoke with Josiah?
Yes, the audio call for the 4 minutes, yes. That was back in October of 2023.
And then what is this next message?
Something that was shared from Snapchat, but I have no idea what it was because I never actually clicked on it.
Okay. Now, let's zoom in on this quickly. The Fey Monster Josiah Candy sent you a snap. What does that tell you, if anything?
I mean, I would assume that the Fame Monster Josiah Candy, that's probably some form of a name, just like if you would have a Facebook name. And then it's just showing that there's a snap that was on Snapchat.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish People's Exhibit 10. Actually, before I move on, can you read for us the timestamp at the top?
May 25th at 3:21 a.m.
This is People's Exhibit 10. Can you read that to us?
It's another Snapchat that occurred at 3:42. And then please help Dusty with a thumbs up.
Do you know who Dusty is? Does that mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, J-Pen.
People's Exhibit 11. What is this?
I think that's probably like a screenshot of a song or something like that. And then my profile photo again, and it just says, "She's coming for me, but I love her. Run, Malachi."
People's Exhibit 12. Could you read the text that you can read on this?
It looks like it says, "This guy is dating Jesus to her officer, Bybee. Trust me, oh well."
Do you know who the person in this photo is?
I do not know who that is.
What did you think when you saw this?
I mean, I wouldn't have saw it until like the following morning, like a few hours later. So I think I started to raise some concern on why all of these photos were being shared with me, these songs were being shared with me, why these statements were being made that I had no idea what it meant. But I think what stuck out the most was there was a repetitive action of like, her officer Bybee. I don't want to hurt you. Bill might hurt you. There was other things that were said that started to alarm me.
To
Right. Creepy as hell with questionable musical taste.
your knowledge, was this person in the photos in fact trying to hurt you?
That should be my title. Creepy as hell with questionable musical taste. I think I might have to switch it.
There was a possibility because I don't know who he was.
But you didn't have any further information about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. People's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
That's Officer Torres. He's one of my coworkers.
And what does that image appear to be from?
I believe it's on the Brighton Facebook page, the Brighton Police Facebook page.
Can you read the text under the time?
It says, "Wake up, Fame Monster in Malachi, love Jesus."
Publishing People's Exhibit 14. Who is this?
That's Sergeant Ortiz.
Is that someone that you work with?
Yes, ma'am.
What
No. Creepy talk with Mike is a whole different thing for select people.
does it say on that video or on that image? Or can you read it?
I can read it. Quote, "I can still see you if you open the window. What? Duh."
What did you think when you read that?
I was wondering what window he was near, what window he was trying to open. I think, again, the concerning area was that the timestamp of these were 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's People's Exhibit 15.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am. That's a photo of me.
Where, if anywhere, was this photo posted?
This photo would have also been posted on the Brighton Police Facebook page. There was actually like a group of us that were doing DUI saturation one night.
What is that?
So there's a group of different departments that coincide with the Adams County Sheriff's Department, where we basically go around Adams County, and our job is to hone in on DUI drivers.
Could you read the first message under the photo?
I appreciate you and everything you did. I'm going to see you in heaven. It's just my phony actor, Dusty. You're so special, Babs. I wish I could have never met Bill. I'm so sorry for everything I did to you. You can just call the cops if.
What did you think, or how did you feel when you read, I'm going to see you in heaven?
I mean, I think at that point with my previous interactions with Mr. Hernandez is that this wasn't just him that was possibly suicidal, but that maybe he might take somebody with him, whether that was me or somebody else, or somebody that, like a phony actor like Dusty. I have no idea who Bill was.
Did you feel threatened when you read this?
I started to, yes.
What were you thinking when you read, I'm so sorry for everything I did to you?
I think I was confused because I wasn't quite sure what that meant. In my previous interactions with Mr. Hernandez, there was never a negative reaction where I felt like he was going to hurt me or he was going to threaten me. And so this part I didn't understand.
So to your knowledge, it wasn't referring to an interaction that you were aware of?
Yes.
Is People 16? Now, is this a continuation of the conversation that we were just looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you continue reading the messages?
You can just call the cops if you need. Today is my B-day. Haha, I'm okay. I love you. I'm proud of you. I will be okay in jail. I'm not trying to hurt anyone.
What did you think when you read, I will be okay in jail?
I mean, I think that that was part of his way of getting another interaction where I would either show up because I was on patrol. I mean, I don't know how much I can go into the contacts that we had with him, but the point of like, just call the cops. He's already told me to call the cops in our previous interactions. There's been interactions where jail was involved, like there. So I think.
I'm going to ask that we're going to strike that part. We're not going to talk about whether there was any jail involved. The jurors to disregard any mention of any jail being involved. Go ahead.
What did you think when he said, you can just call the cops if you need?
That was his way of also being threatening to me.
How about, I'm not trying to hurt anyone?
I think just in my line of work, that's what people usually say before they do try to hurt you.
I'm posting People's Exhibit 17. And People's Exhibit 18. Now, again, what is this?
It's another, looks like another screenshot of songs or something that were taken. That's my profile photo and then a screenshot of Sergeant Ortiz.
Can you read what song that is?
So it says, me too, and guide you in a loving way. You rock, Josiah. And then it's Judas White Shadow remix by Lady Gaga.
And is this clip, is this something that was in that video that we watched earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to republish a portion of People's Exhibit 1 again.
Okay.
Officer Bybee, is that a song that we heard multiple times in that first video that we watched?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, being a practicing Christian, what is your understanding of the importance or the role that Judas plays in the Bible?
I mean, he turns his back on Jesus. And so I think for me, it was like trying to understand what Josiah was meaning in that sense. Because in those other previous statements, he says, he's got my back, he's not going to hurt me. But then he posts something like that. I'm not familiar with Lady Gaga and I don't listen to her music. So I don't know if that's the context of the song.
Did you ever hear the full song?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever send you the full song?
I don't, not that I recall. It's the same thing over and over again.
So it's just Judas over and over again?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that Judas is a negative character in the Bible?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. I think she's already testified as to her belief through Christianity. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I would say yes.
Publishing People's Exhibit 19. Can you read the text in this image?
I'm listening to you. We are going to fight outside and make our dogs fight. How stupid, huh? I'm sorry.
Do you know what he's talking about in that message?
I do not know, ma'am.
Do you have a dog?
I do.
I guess I should ask, did you at that time have a dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever talked about your dog with Josiah?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever post about your dog in a way that the public would have seen?
There might have been some posts that were on the profile photos, which again, you can go through profile photos if it's not blocked or locked.
What did you think when you read, I'm listening to you, we are going to fight outside? We're going to fight outside.
I mean, I think even though I had previous interactions with Mr. Hernandez that weren't threatening, that there was always a time that when we were in contact with him, that his demeanor wasn't always pleasant, that sometimes he would come across as agitated, angry. There were stories with other law enforcement that I think always was concerning.
And how does that relate to this statement, we're going to fight?
I mean, I would think that he would want to fight me, that next time I was in contact with him, it wasn't going to be a pleasant experience.
Did that make you afraid?
It started to, yes, ma'am.
If you would turn to People's Exhibit 21 and look briefly at Exhibits 21 through 34. You know what, I apologize, I skipped 20, so I'm going to publish that right now, People's Exhibit 20.
Okay.
Would you read the text in this image?
So I stopped at the I'm sorry, and it continues with, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I'm afraid of Bill. You will understand. And then there's a voice message, and then says, Bill is going to laugh.
Right, now going back to Exhibits 21 to 34. Are those messages that you received from Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those also on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those also on around the same time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Here are the people that moved to admit People's Exhibits 21 to 34.
Any objection or any voir dire to People's Exhibits 21 through 34?
No, Your Honor.
Court will admit People's Exhibits 21 through 34.
And permission to publish, please.
You may.
Thank you. It's People's Exhibit 21. Now, this is just a screenshot, but have we watched the video here previously?
Yes, ma'am.
It's People's Exhibit 22. What is that message on top an image of?
So there's my profile picture and then the Fame Monster Jasawa candy. And I'm familiar, I believe that this actual song, like this profile is probably from I want to say some type of a music thing, either Apple or I forget what the other ones are called.
So is this your music profile?
No, ma'am.
But that is your photo.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you associate that music profile with Mr. Hernandez?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because of the name with the fame monster and some of the other previous messages that he had already sent.
Now that lower image, that's also a photo of you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same photo?
Yes, it is.
And is this another video that we've already seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
People's Exhibit 23. Ms. Bybee, would you read the text on this exhibit?
Time went by so fast. Bill tried to help by making Mom love me. Thumbs up, you'll be okay. And there's an X mark. I'm sorry, I'm going to write you every day, okay? I'm believing Bill, that's all. He's so fat and ugly.
Do you know who Bill is?
No, ma'am.
This is People's Exhibit 24. Can you read the text in this one?
Yuck, and then there's my photo. You can open after you put in jail. And then I can't read the other.
What
parts
did
of
you,
the message.
sorry, what did you think when you saw after you put in jail?
I think at that point I started believing that he was willing to do whatever it took to go to jail. Like whether or not it was like his call for help, to get help, but that's where he was leaning towards. We're now going into almost an hour of the messages.
And what does it make you think when he keeps sending you this photo of yourself?
I think that he was following me. Like I only posted this photo once and I didn't understand why he just kept posting it over and over and over again on his social media, on my social media, on messages, on Nextdoor app, like things that I never contacted Josiah in that way. So I didn't understand why this was going over and over and over again.
People's Exhibit 25. People's Exhibit 26. Now, in this exhibit, can you tell what we're looking at in this image?
It's somebody's foot with a dog. And then it shows like Monday, I believe it says April 29th of 2024. And then there's more messages.
What did the messages say?
What looks like Bill's foot, huh? Laugh out loud. Whitewashed, but you aren't, Kay. Love you.
Does that mean anything to you? Whitewashed, but you aren't.
No, ma'am.
People's Exhibit 27. Can you read the text that's overlaid on that image?
That's me, my mom, Geet, and Bill, and Joe through Al, but hey, where am I? Listening to Lady Gaga.
Now, I know that's blurry, but could that say my mom ghost?
Yes, possibly, yes.
Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, I think at that point, no. I mean, I knew of his mom. We had contact with each other, but I think at that point I would have wondered if he thought maybe his mom was a ghost or coming back as a ghost, whether or not Bill and Joe were just, you know, imaginary people to him. Like I wasn't quite sure what all of this meant.
To your knowledge at this point, was his mother alive?
Yes, ma'am.
And then are those just voice messages below there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have we listened to those already?
We have, yes.
People's Exhibit 28. People's Exhibit 29. Beneath those voice messages, what is that image of? Do you know?
I would think some type of a phone numbers, but it doesn't make any sense to me.
Did you have any idea what he was trying to convey with that?
No, I do not.
This is People's Exhibit 30. So is that another voice message that we see at the top there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of the voice messages particularly concerning to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to republish a portion of People's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
I'm not going to hurt you, Babs, but I'm tired of this shit.
How did that make you feel?
I mean, through the context, it started to scare me. I didn't know what any of these messages meant. I didn't know what his intent were. And I started to feel scared.
Scared of what?
Of Josiah and what he was going to do and what he was capable of doing.
Devil's gonna take over your kids too, I guess. How dumb.
How did you feel when you heard that?
Scared for my kids because I don't know how Josiah knew that I had kids. We'd never talked about my kids. And once in a while, I would post some stuff on social media, but never publicly so people would know. And I didn't understand what it meant with the devil was going to take my kids. As a Christian, like that's just stuff that we always take into consideration. Like, what does that mean?
So hearing all of these messages all together, you said you were beginning to feel afraid.
Yes,
A
ma'am.
few times. At this point, are we past beginning to be afraid?
Yes.
One moment. Publishing People's Exhibit 30. Can you read the text in this to us?
Anyway, I'm very sorry. I know you'll forgive me through purple. Bill is telling the truth. Amen. And then there's a blurred image.
What did that tell you when he said, I know you'll forgive me?
I mean, again, as a Christian, like we forgive people, whether they hurt us, whether they hurt the people that we love. That's just how we are. So I just assumed that at this point, that's what he was going to do. And that I was going to forgive him, so it wasn't going to be that big of a deal to him.
That what's what he was going to do?
That he would hurt me or hurt my kids.
People's Exhibit 31. Now, is this another image of that?
Yes.
Sorry, that image with the ghost message on it.
Yes, ma'am.
What does the text below say as far as you can read it?
Purple, how dumb, now it's you, in blood of Erie. I'm not quite sure if it's Eric or another name or something like that.
Now, he says purple. At this point, he said it a few times. Does that mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
What did you think when you saw in blood of Eric or whatever that last word is?
I mean, I don't know if I saw in blood of Eric or whatever it was, but it was now it's you and blood. And so does that mean that it's my blood that's shed, or does that mean it's somebody else's blood that's shed? I didn't know what those were supposed to mean.
People's Exhibit 32. Would you read the text in this to us?
All I do is follow you and wait for your forgiveness. How dumb, huh? I can't do this, Babs. And then there's another photo of a coworker.
Is this also someone at Brighton Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
What did it make you feel when you said, or when he said, I can't do this, Babs?
I mean, I think when I tried to break down the messages, that it just meant that he didn't want to hurt me, but he could hurt me. I think that he was following me, and like he would continue to follow me and wait until I forgave him for whatever he was going to do, whatever he was capable of doing. And then he was trying to convince himself that he couldn't do it, but he might end up doing it.
What did it make you think when he kept sending you photos of your coworkers?
I mean, I would say we're all a very tight-knit group. And so these are people that I care about. These are people that I work alongside. And I don't work on patrol with all of them anymore. I do work now with Officer Torres in the schools, but it was, these people were going to be in contact with him more often than I would. And so maybe he wouldn't hurt me, but maybe he would hurt somebody that I was close to.
Relation.
Any response?
Your Honor, this is about her state of mind and how she felt when she read these messages.
I'll allow it. It went to her state of mind. The question was what she believed.
Sorry, you can continue what you were saying.
So yeah, I think at that point it was just because they were the ones that were working patrol and they would be the ones that would take a call for service, that would he hurt them to try to hurt me. So maybe not me directly, but somebody very close to me.
It's People's Exhibit 33. Is that Officer Torres again?
Yes, ma'am.
People's Exhibit 34. Would you read the text in this set of messages?
He needs a haircut. Are you awake? Ha ha, love you. Dusty is using my other phone and walking around. There's another voice message. I love you. I bet you feel a little bad for me, but it's okay. I honestly have to go through this road. Bill wrote so much disgusting shit in my mom's house. And then there's a word, and then Finny. I would assume that's probably not funny or something like that.
What did you take it to mean when he wrote, I have to go through this road?
That he believed that there was a path that he was supposed to take. And that whether he agreed with it or he didn't, he believed that this was a road that he had to go down. And if it meant hurting somebody, he was going to hurt somebody. If it meant not hurting them, he wasn't going to hurt them.
And speculation again. Again, Your Honor, it's going to her state of mind, how she's perceiving this.
I'm going to overrule, allow it as it goes to her state of mind and how she's perceiving. Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
So yeah, I think that it was just really trying to make sense of what he was trying to say. But it was starting to frighten me on like, what road does he think he needs to take? And what is he trying to say? What is he trying to perceive this message as?
Would you turn in that binder to People's Exhibits 35 through 44?
Okay.
What are these exhibits of?
So I believe these are actually his pictures on his actual profile. So pictures that he uploaded on his own profile page.
And are they accurate depictions of things that you saw on Mr. Hernandez's Facebook profile?
Yes, ma'am.
Around what date, if you recall?
This all would have been around the same date, May 25th.
Here are the people have moved to admit what's marked People's Exhibits 35 through 44.
Any objection or any voir dire?
No, Your Honor.
Court will admit People's Exhibits 35 through 44.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
This is People's Exhibit 35. Would you read the text in this?
Love you, friend. Help me celebrate my B-Day. Bings, we love you, right, Lainey? And then there's another photo of me.
Did you understand Lainey to be a reference to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been a name that you had shared with Mr. Hernandez?
No, but it was on my profile page.
This is People's Exhibit 36. What is this image that's been posted?
That was a different profile picture that I had on my Facebook page.
And when had you posted that photo?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't say if it would have been before the other photo that he posted, but this would have been during that same time that it would have been on my profile page.
Was there any particular reason for posting this particular photo?
I think at that point it was trying to hide my identity, was because now people were finding me on Facebook using my name. They were finding me on Facebook with my photo. And so if somebody didn't know my name, then they wouldn't know that it was me either.
You say people were finding you on Facebook, people other than Mr. Hernandez?
Specifically Josiah.
So he's the reason that you changed your profile picture?
Yes, ma'am.
What did it make you think when he posted this picture?
That he was still following me. He was still going through my social media. He was still saving my pictures to his phone or computer, whatever it was.
People's Exhibit 37. Is this also from his Facebook page?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these some of the same photos that we've already seen or same videos that we've already seen?
Yes, ma'am.
This might be too difficult to read, but can you tell which video this was, which song it was?
It was the same one with the Judas song.
People's Exhibit 38. I'm going to zoom in on this middle message. Are you able to read the text that's on that image?
Partially. She works for Joyce Meyer and Terrence Sanchez and government. I think Hooks and Bill, but when she has purple, she's my fave.
Do you know a Joyce Meyer?
Not personally, but I'm familiar with Joyce Meyer.
Who is she?
She's a female preacher.
What about the other person who's mentioned? Was it Torrance or Terrence Sanchez? Do you know that person?
So I'm familiar with a Terrence Sanchez that we've come in contact with on patrol, but I don't know if he was referencing the same Terrence Sanchez. Other than that, I don't know who the Bill is.
Now, is this photo one that we've seen before?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this photo from? Or I apologize, I know we've spoken about that already, but is this the photo as it was posted on the Brighton police page?
No, there was a group of us in that photo.
So is this cropped?
Yes, he cropped me out of this photo.
People's Exhibit 39. People's Exhibit 40. I'll zoom in again on this middle message. Can you read that text?
And tomorrow she works for Katrina and Priscilla Aguirre and Jordan Nellies and Bill's Lies and Purple. Meanwhile, Bill was around all night.
Do you know Katrina?
No, ma'am.
Do you know Priscilla Aguirre?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know Bill, right?
No, ma'am.
Do you know the wave?
Is this the same photo?
Yes, it is.
Is this the same version of that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
The bottom two messages, are those just different versions of the same photo?
Yes, ma'am.
It's People's Exhibit 41. Can you read the text on that image?
She's my favorite, but she is country.
Does that mean anything to you?
Not off the top of my head, no, ma'am.
Have you ever considered yourself country?
Yes, but I don't post it publicly on social media.
So to your knowledge, does Mr. Hernandez have any knowledge of your countryness, so to speak?
Not that I was aware of, no, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with him about country music?
No, ma'am.
This is People's Exhibit 42. Can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this is Josiah's page, and it shows that he updated his profile picture, and it's a picture of me.
How did that make you feel?
I just think that it went back to like, why is he sharing my personal information on his social media page? We weren't friends. We didn't communicate with each other. I don't know who he's related to, who he's friends with, and so he just continued to post all this stuff.
Did that make you feel unsafe?
Yes, ma'am.
Hell yes. It's creepy.
It's People's Exhibit 43. Can you read the text on this page?
I'm pissed, baby, really.
Did you understand that to be an attempt to spell your name?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you feel when you read that?
I mean, I think as these were all done around the same time on that May 25th timeframe, and so as the messages continued, he was becoming more and more escalated. And he would say that he was mad, he was upset, and now here he is on his own profile page telling the world that like he's mad at me.
Was that frightening?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain a little bit more about that?
I mean, I think it's because I didn't know who he knew. And he's escalating. He's mad at me for not answering my phone. It's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 3 a.m. It's 7 a.m. And I think at that point it was like, again, like, is he this road that he's trying to go on? Is he trying to find somebody to hurt me? Like, what does all of this mean? And why is he coming after me?
This is People's Exhibit 44. Can you read the posts on here that are by Josiah?
Bybee, Babs, Lainey, ha ha ha, what, duh. And another one bites the dust.
What do you understand that phrase to mean? Another one bites the dust.
I think when I first read it that he was referencing to me, that I was the one that was going from who I was to a pile of dust. You know, again, a Christian phrase that to the dust that we shall fall into. So I didn't quite know what that meant, but I think that there's also a country song that talks about another one bites the dust. So I think from there, it just brought more of the confusion and like, what exactly does this mean? And is he wanting to hurt me? Is he trying to hurt me? Is this going to escalate further? And how do I get this to stop?
Do you have an impression of what biting the dust
I wouldn't characterize Queen as country.
means?
Yes, ma'am. I would say that my impression is that they die.
What do I know?
How did it make you feel that he posted this with your photo?
That that's what he was intending, that that's what he meant.
So throughout this time period, you said initially when you met Mr. Hernandez back in 2022, you didn't have any concerns about his relationship to you. Is that fair?
No, ma'am. I did not.
But at this point in 2024, were you afraid of him?
Yes, because behavior was escalating.
What impact did that fear have on you?
I mean, I think I had a conversation with my husband at that point I always talked about work, but we didn't always talk about our fears. You know, like as a law enforcement officer, we don't talk about what we're afraid of. But that's the conversation that I had to have with my husband was like, do I need to be afraid every single day going to work? Am I going to be safe? Are the boys going to be safe? Like, what do I do and how do I handle this? And so then I started changing stuff at work. I started changing the way that I drove to work. I stopped going down certain roads that I knew that he could be or where he lived. And I stopped going to that gym. I went to a different gym. So there was just things that I started to do differently.
What else did you change at work?
I mean, specifically at work, I went to work as a school resource officer to take myself off of the road.
Oh my God, she had to go to a different Planet Fitness.
I think that I let other law enforcement officers know kind of what was going on and the fears that were going on. And that like, I just didn't know how to handle this.
You said you spoke about this with your husband. Did you feel like you needed to speak with your children about this?
I did reach out to my oldest.
What did you discuss with him?
I think I just reminded him to be vigilant. Be aware of your surroundings, be aware of like what's around you, who you're friends with, what you're posting on social media. Like you never know who you're around. You never know who's watching you. You never know who's following you. So be vigilant of that.
How did he react to that?
mean, he's my brave kid. So he just was like, it's okay, Mom, don't worry about it. I'll protect you. So I don't think he quite grasped the fear that I was having at the time.
When you work on duty, do you carry a weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
When you're off duty, do you usually carry a weapon?
Not usually, no.
Did you begin carrying a weapon after this series of messages?
I didn't, but I considered it with my husband. I think that I wanted to live a normal life like I always had, and I didn't want this to change it that dramatically that I started doing things that I don't normally do. So I was already going through counseling, so I reached out to a counselor, and we just tried to process all of this and how it was making me feel and how to continue to live a life as normal as possible, but still be vigilant about what was going on around me.
You said you were speaking to a therapist about this. Just to be clear, is Dr. Beth Peters your therapist?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you take any measures to keep your family safe? Any additional measures?
We talked about adding additional security cameras to the home, on the windows. At the time we had initially, before all this had happened, my husband and I were talking about getting rid of the security system. But because of all this, I told him I didn't want to get rid of it. That right now, that was my safety, that was my security of being at home.
Were there any particularly bad episodes for you in terms of feeling fear?
I think it kind of came in waves. Like I would be okay, and then I wouldn't be okay, and then I would be afraid, and then, you know, I would work with my counselor and I would talk about the certain things that, like, how do I, like, she explained it as like law enforcement compartmentalize our feelings, right? We try to undermine how we really feel. And so I really tried to just tell myself that I was okay, that we were okay, that everybody else was okay. But deep down inside, I was really afraid. I was really scared.
How long did those feelings last for you?
I mean, I think it still comes and goes. Sometimes I'm okay, like before coming here, like I was fine, but now being here and having to tell my story all over again, it gets scary. And it just makes everything seem so much more real again.
During the time that you were receiving these messages, were you in Adams County?
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, does Mr. Hernandez also live in Adams County?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Bybee. No further questions right now.
Thank you. Any cross?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. I think this is a good time to take our afternoon break. Welcome back, members of the jury. I just want to remind you that Ms. Bybee remained under oath during this break. We had just finished with the people's questions. I'm going to ask defense if they wish to cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Good afternoon, Officer Bybee.
Hello, ma'am.
So just to confirm, you are a school resource officer currently, correct?
Currently, yes, ma'am.
And that is through Brighton Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in Adams County, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I just want to clarify the timeline. You first met Josiah in 2022, you testified?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in your capacity as a patrol officer at the time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You met him twice, correct?
From my recall, yes.
And you didn't have any concerns for your personal safety at that time?
No, ma'am.
And then you saw him, you testified at a Planet Fitness, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He was also working out there, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And there was nothing out of the ordinary about that interaction, correct?
I wouldn't have said so, no.
No. Did you continue to go to that gym?
No, ma'am.
But you didn't have any concerns about your personal safety at that time, correct?
I mean, I think that just kind of depends. I think that having somebody recognize me outside and not approaching me before, that part was concerning. So I opted to go to another local gym where people weren't just randomly approaching me while I was working out.
I hear you. But you did testify that you didn't have any concerns about your safety at that time, correct?
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because you didn't have any other in-person contact with Mr. Hernandez, correct?
No, ma'am.
You haven't, in fact, at all, correct?
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to jump ahead to the social media contacts. So that started in October of 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you said that you were never friends with Mr. Hernandez on Facebook, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And if you aren't friends with someone on Facebook, any message goes to a message request folder, correct?
Possibly. I think so.
Okay. It doesn't notify you though, correct?
I don't think it would have notified me of the message, but I think that what notified me was his phone calls that he continued to make.
But if you're not friends with someone, a message goes into the message request folder, correct?
I think if they just send a message, but I think because he was doing a Facebook call, that's why it came through. Because
I
those
think
don't,
so, right? But you
I mean,
don't, you're not exactly sure, correct?
I'm not the Facebook expert, but I think
I
so.
understand.
One at a time, both of you, please.
But you initially received a message request, correct?
Possibly. I think that was the very first message that was unsent. Yes.
Okay. And once you accepted it, you were able to receive audio calls, correct?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, all I recall is that there was a phone call that was coming through, and that's what alerted me to the messages in the first place.
We saw an exhibit of several missed audio calls, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As well as some messages. And you eventually called him back, correct?
After the message had come through that he was going to harm himself, yes.
And you don't remember what was said on that call, correct?
I think I tried to convince Josiah that law enforcement could help him.
Okay. And you did end up dispatching officers, correct?
I did, yes, ma'am.
But you didn't tell him that he needed to call 911 instead, did you?
I mean, I can't recall. I probably would have recommended that he call the police, but I mean, I was a law enforcement officer and I knew that he believed that I could help him. So I reached out to a sergeant and said, hey, I'm getting these phone calls and these text messages. Can you send law enforcement over there to help?
Okay. But to your recollection, you did not tell him to call 911 instead of you, correct?
I mean, I wouldn't have said call 911 and hung up, no.
And over that whole incident, you were primarily concerned for Mr. Hernandez, correct?
During that first conversation, yes.
Okay. Did you block Mr. Hernandez after that?
I think that I did. I can't recall if I actually went through and blocked him, but I believed at the time he was blocked.
Okay, you believed at the time he was blocked, correct? And you did not receive any other messages from him until the following May, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you block someone, you can't message or call them, correct?
From my knowledge, yes.
And there are some screenshots in the exhibits where you took those screenshots after you had blocked him the final time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that indicates that you cannot message or call someone if they're blocked, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But at some point in May of 2024, he was able to send you messages, correct?
Yes, the Snapchat messages, yes.
It was all through Facebook though, correct?
Yes.
There were some links to Snapchat, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But it was all just through the Messenger app, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't have your phone number, correct?
No.
He didn't have any in-person contact with you, correct?
No.
And so we talked a little bit about the timestamps on those messages. When did you, they started around 3 in the morning, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you receive those messages?
I believe that it would have been when I woke up that morning after my alarm went off.
Okay. So the next day after your alarm went off, you received these messages, but you were not friends with him, correct?
No, I was not friends with him.
So they went into the message request inbox, correct?
No, ma'am.
That's not correct?
No, they wouldn't have gone into an unknown folder because there was already some communication between me and Josiah. So because of that first initial conversation, that now goes to a regular inbox.
Because you had accepted a message request in the past.
Well, the phone message was not a message request. So I think that because of that phone message, that's why he was able to get through and then send that voicemail. So I saw the missed calls and was trying to figure out why he was calling, what was going on. And then at that point, I would have accepted that first message where he was saying that he was suicidal.
Right, so you did accept a message, and that's when he was able to send you messages that didn't go to the message request folder, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But he had not messaged you in the interim at all, correct?
No.
Okay. So after those messages in May, you reported this, correct?
I mean, I didn't do like an official, I called to report it. I spoke to Sergeant Ortiz as a professional way to say, hey, these messages came in. I knew that there was prior contact with him the day before that, which is how all of this started.
So did you report it? I just need a yes or no.
Not in the same sense that other people would make a report.
I understand. You went maybe through a different channel. Is that fair?
I did it more of a professional type thing.
But Sergeant Ortiz did take a report, correct?
She did eventually as she continued with the investigation, yes.
And did you have that contact with her right after these messages were sent?
Yes, ma'am, it was the morning of.
And then you did not, like you said, have any sort of formal interview, did you?
No, I did not.
You provided a written statement to the police department, though, is that correct?
I did at that point, yes.
Okay.
About 3 weeks later.
A few weeks later, did you say?
Yes.
Would June 17th sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that statement, you laid out all of the contacts that you had had with Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you've been a police officer for a while, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know what's important to include in a written statement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Especially when you're not giving any sort of interview, right?
I would say so, yes.
And in that written statement, you didn't say that you felt physically unsafe when we were receiving those messages.
I don't think in the beginning that I did, but if I recall right, I think that I was afraid of some form of retaliation.
Okay. But you didn't mention feeling physically unsafe for yourself or your family in that statement, correct?
No, just afraid of some form of retaliation.
Okay. And you didn't say that you had seen Mr. Hernandez in person since, correct?
No, I had not seen him.
Or that you'd been contacted by phone or email, correct?
By my work phone or personal phone, no, but he did reach out to the police department on multiple occasions and would specifically ask
He
for
did
me.
not contact you over either a work phone or a personal phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
Or a work email or a personal email?
No, ma'am.
And after you gave that statement in June of 2024, did you have any follow-up conversations with anyone at the Brighton Police Department formally?
Not that I can recall.
Were you notified when charges were filed?
At that point, yes, I was.
And that was in February of 2025, correct?
Yeah, so it's like 6 months later.
And between June and February, you didn't have any formal conversations with law enforcement about that case, right?
Not that I can recall, no.
Because there was nothing additional to add, correct?
At that point, no.
So I want you to turn to People's Exhibit 30, I believe. Mine are numbered a little differently, but I think. And there's a photo sent in that, correct?
Yes, it shows the images sent are covered by a blurred message.
And it says that images sent in message requests are covered, correct?
Yes.
So when you received that, it's fair to assume that that came through a message request?
I mean, I honestly couldn't recall.
Okay. But that's what it says, right?
Mhm.
So you also testified that, I know that we talked about your statement a little bit, but you testified pretty specifically that you thought some of the messages that you received from Mr. Hernandez were him intending to do you physical harm, correct?
I think as I read the messages, yes, that's what I believed.
Okay. But you didn't include that in your statement, correct?
No, just that I believed that there was some form of retaliation.
Okay. You didn't include anything about this road that he was on that you think means he might hurt someone, correct?
I mean, I think I tried to be more specific in it regarding the children and a few other things that were in my statement. I mean, it's been 4 years since I wrote this, 2 years since I wrote the statement. So, I mean, there's a lot of blurred images that over the course of the last few years.
I understand. But you did not, so is your testimony that you did not include that you thought he was going to physically hurt you in your statement?
No, but I don't think that this was just about physicality. It was also about emotionally.
I
and the
understand.
fear.
If you could just answer the questions I'm asking though, please.
No, ma'am.
So you talked a little bit about some changes that you made as a result of these interactions. You said that you became a school resource officer because of this.
Oh, this trial's going lightning speed.
I mean, it had always been my dream, so I didn't specifically get off of patrol, but I think everything just lined up appropriately, that I was getting moved off of patrol, I was going to the schools, and so I could focus on students rather than patrol.
So you became a school resource officer when?
Between August and September of 2023.
Okay. So that was before the May messages, correct? Significantly before?
A few months, and then that was the first message that he sent me was in October, so just 2 months after.
Right. Okay. And but you hadn't been concerned about him at that time. You testified.
No, ma'am.
So it's fair to say that you became a school resource officer for other reasons?
Yeah, I became a school resource officer for the kids.
Did you talk to anyone from the district attorney's office about this case?
No, ma'am. Not that I recall.
Do you recall having a conversation in April of 2025 with someone from the district attorney's office?
Yes, that would have been after the charges were filed, and then somebody reached out to me, yes.
And in that conversation, did you say that you were not afraid that Mr. Hernandez would physically hurt you?
I mean, I think at the time, yeah, I didn't think that he would, but I think that that's also how I undermined how I really felt about what was going on.
But that was in a conversation with the district attorney's office, correct?
Yeah, I think I undermined how I really felt about the situation.
But you did say that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when we saw the big, long sort of screen recording or video of Facebook messages, the last thing we see is you telling Mr. Hernandez that he needs to stop contacting you, correct?
Yes.
And after that, since that happened in May, he did stop contacting you, correct?
From Facebook, from my understanding, yes.
Yes. And he took down the pictures that he had posted of you after you sent that, correct?
Maybe. I don't have access to his Facebook page, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. In your statement, you said that he did take down the photos, though.
I think there was collective conversations between officers at work that we all believed that he took them down, and I was told he took them down.
You testified that a lot of the messages just didn't make any sense to you, correct?
I mean, alone by themselves, no.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Bobby, you testified on cross-examination
We have redirect.
that you're not an expert in Facebook, essentially. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this situation the first time that you felt you would need to block someone for your safety?
Yes, ma'am.
So this isn't something that you do all the time?
No, ma'am, it's not.
This isn't something that you have a lot of experience with?
No, it's not.
Ms. Brito asked you if all the contacts that we've seen have been through Facebook. To your knowledge, was there other attempts to contact you through other forms of social media?
I mean, I think after I was at work and talking to a couple of coworkers, not just law enforcement, but they talked about how you could just do a real quick Google search of your name and all kinds of social medias pop up. And I think through that, I found an old Pinterest account and I clicked on that I found the password username and I went to that Pinterest account and there was a message from Josiah at that point.
So he had posted things to you or about you on Facebook and Pinterest and Nextdoor.
Yes.
Did Mr. Hernandez have your work number?
We generally don't give
Pinterest?
that out, so he wouldn't have had that phone number, no.
Would he have had your personal cell phone?
Seriously, what kind of guy, even if you're stalking, what kind of guy is going on Pinterest? Pinterest has cooties. Everybody knows it.
Phone number?
No, because I don't give that out to anybody.
To your knowledge, did he make phone calls to the police department to reach you?
He did, yes.
Now, you testified a little bit about the report that you wrote, and I want to talk to you about that. Ms. Brito asked you if you had ever written in your statement that you were afraid of physical violence, essentially, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You do, however, write several times in your statement that you felt concerned.
Yes, I was concerned.
You wrote that it was really starting to creep you out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You wrote you were becoming more concerned about your own safety and your family.
Yes, ma'am.
You wrote most of the voice messages were concerning.
Yes, ma'am.
As we've discussed at length, you're a police officer.
Yes, ma'am.
So you write reports as part of your general duties, is that right?
Yes.
Is it your practice to include a lot of feelings in your reports?
No, we stick to the facts.
Is that what you were trying to do in this statement?
I think I tried to do both. I tried to explain my feelings, but also stick to the facts because, again, I wasn't looking at this as like a police report. I was doing it as like a professional sense that I wanted the supervisors to know that I believed that his actions were increasing and now were becoming more concerning.
Now, when you say concerning in your statement, can you explain a little bit about what you meant? What was concerning? What were you concerned about?
I mean, they initially started, like with the timeline, we're talking about, that initial conversation that took place in October. And that initial conversation was, hey, send help. I'm suicidal. And so I called for help. I asked for help. And then as those messages came through, then he posts, a couple weeks later on Nextdoor at my picture, my photo, tells me congratulations with my new position. And that was never actually discussed with Mr. Hernandez that I was a school resource officer. I did tell him that I was no longer on patrol. That can mean anything. And then a few months later was when I received those messages in May. And when I received those messages in May, over less than a year, he was getting more and more heated. He was getting more and more concerning. He was writing these messages of hurting people and hurting me. And that's how it was the escalation that was starting to be concerning to me in the course of less than 6 months.
And when you say concerning, were you concerned for your safety?
Yes, I was.
Were you concerned when you said, I was becoming more concerned about my own safety and my family? Were you concerned for your family's safety?
Yes, I was.
Did the fact that there were over 200 messages in a few hours especially concern you?
Yes, it did.
And was that based not only on the messages, but the whole history of your knowledge of Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, the history over the years that we've known each other and that we've made contact.
Were you particularly concerned knowing about his obsessive nature?
Yes.
To your knowledge, after Mr. Hernandez was arrested, he stopped sending you Facebook messages, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know whether he tried to contact you in other ways?
I mean, other than through the department, that's all that I was aware of.
So are you aware of him continuing to try to contact you through the department, through the police department?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Now, when you spoke with the district attorney's office, did you speak with me?
I believe so, yes.
Was that conversation regarding what you and I thought could be an appropriate resolution of this case?
I would believe so, yeah.
Was that more than maybe roughly a year after you received all these messages?
I do recall it being quite a while afterwards, yes.
And at that point, had your concerns kind of waned?
I would say to a certain extent, yeah.
So when you and I spoke, you testified that you were kind of undermining your feelings about the case. Does that come from your experience as a law enforcement officer?
I would say so, and just trying to continue to do my job and do my job well with the city and with the community and remain strong in my own self.
Is it fair to say that at that time when we had that conversation, you were hoping for the best for Mr. Hernandez?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you feel differently in April of 2025 than you did in May of 2024?
I would say so, yes.
How so?
I mean, I think that at that point, I was processing a lot of the situation that was going on. I worked with a therapist. I talked to the therapist. I was talking to my husband. And so I just tried to figure out how to handle the situation, handle my emotions, whether or not to undermine them as a law enforcement officer. Like, do I really need to be afraid? Am I afraid? And I was just really trying to work through all of that.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Bybee. Nothing further.
So jury, have any questions for this witness? Some questions. Thank you. If I could have the parties approach, please. Okay, we have some questions for you, Ms. Bybee, from our jury. Question number 1. Were messages from Mr. Hernandez sent across several days and occasions, or just on 2 separate days, once in October and once in May?
To my specific Facebook, there was October and then the other one in May. And then there was that post that was made on the Nextdoor app.
Thank you. Question number 2, when you received the first messages from Mr. Hernandez, did you ever ask him to stop contacting you? And did you block him at that time?
I don't know if I really recall. I think I was more concerned about his message that he was having a mental health episode and was asking for help.
Thank you. Next question, was there a year gap between contact at the gym and the next contact?
I don't believe so. I think that there was a couple of contacts in 2022 from law enforcement, and then the gym would have been within a few months of that, from what I recall.
Next question, seeing those videos, messages, and pictures, how does that make you feel today?
I think that's where a lot of the emotion comes from, is that I have to relive it all over again.
Next question, after you messaged him to stop messaging you, was that when he started posting about you publicly? Or was he messaging and posting at the same time?
I believe he was messaging and publicly posting, all within the same time frame.
Next question, after asking Mr. Hernandez to stop, did you block him or did he stop of his own volition?
I don't think Mr. Hernandez would have stopped if I wouldn't have blocked him from social media.
Speculation.
Right. I'm going to strike that answer as to speculating. It's whether or not you blocked him or did he stop on his own? And if you don't know, that's also can be an answer.
All right, I blocked Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Next question. You mentioned Mr. Hernandez called the police station asking for you. Was this before, during, or after the Facebook messages?
This was all three, before, during, and then afterwards.
Thank you. Next question. Was the Pinterest message before, during, or after the Facebook message asking him to stop?
I honestly can't recall. It probably all would have been done around the same
that's
time because it
wrong.
was a very old Pinterest
I
account.
mean, it's funny, but it's wrong.
This question reads in Exhibit 21, I believe there is a video message with greenish tint that appears to have writing diagonally across it in foreign writing. It appears to be in German. Are you aware if this was ever translated?
Not to my knowledge, it was never translated.
Okay. Next question. You mentioned telling Josiah that you were off patrol. When did that conversation happen?
That happened in the very beginning in October when he sent me the messages and asked for patrol officer for help because it was the emergency. And I responded that I was no longer on patrol, so it wouldn't be me. It would be somebody else that would be going to his house.
Based on those questions and answers, do the people have any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Based on those questions and answers, does the defense have any follow-up?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So to clarify, do you remember what month you saw Mr. Hernandez at the gym?
Off the top of my head, no, ma'am, I don't.
But that was sometime, do you remember what year it was?
Well, most of my contacts with him while I was on patrol was in 2022,
So was this in 2022 as well?
probably late 2020. No, sorry. So it would have been prior to November of 2022, would have been when I saw him at the gym.
So you saw him at the gym in 2022 and then prior to November. So there was about a year before October 2023 when the next contacts took place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you testified that you blocked him after the May contacts. There were no other social media accounts that you know that he reached out to you through after May, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am.
And you don't know when the Pinterest message was sent, correct?
I think that at the time there was a date, but when I tried to look back at the Pinterest, there was nothing there, so I just swiped it.
Okay. You testified that you believe that he called the police station asking for you after you told him to stop, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your statement, you say you are not aware of him calling the department to contact you after that, correct?
At the time of the statement, which was in June, Josiah had tried to contact the police department after that.
After that?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Based on those defense questions, do the people have any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes.
And you are also released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do the people have another witness they intend to call?
No, Your Honor, the people rest.
Members of the jury, at this point in time, the people have rested their case in chief. Jurors have exited the courtroom. You may be seated. All right. Does the defense have a motion they wish for me to consider?
Yes, Judge.
At this time, the defense moves for judgment of acquittal. The issue is whether the relevant evidence, both direct and circumstantial, when viewed as a whole in the light most favorable to the prosecution, is substantial and sufficient to support a conclusion by a reasonable mind that the defendant is guilty of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. which comes from People v. Bennett. Even viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, the district attorney has failed to present sufficient evidence for a reasonable jury to find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I will jump to element 3, that the prosecution must prove that Mr. Hernandez knowingly, repeatedly followed, approached, contacted, placed under surveillance, or made any form of communication with another person, either directly or indirectly through a third person. During this trial, there were major issues when it comes to proving the knowing element. The prosecution has to prove that Mr. Hernandez was aware of the nature and circumstances of his contact, and aware this contact was practically certain to cause the result. The prosecution chose not to play the interview of Mr. Hernandez, which may have addressed that. We did see Facebook messages from someone named Josiah Hernandez, but we heard no testimony that anyone witnessed Mr. Hernandez sending those messages. It is possible that someone sends messages from somebody else's account. Simply a name and photograph is not enough to establish this element. There are also big question marks to the knowing element because we saw that at least one message was unsent, meaning it could have been an accident. In addressing the repeat or repeatedly term, which is defined in Colgi and part of the proposed jury instructions, repeat means on more than one occasion. We heard that the bulk of the messages that concerned Officer Bybee were sent on May 25 of 24 and were sent in a successive manner over a number of hours. I submit to the court that this constitutes one occasion and the state has failed to satisfy this element. Moving next to element number 4, which is that the district attorney has to prove that it is in a manner that would cause a reasonable person to suffer serious emotional distress. And I submit to Your Honor that a reasonable person would not suffer serious emotional distress from receiving non-threatening messages over social media. The messages were not threatening. They were mostly compliments. A reasonable person would not suffer serious emotional distress from receiving messages on a public platform. We heard that Officer Bybee never received messages on her personal or her work cell phone. I will also note from Beth Peters' testimony that a lot of stalking involving professional people is based on resentment, and that is not the case here. It is clear that from the messages, Mr. Hernandez admired Officer Bybee. He did not resent her. A reasonable person simply wouldn't suffer serious emotional distress from this. Moving now to element number 5, which is that the communications did cause Delana Bybee serious emotional distress. We did hear from Officer Bybee in this case. We did not hear that she suffered serious emotional distress. We did not hear that her distress rose to the level of serious. She first described the interactions at the gym as not threatening at that time. She testified that when Mr. Hernandez reached out to her about wanting to harm himself, she was concerned for him and even thought maybe it was a joke. She called the messages sent in 2024 as alarming. That does not rise to the level of serious. Officer Bybee also testified that in her statement, she definitively said she did not feel physically unsafe. At the end of the day, she testified that most of the messages simply didn't make sense to her. She did not know the people involved, such as Dusty or Bill. She didn't know who many of the people in the photos were. She wasn't aware of the songs. She said she was often confused. I think it's also relevant to this element that they were not Facebook friends and the messages potentially went to a different folder. So Officer Bybee was not being alerted to the messages unless she opened that folder. For example, in May of 2024, when many of the messages were sent, she did not receive the alerts in real time. They were sent in the middle of the night when she was sleeping. Officer Bybee testified that she was awoken by her alarm, not the messages. And she only saw the messages after she woke up due to her alarm. She also testified that she didn't open the Snapchat links that were sent via social media or via Facebook. We also heard or didn't hear that she made meaningful changes to her life, rising to what would constitute serious emotional distress. She did not have to resign from Brighton PD. She did not have to pull her kids out of school. And she also testified that prior to this, she was already working with a therapist. So that was not a new part of her life. Next, I will move to the last element, which the court is aware that there is an extra burden in this case to overcome the First Amendment, which comes from the Counterman case. The district attorney has to prove that Josiah consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk that Officer Bybee would perceive the messages as threatening violence. The district attorneys have failed to present compelling testimony regarding Josiah's reckless mental state in this case. We have now all heard the communications that were introduced, and on their face, they are simply not threatening. The vast majority of them are him giving her compliments. The remaining messages are incoherent, talk about God, or are clearly from someone going through a mental health episode. The message that was emphasized that the devil is going to take your kids, I did want to speak about that because the context of the other messages is important. We saw an exhibit that had a depiction of Jesus, and many of the messages discuss Mr. Hernandez's faith and being a Christian. And it is not an explicit threat against Officer Bybee's kids. He did not mention them by name. It can be read as more of a general warning about what the devil can do to a young person's mind. The other message that the district attorney emphasized was that Josiah was saying he didn't want to hurt her, but he was afraid of the shit. You can interpret that in many ways, including simply on its face, that he had no plans and no intentions to hurt her. He was simply tired of this shit. We know from the testimony that his life was not going well at that time. The district attorney chose not to play the interview of Josiah, which has been referenced in this trial. So we do not have that evidence of what Mr. Hernandez was thinking from his own mouth. That was likely a strategic decision on the district attorney to not play that interview, but it would have probably given the best context as to what his mental state was at the time of sending those messages. Instead, we are left to speculate. And this charge and this particular element does require that we look into his mind, into his intentions, if they were reckless. And lastly, once Mr. Hernandez was directed to stop, he did. That's further evidence that Mr. Hernandez was not recklessly communicating in a way that would be perceived as threatening violence. If he was being reckless about sending threatening messages on Facebook media, he would not have stopped when asked. The prosecution has simply not shown that Mr. Hernandez acted recklessly in his communications, and this element is not met.
People's response.
Your Honor, nothing that the defense has just cited rises to the level for judgment of acquittal. As they stated initially, the standard is in the light most favorable to the people. All of the issues that defense raised would require the court to look at the evidence absolutely in the light most favorable to Mr. Hernandez. He knowingly sent those messages, many messages over hours. The fact that he unsent one just shows us that he could have unsent all of them and did not. There were repeated contacts on one day alone over multiple months. Ms. Bybee testified credibly that she felt many of those messages were threatening violence. They certainly are not mostly complimentary. Her emotion and her genuine, serious emotional distress was apparent when she was testifying today. The fact that he didn't contact her through every single means that her family can contact her is not dispositive. He contacted her in every way that he knew how. Defense said multiple times what is not serious emotional distress. That is not the state of the law, however. In fact, courts have found that the therapy alone shows serious emotional distress. All of the other things that we spoke about, Ms. Bybee changing her driving, speaking with her family, speaking with her children about being hypervigilant, all of that is a show of serious emotional distress. The testimony from Dr. Peters also substantiates all of this. The repeated contacts, the intensity of the contacts, the frequency of the contacts, photos of her friends, mentions of her family, implicit threats. She testified that explicit threats are actually quite rare. And I would submit to the court that many of these messages are explicit threats. I'm asking the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Parties have both accurately stated the standard in this case, which is the court views the relevant evidence, both direct and circumstantial, when viewed as a whole and in the light most favorable to the prosecution, that evidence is both substantial and sufficient to support a conclusion by a reasonable mind that the defendant is guilty of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The court in this case heard testimony from 3 witnesses concerning this matter and how it was handled by Ms. Bybee. I've also heard from Dr. Peters, who is an expert in this case. The court heard directly from Ms. Bybee the changes that she had to make in her life as a result of the messages that she received, the numerous messages that she received from the defendant. Defense is arguing that they're sent in succession and they constitute one occasion and not separate and distinct and repeated occasions. Court finds that although they were sent over a brief period of time, that each one of them is repeated contact or repeated communication with Ms. Bybee, that they do not constitute one single communication. In fact, I think the communication themselves seems to imply that they are multiple and not one act, as in that they are in many ways similar, but in many ways dissimilar. He covers numerous topics, addresses different things at different times, includes different pictures of different people. This is not one continuous communication. It's repeated communications, and it's more than one. The issue also turned to whether or not he acted knowingly. I do find that he acted knowingly, whether or not there's an argument to be made that that someone else may have sent them or that he accidentally sent them. That's not for the court to determine, as I'm required to view the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution. The issue also became whether or not the people have met the burden of recklessly, which would be in cases that simply only address First Amendment, and whether or not there is just verbal or just speech that's covered under the First Amendment. In this case, I've also heard testimony that that the defendant, Mr. Hernandez, actively went and sought out pictures on Facebook, actively went and sought out pictures that were part of a public Facebook forum for the police agencies, that he obtained information about her children. He obtained information about a dog that she had, as those were all referenced in the messages. So there is, at the very least, there was some active involvement by Mr. Hernandez to
track down or obtain this information that Ms. Bybee herself testified she never shared with him, and that it was not publicly made available, or it would not have been made available to him. So it's not as simply as saying this is just a speech case. I think there's other factors at play in this case. However, if I view it just as a speech case, I do find that the people have established the reckless nature of the acts by Mr. Hernandez, or that when I view the evidence that was presented regarding the reckless nature of the acts by the defendant, Mr. Hernandez, that when I view all of that evidence, I find that it's both substantial and sufficient when viewed in a light most favorable to the people to support a conclusion by a reasonable mind that the defendant is guilty of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. It was clear to the court the changes that Ms. Bybee had to make in her life, that that at the very least there's substantial and sufficient evidence when I view those changes in the light most favorable to the people. And those changes were that she, again, as stated by the people, she changed the direction of travel to and from work. She had to have conversations with her coworkers, conversations with her family. She became hypervigilant. Basically, while she was out in the community, she considered carrying a firearm in her everyday life, which was not something that she had done. They had to continue to pay for a security system, something that they had contemplated not paying for. So there were a number of things that she had made changes as far as those types of things. And she also testified quite credibly and showed quite a bit of emotion when she talked about the effect this has had on her life, including needing to address it in therapy, which was ongoing, but she had to take time out of the ongoing therapy for another issue to address this issue. So the therapy, as was stated by the people, the case law suggests that the therapy alone can show or establish serious emotional distress. And there was testimony that portions of that therapy were dedicated specifically to what was occurring in this situation. The statements are not, I know they're being painted as being complimentary, or the majority of them being complimentary, but there certainly was a number of statements or messages or posts. There was video messages, there was audio messages, there were written messages, some of which very easily this jury could interpret. And I will say they're both substantial and sufficient to support the conclusion by a reasonable mind that the defendant is guilty of the offense. But those statements alone could be viewed, when I view them in a light most favorable to the prosecution, do not imply that all of this was complimentary by any stretch of the imagination. So the court is going to deny the defense motion for judgment of acquittal in this matter. Okay. Mr. Hernandez, we did this before, this situation where you, in almost all situations, you are not required to make any statements to the court. Thank you, Ms. Brito. I always forget to have those microphones. Sometimes they're not even on, so I appreciate that both on. So in most situations, Mr. Hernandez, you're not required to make any statements at all. But in this scenario, I get to ask you some questions about your understanding of testifying or not testifying in this case. So I will need you to answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to testify?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that if you testify, the prosecution will be allowed to cross-examine you?
Your best view of crazy is coming up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you've been convicted of a felony, the prosecution will be entitled to ask you about it and thereby disclose it to the jury?
Meaning like they can ask me when I'm being testifying?
Yes, if you testify and you've been convicted of a felony, there are bases for which they can ask you about that felony. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you understand that
I
if
don't
you...
really understand, but that's why I'm asking
I
questions.
probably should reverse these and ask the people if they're aware of any felonies, but the order in which it's in is just asking you, if you get on the stand to testify and you have something like a felony in your background, but if you did, they would be allowed to ask you that. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are the people aware of any felony convictions for the defendant? If so, can you please advise the defendant of the felony convictions upon which you may choose to cross-examine?
We're not aware of any felony convictions.
Thank you.
Do you know, hold on. Do you further understand that you may be cross-examined by the prosecutor concerning any matters which are relevant and material to the case?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you also have the right not to testify?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that if you do not testify, then the jury can be instructed about that right and can be told that they cannot infer your guilt from the fact you remain silent? It would still be up to the prosecution to prove the elements of this case to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that the decision to testify or not testify is yours personally, and only you can make that decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you further understand that even though your attorney may disagree with your decision, that the decision is yours and yours alone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you fully understand this advisement?
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything further you wish for me to explain to you concerning your right to testify or not testify?
No, Your Honor.
Have you made a decision?
Yes, I have.
And what is your decision?
I wish to testify.
Okay. Is this decision your free and voluntary decision?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Has anyone placed any pressure on you to make that decision?
Not at all.
Is it knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily made?
It is.
Okay. Court will find that the defendant has chosen to testify and that his decision is his own knowing, free, intelligent, and voluntary decision. All right, when we come back in, I will just instruct them that you are not required to do anything as I always do, but then I'll turn to you and ask you if you wish to put on any evidence.
Yes.
All right. So let's take a couple of minutes for you all to stretch. We'll let the jury know that we'll be back in at 4:10. Does that give everyone enough time to stretch a little bit? Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll let the jury know. And I'm going to change my script around, Mr. Hernandez. I'm going to try to make that change. You've enlightened me that there's an error there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Brito or Ms. Carlson, does the defense have any witnesses they intend to call?
The defense calls Josiah Hernandez.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, I'll have you come up to the witness stand.
All right, there's the only good look at him that I remember from what I saw.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
I do, Your Honor.
You may have a seat. Once you are comfortably seated, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. I'm also going to ask that you speak slowly and clearly and directly into the microphone. Thank you.
My name is Josiah Paul Hernandez. My last name is spelled Hernandez.
Ms. Brito, you may begin questioning your witness.
Good afternoon, Josiah.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live?
I live here in Brighton, Colorado.
How long have you lived here?
All my life. I grew up here. Then I moved to about Thornton for about 5 years, and I moved back here. So I said, all my life.
Where do you work?
I've been a hairdresser for a little over 20 years, and I work here in Brighton at a hair salon for about 15 years.
So I want to turn your attention to 2022.
Starts to explain the Pinterest there, doesn't it?
You heard some testimony that you saw Officer Bybee at the gym. Can you describe that interaction for me?
Of course, yes. I was working out there like I still to this day, and I seen her there. We exchanged in a conversation. Very polite, very nice, and basically, I'll let you get back to your workout. And everything was very cordial, nice, and I'm always friendly, so.
Okay, Josiah. And I'm just going to say, for the court reporter's sake, if you can just speak slowly.
Okay.
I know it's hard. Are you a little nervous?
I'm also going to have him pull the microphone a little closer. These microphones don't pick up things very well. So there you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Are you a little nervous?
No, I'm okay. I have God on my side. That's it.
So besides the interaction at the gym and your prior contacts with Officer Bybee when she was working, have you ever seen Officer Bybee in person before?
She's a Brighton police officer. If police officers, I've never seen her like in front of me, but they're police officers. They're everywhere.
So I want to talk a little bit about October 21st, 2023. You've already heard testimony about some of the messages and communications that day. Can you tell me about what was going on with you?
Yes, so I would like to say I am a gay man that suffered from a 16-year really bad breakup. I lost my townhome in COVID, and my little Yorkie that you guys seen was stolen after 8 years. So
Did you hear that? His Yorkie was stolen.
I reached out to her for help.
Okay. And why did you reach out to her?
Because, there's a lot that happens, and, you need somebody to reach out to, and I reached out to I just reached out for help. I also reached out to my dad and my mom, but, at that time you're just reaching out for help because I had a lot of hurt me.
And you were worried about your mental state, correct?
Just, it's a lot for one person to handle. A 16-year breakup, feel like you're alone. Your best friend, like I said, I'm a gay man. I don't have kids. So that is my dog. He's stolen right underneath from my nose, and I lost my townhome, and it was all left for me to do on my own. It's just really hard.
And that interaction did end with her dispatching police officers to your home, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you have any contact with her since that day until May of 2024?
You mean after the
Yeah, no, after October, did you have any contact with her until May?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what was going on in May?
May 25th was my birthday. So, again, that was long time after that incident. I was going through another mental, crisis, which people do, and I just reached out for help. I had my living situation at the time was not the best. I had that person that you see in the picture with the blue bandana. He was harassed me, physically did assault me, and I really didn't know what to do. I'm not a person to call the cops on people. So I just wanted to ask for help, sometimes, when you're in a situation, you send messages accidentally wrong to certain people, or I use talk to text a lot. So sometimes it can get misconstrued, but
And we'll talk about that, okay?
Okay.
But it sounds like you reached out because you were having a hard time with your housing situation, correct?
Correct. Yes, I've had a lot on my shoulders in those times, and I felt like I had to do it on my own, so.
Okay. So we've heard a lot about Bill and Dusty. Who are those people to you?
So at that time, I was living under Bill's house at the time, and he had I don't know if it was a friend or if maybe he was, I don't know. He lived in the garage, in the back of the garage, and he would literally give me a hard time. He physically assaulted me one time. Like I said, I'm not the person to want to get into police. I have a really nice heart, big heart. But I did, since then I had another little dog after the hardship of my other dog is stolen. And he was literally I was worried for him to, hurt him.
Relevance.
Or,
Hold on, there's an objection. Hold on, sir.
It's relevant to why he reached out.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think you need to clarify a little bit about what we're talking about here. Go ahead.
So you were in a bad living situation with someone named Bill and Dusty, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those were photos that you sent to Officer Bybee over Facebook, correct?
Correct. As well as the Malachi, which is my dog.
Okay. You also sent her photos of herself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why did you do that?
I don't know. If you're having a mental situation, mental health breakdown, it's very important. I was not meaning to say anything malicious or anything. I just, I was in a place at that time. That was years ago. So I didn't say anything at the time I wasn't trying to, I was just reaching out,
Okay. I want to talk about some specific messages that were highlighted earlier. Do you remember sending a message about going to fight outside and making our dogs fight?
Yes, so that's what I wanted to explain. But those messages, I was interacting.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll get to that.
I'll
What-
sustain. Go ahead.
What did you mean by that, Mr. Hernandez?
Dusty lived on the outside and he was trying to mock. That message was not intended for Delana Bybee. I was literally sending messages to Dusty at the time too. I don't even know she has a dog. I don't know anything about her life. I don't know anything. Nor would I want to.
Okay. Now, when you posted her picture, there was a song in the background, correct?
Correct.
You heard that that was Judas by Lady Gaga, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also posted a couple other Lady Gaga songs in those messages, correct?
Correct.
Let me see if Sour Candy was one of them, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Hold My Hand. And you sent a message that's a video of yourself captioned with lyrics from the Lady Gaga song Schweiza? Shiza. Okay. Is it fair to say that you just enjoy Lady Gaga?
I just yes. As a gay man, I apologize to you guys, but yes, you just find peace in music, and I know that it's just, especially when you go through a hard time, I don't have kids. I would never want to hurt her kids. I don't know her kids. I have a dog that was torn out of my life. And then I have that Malachi, which was repeated in the picture, Malachi Colombo. And that's who I was talking about. Malachi is my dog. He's a great addition to me. Now I'm doing so good with him.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about that. You said that you don't have kids, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you heard one of the voicemail messages saying the devil is going to take your kids too. Correct?
It said, I guess the devil is going to take your kids. How dumb. That's exactly what it said.
Okay. You also said take your kids too, right? But you don't have any kids.
I think I was referring to my dog. So if he's gone, and I know that I was trying to say a scripture. In the scripture, I was saying, the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, though I come as a abundant for life. So that's why, because that's what I was trying to do. So I know that words can get twisted, but I would never, ever. I don't even know her kids.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it. She's a law enforcement officer. I would never want to rise to. That's just ridiculous. to me.
Okay. So you weren't trying to threaten her in any way, correct?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. From the bottom of my heart.
And in some of the messages, you do say you love her, correct?
What I'm referencing to, like I'm a very, like you.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Just say yes or no to that one, okay?
The love of the Lord, yes.
You never had any romantic interest in Miss Bybee, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, if we could limit the leading.
I'll sustain it, but I will allow a little bit to develop testimony, but that was not to develop, but go ahead.
Did you ever have any romantic interest? Or, sorry, you testified that you were a gay man, right?
Yes, very gay.
You don't date women, correct?
Not at all.
So I want to talk a little bit about the time frame of what was happening in May, okay? So you sent her, as we saw, quite a few messages that night, early morning, correct?
My birthday, correct.
And she didn't respond to any of them.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's developing testimony.
I'll allow that over.
And she did not respond to any of them until the next morning, correct?
Correct. I don't really recall.
Okay.
So long ago.
And once she told you that you were not to contact her over any platform, you took down all the posts of her.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'll sustain on that one.
What did you do after she told you not to contact her over any platform anymore?
Of course, I stopped. And all those posts before were way in the very, very beginning. The next door, I might say, was in the beginning. And I stopped. I congratulated her on her post. I said, thank you, congratulations. And then I took it, everything. That was way in the past. So I learned my lesson a long time. I know that I stopped.
Okay.
So I just have to be honest.
And you did call the police station sometimes, and you did ask for her, correct?
The first time when I initially called her, that's the one time I remember. The next time on my birthday, which is the second incident, I asked, I was in mental health. I did call and I asked if she was working, so if I may speak to the person, to the cop. So I spoke to another cop. That was it. After it was stopped, I never called her, asked her again. I would never do that. Why would I call the police to be, like that? It's not in my nature.
Okay.
We use the police as help, not to.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
So besides the times that we determined that you saw her in person, and then the social media instances that we discussed at length, did you have any additional contacts with Officer Bybee?
Not at all. No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Lewis.
That is my full name. Now, I want to talk to you about the things that you just spoke with Ms. Brito about.
Of course.
So what we've seen so far today, that was your Facebook.
That was so-called messages from my messenger, not my Facebook.
From your Facebook account.
Messenger account, not Facebook. They're two different things.
Is Messenger not the same profile as your Facebook?
You mean as far as the picture or the direct messaging? You can't message from Facebook. You have to message on an app called Messenger.
Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, well, they're two different apps, correct?
But it is one Facebook profile, is that correct?
I don't know.
It belongs to you.
It's Facebook, but then you have to, if you want to message, you have to download Messenger.
Okay.
So.
In terms of using it on your phone?
Correct.
That would not be the case if you were, say, using it on your computer.
Which I don't have, correct.
And it was your account?
My Messenger account?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
That was your voice that we heard in those voice messages.
It was my voice, but those were messages sent to different people. Like, so that's what I'm trying to
I'll
say
stop
with
you
the
right
bill.
there. I'll stop you right there.
Okay.
That was also videos of you that you took of yourself, right? That we watched?
You mean the one with the German writing, which was a reference to
Any
Lady
of the
Gaga?
videos of you?
Yes, that was just
That was you.
that was me, yes.
So you have a dog named Malachi.
Malachi Colombo.
You said you're doing a lot better with the dog now.
I am doing so good with my dog.
I understand. I love dogs as well. But you had Malachi at that time.
I didn't have Malachi. I had a dog named Honey Boo Boo, which was the one I posted with the picture of all three. And I said, for my miracle, that was to find Honey Boo Boo. And unfortunately, he was stolen after 8 years.
Well, Mr. Hernandez.
Oh, wait, time out. I was not ready for a dog named Honey Boo Boo. He already admitted to being very gay, but he's taking it up a level. He's taking it up a level with naming his dog Honey Boo Boo.
As you do reference Malachi a number of times in the messages.
Correct. In the messages, like you said, that the Boo Boo was a different dog, but Malachi is. I'm just wanting you to understand. Malachi was the one. Malachi is my dog. I was referencing him as well in the message.
Right, picture. And you had Malachi when you were sending these messages, which is how you were able to reference him by name.
In which time frame were you talking? In the first time or the second time?
In the messages that reference Malachi.
The 2025, which was my birthday. Yes, I had Malachi Colombo. He's my little buddy.
Ms. Brito asked you a little bit about Dusty and Bill. You said you were living with them at the time?
I was in that situation living with Bill, and Dusty now he is a homeless man on the streets of Brighton, and he is probably very dangerous. He's
I'll stop you right there.
Okay.
Were you also living with your mom at the time?
No, I have not lived with my mom for years and years. I lived in her townhome when those reports with Delana telling you about the person.
You weren't living with your mother in 2022?
I lived in her townhome, and she was the owner of the townhome. She didn't live there. She lived with her fiance.
She was there though, right, when the police were
So
called?
unfortunately,
Yes or no?
when something happened, she had to be.
Mr.
contacted, so
Hernandez.
She went to the residence.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions that the people are asking you. Your counsel will have an opportunity to redirect.
Okay. Well, she was there after the cops. Yes.
Your mom was the one who called the police though, right?
Yes.
And then Officer Bybee came and she spoke with you?
Correct.
So what is the relationship between Bill and your mother?
I don't know. That's not for me to talk about. I don't know the relationship. I really don't.
You sent a lot of messages about Bill and your mother.
I don't know all the messages. Like I don't see them, so I'm trying my best to understand. Like you know what I mean? I don't recall all.
Okay, well, there's a binder in front of you. If you could open that up. Let's see, I'll have you turn to Exhibit 23. You see where it says, "Time went by so fast. Bill tried to help by making my mom love me."
So I use talk to text a lot, like I had said, and
I'm sorry, could you repeat yourself?
I use talk to text a lot on my phone. So if you're in the heat of the moment, you're seeing a message and you push send, it goes through. So it's probably a typo.
Okay, well, if you would turn to People's Exhibit 2 in that binder. At the top there, before all those missed audio calls, it says you unsent a message, right?
Yes, it does look like that.
So that is an option that you decided not to avail yourself of in any of these messages.
In 2023, yes, which was quite some time ago.
You work for your mother, right? At your mother's salon?
I work as an independent contractor at the salon, so I don't work for her. I work at the salon. And I am basically, it's in my salon too. It's our repair salon, so it's my salon too.
Okay, so you work together.
Correct.
When you first met Officer Bybee, Delana Bybee, you had been really jealous that your mom wasn't spending enough time with you.
Objection.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure. I sustain the objection.
When your mother reported you to the police, you had caused a lot of damage to her property, is that right?
That's very personal for me, and that was a long time ago. And I
Okay,
don't really like
that's
to speak
fine.
about my mother because it really is, it's like, that's my family, And
Okay.
that's the closest thing to my heart. That's my mom. That's all I really have is, that's my
Okay,
mom.
Mr. Hernandez, that's enough, thank you.
I'm just telling the truth.
You testified on direct that you're a gay man, right?
Very gay.
You do not date women.
Not at all.
Do you recall messaging with someone named Jai Shears on Facebook?
I'm sorry, who?
Jai Shears?
I'd have to see how it's spelled. I don't know if it's
Okay.
like a 2023 or years and years ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Would seeing a copy of the conversation refresh your recollection?
If that's true.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Just have you read through that text on the screen.
Be like where's the body, nothing? So
Here to here, yep.
that's body, all this handsomeness is being.
You don't need to read it out.
Oh, okay.
Two weird things here. One is she let him go when he apparently had some criminal conviction for property damage to his mother. If there was a conviction, I would have crammed it down his throat. I don't care. That's one. Two, she kept saying to him, I'm going to stop you there, which I think is fantastic. And I think she's a good attorney, and I'm not knocking it. But if I said that in court, the world would come to an end. People would be hyperventilating. The fire alarm would go off. I would be in cuffs. The mean white guy said, I'm going to stop you there. He's reinstituting the patriarchy. The world is over. I mean, there's no way I could do that. There is zero way I could do that. Just interesting to me.
I did not.
This is just to reflect your
I
recollection.
appreciate you. Okay, that was a Facebook friend of mine. That doesn't seem very important.
Hold on, Mr. Anderson, you have not been asked a question yet.
Okay, I apologize.
So that's a Facebook friend of yours.
Was.
In this conversation, you said, I don't have a boyfriend. I broke up with Vince 3 or 4 years ago. Finally, thank God. And then I dated one guy for like 2 months. And then I dated a girl for 4 months, right? Did I read that correct?
I don't know. That's my,
What don't you know?
Vince is my ex of the 16 years.
Okay.
I don't really know do you want to know all my personal information of?
We really don't. It was just his fag hag. Let's move along.
Just asking if that's a message that you sent as we just
I
refreshed.
don't know. I don't remember. have I had,
Well, would it help to look at it again?
have I had a sexual
Mr.
relationship with a
Hernandez.
girl?
Mr.
Maybe a long
Hernandez.
time ago, but I don't
Mr.
think
Hernandez,
girls-
please stop.
Okay.
Would it help to refresh your recollection to see it again?
No, because I'm telling you the truth. I'm very gay now, and if
So
I go, yes.
What I just read to you, I dated a girl for 4 months.
I don't remember. That was probably a long time ago before I was very gay.
And these messages that I just showed to you, they were sent in November of 2023, right?
So I could be talking about my past.
That's fine. So at that point, 2023, you had broken up with Vince in what, 2019, 2020?
My ex of 16 years that left me when
Could
I
you,
was home.
I'm sorry, could you just answer the question?
I don't remember. It's been about, I don't remember.
Okay, so it's been long enough that you forget when it was.
It's been long enough that I don't want to remember because it's very painful.
I see. Do you know someone named Natasha Marie?
I don't.
Would seeing Facebook messages
He's got PTSD from seeing a vag. He never wants to think about it again.
between you refresh your recollection?
Probably. If you wanted to show me.
You're under permission to approach.
You may.
Do you see that that's messages between yourself and Natasha Murphy?
I'm going to read them real quick if I may.
Okay, it's a long thread, so.
And read them to yourself, sir, not out loud. Thank you.
Okay. And what was your question? The messages? Yes, it was messages between me and Natasha, correct.
So you have messages on
Do not
Facebook
make
with
that.
Natasha Marie.
Do not,
Messenger.
under any circumstance.
That's the app.
Messages. There are messages between you, is that right?
On Messenger, yes. Not on Facebook, Messenger.
Okay, and there are messages that you guys exchanged, is that correct?
With a personal friend of mine named Natasha, correct.
Yes. Now, in this conversation, you talk about the fact that you used to date, right?
Sure, yes, yes. Have I ever, yes, but I don't. I'm
And
very,
these
very gay.
these messages were from March 12th, 2023?
I didn't look at the timeline.
Would that sound about right when you guys were talking?
I don't remember.
She told you, you broke my heart.
Well, maybe because in the gay world,
That's
they call them fag, like, other than.
Mr.
they
Hernandez,
attach on
that's okay.
Guys, so I probably did.
We don't need to get into that.
Okay, I'm just being honest.
You said, I really want to see you, right?
Yeah, we already went through this on here. Don't worry about it. Carry on.
I had a disc.
Yes or no?
I had no friends at the time.
Yes,
so
sir,
maybe I
Mr.
did.
Hernandez.
Yes.
You asked her to call you.
If it said that, then I did.
You asked her to marry you.
I don't know. Maybe I was in a bad situation at the time and I was just being funny. I don't remember, Jacqueline.
You said, just know I still and always will love you, right?
Of course. Don't we always do that with friends? With the love of the Lord. That's what I say. I love you with the love of the Lord.
That is not what you said in this message chain though, right?
Well, that's what I mean. With the love of the Lord.
Anytime you say, I love you, you mean with the love of the Lord.
Which could be a reference to all Jesus' love of the Lord.
With the love of the Lord and my cock, but mostly my cock.
If I could have one moment.
You may.
Now you're in a number of Facebook groups, is that right?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not?
No. People can add you, but I don't even know. No, not at all.
And I'm going to object to this as beyond the scope of direct.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor, it goes to his credibility. He said he's a gay man. He is only interested in men. He's in groups that would suggest otherwise.
I'll allow the questions. Thank you. Overruling the objection.
A lot of these groups are about Lady Gaga, right?
That's very gay. Yes, of course. Oh, you mean like if it's like a fan page? Lady Gaga? Yeah.
Fan page, I suppose you could call it that.
That's, yeah.
You're a member of some religious groups?
Of course. My mama is a proud singer and the singer of a church here in Brighton. So I follow the way of Jesus. That's the way it's supposed to be.
You've also followed and unfollowed at different times the Brighton Police Department, right?
Well, of course. Now after this, I unfollow them because, I don't feel like they're doing anything but like no one's retaliating on me. And it's not okay. It's not okay. You use the police as help and feel like I'm getting attacked by all of them. And one of my sisters is a member of the community. It's not okay.
Now you're going to cry. Where?
Okay, now I'm being pushed with this judgment against me, and it's not a good judgment. It can change my life forever, and I don't. It's really not. It's not my intention. She's a police officer. She should know more. I'm a community.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to stop you there, okay? This isn't the first time you've been questioned about your interactions with Ms. Bybee, right?
By you, Jacqueline Lewis? Yeah, this is my first time.
Yes, by me, but do you remember being interviewed by Detective Romo at the Brighton Police Department?
Yes, and he was very, very nice. It wasn't at the Brighton Police Department. It was when I was in jail.
Okay, and you were questioned by Detective Romo about all these contacts, right?
Not like the Facebook stuff you're pulling up from a long time ago. It's just about like the
Were you attracted to him because you're very gay?
situation with the situation I had with Officer Delana. Yeah.
Okay, and do you remember at that time stating that you hoped she would see the messages that you were sending?
Meaning when I didn't know when I got taken into the jail room that they were gonna do like the interview. I didn't know. I'm just so innocent to this stuff.
Mr. Hernandez, do you remember looking at the camera?
What he meant is
and
I said she's
talking
gonna
to
see.
Delana Bybee?
We need one at a time. You need to answer the questions she's asking. We have a court reporter who's struggling to keep up with both of you. Go ahead.
Do you remember looking at the camera and specifically addressing Delana Bybee?
So what I meant.
Remember that? Do you remember that?
Yes, when he put the camera on the table, I said, is she going to see this, meaning the video? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you looked at it and you specifically made statements to her. Do you remember that?
Of course, because I felt like I was getting done wrong because my intentions were never to get.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, at that point, you had been told many times that she did not want contact from you, right?
No, that's not correct. That's incorrect.
Well, this interview happened in February of 2025, right?
Correct, 2 years ago.
And you were still trying to talk to her, right?
No, that's incorrect. When she told me to stop on Messenger, I stopped. And then a year later, I get arrested. Oh my God, that's crazy to me.
And you continued trying to speak with her.
No, I didn't. It went after I got,
Okay.
it went in
Okay, Mr.
jail.
Hernandez. You said you don't know anything about her life, nor would you want to on direct examination.
Not at all. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my
You did download photos of her though, right?
2 pictures, Jacqueline, just of her profile picture. That's all.
You can call me Miss Lewis, thank
Okay,
you.
I appreciate you.
So you downloaded these photos of you and her, excuse me, and then you posted them.
I didn't post them on Facebook. It was more so like on Snapchat.
I really liked, we're not on a first name basis, Mr. Very Gay. Let's take it back a notch.
So it's not to the public. It's not to, oh my God, everybody's gonna see. Like not like that. And it was just to be like in good fun. I didn't know, so and I put Malachi Colombo. That's my dog. So why would I put my dog Malachi Colombo? And
Your handle on Facebook is
the Fame Monster.
Josawa Fame Monster.
So I'm a Lady Gaga fan, the Fame Monster. And then there's a song, Sour Candy.
You also have a music profile that says Fame Monster.
Correct. That's my.
And you also have a Snapchat called Fame Monster.
The Fame Monster, Joe Sour Candy. Yeah.
And you reference yourself as Fame Monster in some of the videos that you
Hey, you've convinced me. That's pretty gay.
sent to Miss Bybee, right?
If it's going to be sent on Messenger from a Snapchat, it's going to say the name of the Snapchat name. So it's going to say the Fame Monster, Joe Sour Candy, which Sour Candy was a Lady Gaga song. And
Is it fair to say that you're very attention seeking?
No, not at all. It's my own personal, it's just my name. I'm sure like if you have a name, workout, that's just my personal, that's all I have.
It's just the name that you chose for yourself. Your mom didn't name you Fame Monster, right?
Of course not, Miss Lewis. Of course she didn't. She named me Josiah Paul Hernandez.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit about the phone calls that you made to Miss Bybee in October 2023.
Okay.
Here, I'd like to republish People's Exhibit 1.
Okay. I will note to all of the parties, we have probably about 7 minutes left with our day so that I can instruct the jury and get them out of here before 5.
So in these messages, this is when you're calling her on October 21st, right?
2023.
Yes.
Yes.
And then she says she can send an officer, but it's not going to be her.
Okay.
And then you say, actually, no, right?
Because why would I want?
And you said, I'm leaving, right?
Yes, because why would I
You
want?
said, I'm really having fun, right?
May I respond? If I'm,
You can respond to the question that I've asked.
if I'm,
You can respond to the question that I've asked.
yes, I told her I'm leaving because I didn't want police contact.
And she specifically told you that you would not be in trouble.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave because I want to protect myself.
Even though you asked her to call officers.
I asked for her help. I was in a mental situation at the time. I
You
didn't
asked
ask
for officers, you asked for her to send officers. And then when you found out she wouldn't be one of them, you said, never mind, right?
Exactly. So I changed my mind. So I left. And if they come with other officers, they don't come by themselves. They come with other officers. So I'm just telling you.
You sent her several messages implying that other people were going to hurt her, right?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that question?
You sent her several messages that implied that other people were going to hurt her, right?
Incorrect. I was talking more like with the Dusty guy. I was just trying to.
Okay, well, I don't want to talk anymore about Dusty.
Okay, well,
But you said Bill was going to hurt her, right?
talk to text, Miss Lewis, talk to text. I use talk to text so it comes out wrong. If you're heated in the moment or if you're worried, talk to text. That's what I was.
Okay.
like the purple thing, it's all talked, it's like, did my words were being said wrong. I'm being 100% honest.
Well, this is from People's Exhibit 1. You said, want to know something, Bill will hurt you too eventually, right?
If you want to read it, go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Is that what it says? Did I read that correctly?
I think
Did I read it correctly?
I think more of an
Mr. Hernandez.
emotional
Mr.
hurt,
Hernandez.
not like in a physical. I would have said.
Your Honor, would you please direct the witness to answer the question?
Mr. Hernandez, many of these questions are yes or no questions. Again, your counsel will have an opportunity to redirect. I'm directing you, though, to answer the question asked.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I read that correctly?
No, you didn't.
No? What does it say? That top line? Just the
Bill will
top
hurt you
line?
eventually, and I did not mean that, so no.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't, no, that's not true.
You wrote, want to know something, Bill will hurt you too eventually, right?
No. That's what I'm saying. I know I didn't mean it that way. No.
But did I read that correctly?
You read it very correctly, Ms. Lewis.
And then you said, Bill's eating my mom's food down at the bottom.
Okay, so maybe I was sent to the wrong message. Yes, that's Bill's eating my mom's food.
Is this at your mom's house?
Doing two different things.
Oh, I understand they're two different things.
Okay, what would you like me to answer?
Was Bill at your mom's house?
The living situation? No, she was not.
Okay.
At the time, she didn't live there, no. But at that time, I don't know, these are so long ago, so yeah, I maybe at the time.
Are we getting to a good point to maybe break?
Any time is as good as any other.
I think this makes sense for us to break at this point in time. All enjoyed your break last night and are refreshed and ready to go this morning. I'm going to have Mr. Hernandez retake the stand and I'll swear you in. Hernandez, I'll have you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of law.
I do, Your Honor.
You may have a seat. Thank you. You may resume with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning, Ms. Lewis.
I'd like to go over a few things that I think were left a little bit open-ended yesterday.
Okay.
We discussed the fact that you are subscribed to or are part of a few groups on Facebook that follow sexy women, right?
Lady Gaga.
And also WWE and AEW Women's Sexy Fan Club, right?
Trish Stratus, which was on the picture with the blonde hair.
What's that?
She's a WWE wrestler. Her name's Trish Stratus. She's a
Getting it all done tonight.
Yeah.
You're also a member of a group called Room Full of Love 1951 that sends messages about how to view naked women doing suggestive things.
I don't believe that's true. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You know what you're talking about.
I'm very
I have
gay.
PTSD. What are you talking about,
But
woman?
if your Facebook records have you subscribed to these groups?
I'm super gay. So.
And then I want to go back again because I'm still a little bit confused about this person, Bill, that you mentioned several times and his relationship to your mom.
You get another super gay in there.
Okay, is my mom valid in this? Because I said to Noji yesterday, it's a very sensitive situation and it makes me very emotional to talk about my mother.
Okay, I understand that, Mr. Hernandez, and
Because I'm so close with her.
I'm sorry for that, but you've decided to testify.
Okay.
And we need to be able to have you answer our questions.
Okay. So will you repeat the question again?
So what is the relationship between Bill and your mother?
Bill and my mother. Bill is the person I lived with at the time. My mother's Bill's friend.
Your mother is what?
Bill's friend.
Okay. Does your mom spend a lot of time with Bill?
I don't know. I don't live her life.
Okay.
I don't know.
Were you under the impression at the time you were messaging Miss Bybee that they were spending a lot of time together?
Those messages were 3 years ago. I don't really remember or recall. So
You
I
don't recall.
apologize.
Okay.
Maybe 4 years ago? Yeah, I don't recall.
Then let's pick up. We're talking about some of the messages that you sent to Miss Bybee that indicated people were going to hurt her. And I'd like to be able to republish some of our exhibits.
Just let me turn our displays back up. Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, I am ready. So you wrote, this guy is using Jesus to hurt Officer Bybee. Trust me. Oh, well. Right?
It appears to be that that guy is a very bad guy.
Who is that guy?
So this was the second contact that I only had with Delana. So I'm just saying he's dusty and he is a homeless man that is very, he's a bad guy. He's on the streets of Bryan. So he's not a good person. He assaulted me and I just,
Mr. Hernandez,
yeah, I'm just explaining.
I need you to answer the questions that I'm asking you. This isn't your opportunity to just say whatever you want to the jury, okay? Do you understand that?
I understand you.
Okay, thank you. You had specifically asked Miss Bybee to help Dusty, though, in previous messages, correct?
Yes, talk to text. That's what I do. I told you.
Okay.
Miss,
You said yesterday that you did not post anything about Miss Bybee publicly.
the very first time contact was the next door was even before the first. So it was the first, there were 2 points of contact. That's when I never posted anything after that. I deleted it. That's the honest to God truth.
Okay, but if you would turn to People's Exhibit 42, and I'll republish People's Exhibit 42.
Snapchat, so.
You did make this photo of her. Oh, it's not published. Sorry. You did make this photo of her your public Facebook profile, right? That's what that little globe at the top means, that it's anyone in the world can see, right?
But if that was the second point of contact, you know how I had the
Hernandez.
Stratus picture?
Is that
It was
right?
probably-
Mr.
correct.
Hernandez.
Okay, hold on. Everybody, one at a time. We have a court reporter. She cannot take two people talking at the same time. Mr. Hernandez, you need to answer the questions that are being asked of you.
I am,
Thank you.
Your Honor. I'm explaining.
Yes or no? You posted this photo of her publicly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You also sent her Facebook profile link to other people that you knew, right?
No. Wrong.
Are you familiar with an Amy Nazarenas? On
I
Facebook?
don't remember if you're going through my Facebook. I don't know. I have to.
Well, around the same time that you were sending all these messages
Mhm.
to Miss Bybee, you sent Amy Nazaris a direct link to Miss Bybee's Facebook page, right?
I don't recall.
And then let's turn to People's Exhibit 35. And I'll republish that as well. This photo at the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
where did you get that photo?
Like I told you yesterday, the Facebook profile picture, that's the only Facebook
So
profile.
you downloaded it from her Facebook and then you posted it publicly on your wall.
Correct, it looks like that.
You also posted this photo and other photos of Miss Bybee as comments on other people's Facebooks.
And the second contact, which is the 24th, correct, and I deleted it.
Well, Mr. Hernandez, you posted on Jen Kelly's Facebook this photo on June 7th, 2024, right?
If you have the timeline, maybe I did. I don't recall. It was a long time ago. And
You posted this photo combined with a photo of yourself on Jen Kelly's Facebook later in the day on June 7th.
if I did, and if you recall, then it was a long time ago. That's all I'm going to say, Ms. Lewis.
You also posted this photo with text over it saying, "I'm not an idiot. I really love this girl and I will fight for whatever. Then I F up or drunk." You posted that on someone else's wall
on June 7th.
I can't see what you're reading, but if I did, then it must have been during the, I don't know, but it's a long time ago. A year after to be arrested. Oh my God. Like,
On July 7th, you posted about
Okay, so yes.
Miss Bybee on someone named William Strong's photo. Is that the bill that you're
I don't know.
referred to?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at it?
If you want to show it, that's fine. I'm being honest.
I have permission to approach?
You may.
Can you read the text, okay?
You want me to read it out loud?
You don't need to read it out loud, you can read it to yourself.
That has nothing to do with this case. That's totally a different subject,
Okay,
Ms. Lewis.
say, back to the bill, no violence, right?
That has nothing to do, I don't see the Bybee, but that has nothing to do with this case. It's like you're opening up my personal
You
history.
don't see the Bybee that I just showed you, BYBI?
There was, had a lot with a picture of an airplane.
Well, that's the photo that you commented on,
Okay.
that Bill posted, or William.
There was no picture of Bybee
No, you just commented her name on it on July 4th.
on a, okay, well, I didn't, so.
You're under permission to approach again.
You may.
Mr. Hernandez, can you see this highlighted word that they might?
Your font was really small.
It is, you're in.
Okay, I see it now. I'm sorry, it was just really, really small.
Okay.
I apologize.
Do you see now that
You wrote her name Bybee, right?
Yes, I do.
You had also posted about her previous to this, right? XOXO Bybee.
I don't recall that we're talking about, I don't know, I don't remember here, so I'm telling the truth.
Okay. You're under permission to approach.
You may.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think this is irrelevant at this point. I don't think that this goes to any of the case.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor, this is absolutely relevant to Mr. Hernandez's state of mind, his obsession with her at the time, and his state of mind and his thought process when he was posting all of these things. It also goes directly to the argument that they've stated this was really only one contact. This was really only one incident.
Court's going to overrule the objection. I do find relevance in her 401. You may.
Can you read that? I'm not so smart.
User text time, user text.
It's the text. Well, the user is you, right?
Yeah, I understand.
And the time is.
It says today's outcome.
Hold on.
The
Just-
time is 2024.
And then the user is Daisy Del Campo, that's a friend of mine. And then the time, and then the user is me, and then you want me to read the text. Okay, do you want me to explain that?
I'm just.
Or are you going to read it out loud?
Posted this on Facebook, right?
Of my dog, yes, finding my little Yorkie honey boo boo of 8 years that I
On May
lost.
5th?
I don't remember. That's a very sensitive
I'm sorry,
subject.
May 3rd. Okay, well, you said, guess what? You want to keep effing with me, then I will say my piece. If you don't like me or my mom or me or my decisions or my dog, when I feel unsafe, I will go to a safe place. I am out of hair salon XOXO Officer Bybee, right?
Police did not help me find my dog.
Okay.
They didn't care. The police really don't, that's really sad. I lost my dog and I reported it. They didn't care.
This message, though, is from May of 2024, correct?
Yes, and now it's like retaliation from the police because that's my dog. That's my dog. And it's like, now I'm getting, you're digging up messages. That's my dog. And that's a sensitive subject for me. He was stolen and now we're
Mr.
bringing.
Hernandez, I'm sorry.
Just being honest.
This isn't a free-for-all for you to say anything you want to the jury, though. You understand that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you understand that, though?
I understand that.
So you sent Officer Bybee voice messages. Those weren't voice to text, right? That's your voice.
Obviously.
You sent her videos that you made of yourself.
Lady Gaga, but it's like from Snapchat.
Well,
Where do we go publish it?
I know this is frustrating, Mr. Hernandez, but we're just trying to get to the truth here.
And I'm telling you the truth.
This is a video of you.
Of me with Lady Gaga, the song called Shiza. It's a fun dance song. It has nothing to do with Bybee.
Well, you did send this to her.
Look how happy I look there, smiling. Oh, hey, it's harmless. It has music too, if you want.
She blocked you on Facebook. You found her Facebook even though it was under a name that she'd never given you, right?
Wrong.
Wrong? Okay.
If she blocked me, I didn't contact her again. It's on the same thing through Messenger.
Okay, you sent her messages to a profile under a name that she'd never given you, right?
She didn't block me. I blocked her because she sent the
Mr.
police the first
Hernandez.
contact. I blocked her.
Mr.
Hold on,
Hernandez.
everybody. Again, we cannot talk over each other. Not only do we have a court reporter, but we just need to follow the decorum of the courtroom. Questions are asked, they're answered. Questions are asked, they're answered. Your counsel will have an opportunity to re-question you after the people are done.
I blocked her. Oh my
Oh,
God.
sweet Jesus. What?
Go ahead.
Yes, no.
When you started sending her messages in the thread that we've seen, you told her that you were going to commit suicide.
Obviously, if it's a mental health statement, that at that time, the first contact, yes.
But she told you that she's not a patrol officer.
Incorrect.
And said, actually, no, I'm leaving. I'm having fun.
So it's a good reason to block somebody if they're going to send police enforcement. They're correct. So I blocked her. I'm the one who blocked
You
her.
want law enforcement help. You do not want law enforcement help.
I'm not a person to call the cops. So who wants somebody to get in trouble with the cops, especially with the cops coming after you for retaliation?
Mr.
That is
Hernandez,
crazy.
you have called the cops many, many times, haven't you?
Maybe for self-help, but I don't call the cops on people. That's, oh my God, I'm like, now the cops are
Mr.
calling the cops
Hernandez,
on me.
I didn't ask if you called on other people. You've called the police many, many times.
For myself.
You've called so many times and refused to then talk to them.
Like on my birthday, when I tried to, for the second,
They actually-
Bybee, I called for my help and they actually talked to me. They were very, very nice. And Bybee wasn't available at the time, so before any of this, so I just said, okay, another officer talked to me. So nice. Everything was taken care of.
You did ask for her though, right?
Okay, I had no charges at the time. I asked for help because I admire her. I looked up to her. So that's all I did.
You
If she's a
fixed
police
it.
officer, you would think she would want to help. That's what a law enforcement
To
should do.
911 thinking you were talking to Officer Bybee, right? And
I
then when you
remember, I said, is
realized,
she available to work? I know exactly where I was.
when
This is
you
my
realized she was not working, you said you did not have an emergency anymore
No,
again.
incorrect. I remember the phone call was my mental state health. I talked to another officer and I said, I'm fine. And it was peace of mind because that's what police officers are supposed to do, protect them, not
Well, there were many
against them.
calls and there were many texts to 911. And in one of them,
On the second attempt, on my birthday, yes, I have no problem saying that. I called them myself. I was in a mental state of health, and that was 2 years ago. I'm very past that, and I felt better because I talked to a police officer, which should be a peace patrol officer if she is, to be able to talk, to reconcile, or to make
Mr.
everything.
Hernandez,
She didn't
you
do that.
refused to speak with police officers. They went to your house multiple times that day and you refused to speak to them,
I
didn't you?
don't know which time you're talking about, but I'm talking about for my birthday. Let's stick to the
I'm talking
second
about the
attempt.
time that you were
That has nothing to do with the case.
for calling the police so many times, even though you made clear you didn't need help.
That's, if I was going through mental state of health, I'm talking about the 2 attempts with Officer Bybee. that did
Hernandez,
The 23rd
I'm
of
gonna ask
October
you to
and the
stop.
24th of May. Those are the only times
Hernandez,
those are the only times I contacted her.
All right. Again, this is not how we proceed. We cannot talk over each other. This is not your opportunity to just straight testify. You're going to have a chance to have your counsel come up and redirect on these very issues.
You need to answer the questions that are being asked of you.
Just, I have a heart, Your Honor, so I'm sorry. I apologize.
I mean, I'm not sure, but Judge might be a little gay himself.
I just have a heart too, and I'm hurting, and it's not okay. I'm sorry.
This is, your counsel will have an opportunity to redirect. The people are asking you questions and you need to answer those questions.
Definitely not very gay, though. I'll say that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hernandez, you spoke with dispatch several times. You spoke with officers several times. You refused to come out of your house because you told them you did not need help.
Not
You did not
commenting
want
on
to see
times
that.
besides the 23rd and the 24th. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to do it.
Mr. Hernandez.
It's irrelevant to the case. I'm sorry.
You've
Nothing
chosen
to do with
to take
5E
a-
or nothing to do with the case.
Mr. Hernandez, you've chosen to take a stand. That was your choice.
I am, and I'm telling you the truth.
And you have to answer my questions.
If it's not irrelevant to the 23rd or the 24th, which are the both contact times, I'm not answering it.
Okay, so Mr. Hernandez, I'm the person who gets to decide relevance in this case. I'm ordering you to answer the questions that are being asked by the people. Go ahead.
Mr. Hernandez, you spoke with several dispatchers, several officers. But when they came to help you, they came to your house several times and you refused to speak with them. Correct?
On different occasions besides Delana,
Mr. Hernandez?
maybe correct,
Correct.
yes. But they had nothing to do with Officer Bybee. Correct. You are correct.
In those same calls, though, in those same texts, you were asking for her.
Wrong. I know what I said, wrong. It wasn't the only 2 times where the
So
23rd and 24th.
if the law enforcement automated 911 log says that you were asking for her, that would be incorrect.
I don't know. I mean, yes, probably so, because you're asking
Okay,
me
Mr.
to look up
Hernandez.
for all my times. My God.
I'd like to go back to, we were speaking about this a little bit yesterday
That makes sense.
when you said, want to know something Bill will hurt you too eventually. You also mentioned witchcraft a number of times in your messages to Miss Bybee.
Because I am a Christian man and I believe in the supernatural. And I don't think sometimes we have to give it to God. And sometimes we're in a mental health crisis, we have to talk about supernatural. So I'm sorry, that's my
You
faith.
said, and you don't make my doc hard, that's witchcraft.
Talk
That
to
was,
text, Mrs. If I'm going through a mental state of mind, oh my God, I'm texting, I'm freaking out.
so this is an error.
I must have been in mental, and I'm trying to text.
Didn't mean to say doc, right?
I'm telling the truth. If it's a mental crisis, that's a second contact, then I'm going to, and I talked to the police. I was worried. I was panicked. Thank God for God, you know.
So again, likely you're doing talk to text and you did not mean to say doc, right?
Yes, Doc. I was probably trying to explain myself going through a mental health.
Hernandez,
Go ahead. You're right. Everything you say is right.
now, in what we've seen, Miss Bybee tells you that she's not a patrol officer, she's not on duty anymore, but she never told you that she was a school resource officer. How did you come by that information?
Okay, so if we were Facebook friends, then I seen on her Facebook that she got promoted. So that's where the Nextdoor app
Mr.
came, and I
Hernandez.
congratulated her. Then after I called, we had the
Mr.
contact of the
Hernandez, you
first
said you
intern.
blocked her.
I blocked, correct, because I finally I made we were friends on Facebook.
Mr. Hernandez, I'll stop you right there,
You're
okay?
not going to let me finish, so I can't. I don't know what to say to you. I'm trying to explain my side of the story in a nice professional way, so I know that they will see the truth because I am a citizen of the community. This is a
Said you
police
blocked
officer
her on
coming
this
against
date
me.
On October 21st, 2023. What we're talking about now is 2024, okay? Are you clear on that?
If it's,
are you
you want me to like, say that one more time?
Are you
Sorry.
clear on the fact that what we were talking about when you said you blocked her, that had occurred in October 2023? And what we're talking about now?
Correct, but you
2024.
asked me if she was, when
Okay,
she said
that's
she's.
correct.
You're
That's-
asking me a
that's
whole
an-
bunch of questions. I'm trying to answer them. I
Well,
have
they're
my
not as complicated as you seem to think they are.
If it's your side of the story, Jacqueline Lewis, it is because you're
You
throwing
can
them
comment,
at
Ms.
me.
Lewis, thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I appreciate you.
How did, you said that you didn't know or want any information about her yesterday, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you don't know anything about her life, nor would you want to. You testified to that yesterday.
Why would I
Okay.
want to sit here and
But
stalk
you
the police officer?
You did know that she was a Christian. You mentioned that several times.
Okay, well,
You mentioned that you're a Christian.
I'm a
several
Christian.
times.
Yes, I am. And that's
So you
very-
understand the role of Judas in the Bible, correct?
Does that have anything to do with this? Are we putting pinpoint tag? Is that just a song by Lady Gaga?
Okay, but you understand the role of Judas in the
I'm
Bible,
not going to
correct?
talk about that. And it's a song of Lady Gaga. You're going to ask, go into my faith, and I can't be a Lady Gaga fan.
Mr.
That is
Hernandez?
ridiculous.
Mr. Hernandez?
We're going to take a break. I'm going to put the jury out in the hallway for a minute so we can have a conversation. I'm going to put you on a recess. It's going to be very brief, so I'm asking if you're going to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please stay very close by because I don't anticipate this is going to be a lengthy conversation. I do, however, need to read the recess admonishment to you. Left the courtroom. Mr. Hernandez, I took a break because I feel like I need to explain some things to you. You were called to the stand by your counsel. Your counsel has direct examined you. It is the people's right to cross-examine you. They get to ask you the questions that they want answers to. You need to answer their questions. This isn't your opportunity to fill in the spaces. You get that opportunity with your counsel. Your counsel will have an opportunity to ask you questions to try to fill in those spaces. What you're doing right now in talking over the people is creating a record that is very difficult. If this case has to be appealed, this record is going to be so very unclear. So we have to consider that we have someone, a court reporter in front here, who is trying to take down the answers to your questions. These are not complicated questions. Most of them are yes or no questions. Your counsel will be able to ask you open-ended questions on direct. That's the purpose of direct, where you can explain things. These are cross-examination questions are designed very specifically in most situations for yes or no answers. Do you understand that?
I am trying my best. I do understand. It's just very emotional for me, and I can't. It's hard, Your Honor. It's hard because she is digging and digging and digging, and I'm very, like a Christian, I'm trying my hardest. I'm not trying to be rude.
That's her job there, Mr. Ultra Gay. That's what she's supposed to do. She's a prosecutor. She's not here nominating you for homecoming queen. That's how it works.
But I just can't sit here and be slandered. I can't do it. It hurts. It hurts. And you know, as all well people, it's the police. And I feel like they're just coming against me. It hurts. I have feelings too, Your Honor. And I'm trying. I'm going to be respectful. I'm telling you the truth. It's just hard because she doesn't really even care.
So I appreciate that this is not an easy process. I do. It's a process that is designed the way it's designed for specific purposes. You and your counsel will get the last word. That is the way it works in this courtroom. And in most courtrooms, probably in all courtrooms, you as defendant have been called by your counsel, you'll get the last word. So the people are allowed to ask questions, and if your counsel, as she has done, when she feels they're irrelevant, objects to them and we have a conversation, and I get to rule on that. But it isn't your decision to make as to what's relevant or not. You need to answer the questions. Do you understand that?
Answer questions. Yes, I do.
And I'm not trying to take the emotion out of this, so it's very clear. I'm not saying that you can't be an emotional person. I'm just saying we're not creating a good record and we're not answering questions. We're tending to veer away from them, and we need to stick to questions and answers and give your counsel the ability to redirect. Okay? I don't want to keep having these conversations in the presence of the jury because I don't like the appearance in front of the jury of having to have these conversations. Do you understand that?
Oh, it's me that's doing everything wrong then?
Well, yes, because she's allowed. I'm not saying you're doing everything wrong.
As me as being a person.
Yes, it's you're the one who can't figure out how to do this. Everybody else here is a professional. It's you and a bunch of attorneys, and you're effing it up. Deal with it.
Allowed to ask you the questions she's asking you as long as they are relevant questions, and you are to answer the questions. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're the person doing everything wrong. I'm saying there is a role that the people play. There's a role your counsel plays. And right now, she's asking you questions that many of which are yes or no, and they're not being answered.
I like this judge. I think he makes good rulings. I think he runs a tight ship, and I think he's excellent. He is lying to his face right now to be nice. which he should. That's his role. But it's not my role. And I'm laughing at him. That's my role. My role's better.
And then you all talk over each other.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just explaining too much when I have to say yes or no.
Okay. All right. Can we bring the jury back in? Let's go see if they're all gathered. Jurors have entered the courtroom. You may be seated. Thank you for giving us a little break. I really do appreciate it. Ms. Lewis, I will allow you to resume your questioning.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hernandez, I understand that you're a big Lady Gaga fan. She has been around for almost 20 years, right?
I assume so, correct.
And she's written a lot of songs.
Yes.
I'm going to object to relevance.
Okay.
Go ahead and respond. No, go ahead and respond to what the relevance is.
The relevance is that he's saying this is just a Lady Gaga song, but he could have chosen any number of Lady Gaga songs or lyrics.
Overruled.
Lady Gaga's written many more lyrics than Judas, correct?
Correct.
And you, as a devout practicing Christian, you understand the role that Judas played in the Bible, correct?
Correct. Lady Gaga song, correct.
You messaged Miss Bybee that you were sorry for what you'd done to her. You said sorry several times.
Of course, correct. Of
What
course.
were you sorry for?
Just with the two incidents, I just wanted to apologize. I was going through a little state of mental health. And I
After you
apologize.
said sorry, you continued sending these types of messages and videos though, right?
Within the two times, you're asking me to go back and remember out of my head, but I did apologize. Correct, obviously, correct. Yes. Of course.
You posted that you were pissed with her,
Are we going back and forth?
correct? Yes or no? It's yes or no.
Correct at one time, yes.
Okay. You were upset that she didn't celebrate your birthday with you, is that right?
I said it's my birthday, correct.
And that hurt your feelings, right?
At the second point of contact, the 25th, maybe I was correct. I was just a little bit, can somebody help me?
So you mentioned yesterday that you don't have a lot of friends. But,
I'm in a good place. I have friends. I just have the right friends.
okay, but at the time, you did have friends. There are 32 pages of people wishing you happy birthday on your birthday, right?
Oh, am I not supposed to have any friends? I mean, they're Facebook friends.
Mr.
correct?
Hernandez, I'm just trying to clarify what you told the jury yesterday. Okay?
Would you reiterate it? Because I'm trying to remember it.
There was about 32 pages of people wishing you happy birthday on your Facebook
That's
on
very
his
nice.
birthday, right?
Very nice. I'm very fortunate to have, thank God, her friend.
You messaged her, see you in heaven.
Maybe during one of the times of mental health, yes, I did. And then I apologize. And yes, I love you with the love of the Lord. As a Christian man, yes.
You posted a picture of her with a caption saying another one bites the dust, right?
In one of the 2 points
Mr.
of contact, 23rd, 24th, maybe so. And dust means dusty, which is the homeless guy. So it's nothing toward
Another
her.
one bites the
Nothing toward
your
her.
roommate.
Dusty is the homeless guy with the bandana. I think I'm trying to ask for help. I reach
These are
for
the
help.
last things that you,
Reach for
Are you saying that you were another one who bit the dust? As in Dusty?
help.
well, you asked for help and you want attention, right?
I don't need attention. If you need a mental health crisis, you obviously need attention at the 2 times the points of contact. That's it. Miss Lewis, that's it. Not to be retaliated and face felony charges.
You've said a few times now that you feel you're being retaliated against. What
Correct.
could Miss Bybee have to retaliate against
Because
if you weren't threatening her children?
The devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Therefore, I am come in for abundance of life to give you. That's Saint First John in the Bible. And then I said,
Mr. Hernandez, I
the
feel
devil's
like
come for
this
your
is
kids. How
not a
dumb. That's what I said.
question.
I wasn't trying to come against her. That's all I'm trying to say. No, the devil's not coming for her kids.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yes, sir.
I need you to just answer the questions.
What would she have to retaliate against you for?
She is a police officer. She's coming against me with the whole police officer through a F5 felony charge. That is going to change my life forever from 2 points of contact, the 23rd and the 24th. My God.
And all of these photos that you posted all over the internet, right?
2 points of contact, the 23rd of October and the 25th of which is my birthday, 20. That's
Your Honor, may we
only
approach?
times.
Yes.
Approach.
Members of the jury, I'm going to strike the portion of testimony where Mr. Hernandez indicated the level of the charge in this case. As you all have been instructed, you're not to consider level of charge or possible penalties at all during your deliberation. All of that is up to me and not up to you all. So I'm striking that portion of the testimony, and you are not to consider it at any point in time. Thank you. Continue, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, you knew that Ms. Bybee had kids even though she never shared that with you.
Correct.
And you sent her, one of your voice messages said, we're going to do battle in court, right?
Obviously, we're doing, mental health.
So you knew
crisis.
that what you were doing was wrong, right?
I don't think I meant it for her. I think it's, I was trying to help
Mr.
her. Dusty.
Hernandez?
I was really ask for help, Jacqueline, Ms. Lewis, honestly.
So Mr. Hernandez, you knew that it was wrong, right?
I knew, I
Mr.
didn't know
Hernandez.
anything was wrong at the time. I was reaching out for help. I'm going to be honest.
Okay. So when you said you would go to court, you would battle her, let's fight. When you said, I'm sorry. When you said, I'm following you.
Fight? I never
that
said
was
fight.
just-
And why would I want to fight a woman? I'm gay. I don't even know how to fight. Why would I want to fight a woman?
Mr. Hernandez, when you said all those things, that was just your seeking help for yourself.
Mental health. Two
Mr.
times.
Hernandez.
Correct. Yes. Thank you, Jesus, for power of the mind, because I got through it.
You asked Ms. Bybee for help directly the first time, right?
And she didn't help, so I got help from
Correct.
another police officer. Correct.
That didn't work. Well, when she sent police to your house to clarify
I
that
blocked her
time,
after, correct.
you did not respond to them.
No,
You didn't
because
come to
I
the
don't
door.
want, nobody needs to get in trouble for asking for help from a Facebook.
And as she clarified, you would not get in trouble if you needed help.
Oh, okay. I'm
right?
not going to get in trouble if she's a
Mr.
police officer.
Hernandez. The second time around, you did not ask for help because you knew that wouldn't work, right?
The 25th of my birthday, which is second attempt, I called remember you said I called the cops and I did ask for help. I did. And then I talked to a police officer, which was very kind. And he
Mr.
said, there's no
Hernandez.
reason for you. And he caught talking.
Mr.
and this piece-
Hernandez,
Yes.
you did not ask Ms. Bybee for help because you knew that wouldn't work this time to get her attention, right?
Obviously, she wasn't doing her job. She didn't care. And I appreciate it. I apologize. I admire her. I really do.
You watched all of our Exhibit 1, right?
Yes, you've showed them many times.
Yes, and all of those messages and voicemails, voice messages, videos, those all came from you, right?
Correct.
Because you were obsessed with Ms. Bybee, right?
And the 2 times I reached out for help, I guess I must have been obsessed with Officer
You were
Biden.
downloading her photos. You were saving her photos. You were cropping her photos. You were making new videos.
Snapchat videos, Miss Lewis, Snapchat videos. That's all they were with Lady Gaga music. Snapchat, that the world doesn't see, just Snapchat videos.
And
The
you
Fame
sent
Monster
her
dropped out with candy.
language that you knew was threatening because she hurt your feelings, right?
Language, like the Scheiße, it's like a fake German. It's a Lady
No,
Gaga song.
not that.
Okay, well, that's what you're asking for yesterday, if I recall.
You sent her language that you knew was threatening because you were mad at her, right?
I was reaching for help. So if I said I was tired of this shit, obviously it's a mental cry for help at the 2 times of contact. Yes. But then I did it on myself.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Any redirect?
Good morning, Josiah.
Good morning.
So I want to talk a little bit, I know you testified as to your mental state, both on My Direct and on Cross, and that you were reaching out for help. Can you tell me why you reached out to Officer Bybee specifically?
Because as a gay man, I really admired her and I looked up to her and I just needed help with the 2 points of contact. And I just really admire her as a police officer. That's honestly the truth.
She's someone that you'd seen in the community and you'd had, how would you describe the interactions you had with her, like at the gym, for example?
At the gym, we were very nice to each other, very, I appreciate you, gave her congratulations. Very nice. And then she grew up in Brighton too. So she went to school, I went to school. I didn't go to the same school as her. I didn't really know her.
Okay. And a couple of times when the people were cross-examining you, they referenced other Facebook contact that you had had with other people. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. How often do you use Facebook, would you say?
Facebook, not very much. I just put like my faith stuff now because I'm very involved in church. Messenger is different. So Messenger, but Facebook, I just put like my dog, Malachi Colombo, because he's a little Yorkie. I'm so happy.
I just want to talk about Messenger, though. Would you say that you use Messenger a fair amount?
Not even too much anymore. I just I'm very involved in church now. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. I just really don't, really message people. I text.
Have you had Facebook? How long have you had Facebook?
Oh, for a while. And for a while.
So is it fair to say that over those years you've used it a fair amount?
Yes, of course, of course.
And do you remember every Facebook message you've ever sent?
Of course not. No, it's like a lot. It's like, like when she was asking me to go through my whole list or explain, I'm trying my best. No.
And do you remember the context of every Facebook message you've ever sent?
No, I mean, it depends on, no, I mean, obviously, no, not every person, no. I apologize.
You talked a little bit about using talk to text.
Yes, definitely.
Can you tell me a little bit about why you do that?
My watch, and then you have to like, I will be there at 2, and then it never takes, so, and then you're doing hair, so, or whatever. And if you're going through a mental crisis house, that's, oh my God, like, I mean, I just do it a lot though. Like, so like you have your phone, whatever. If I can.
No, you don't need to do that.
I just know that right now my phone is broke too, so. Yeah, but I use it a lot. I use the little Google Voice thing on the thing.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the specific things that you were asked about on direct. I mean, on cross,
yes,
rather. You were asked about messages about Bill hurting Officer Bybee. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Oh, jeez. I didn't say he's going to hurt her. It was just a misconstrued time at a mental health 2 points of contact, time of cause. So I just was probably not in the right headspace. I was just going through it and I was asking for help and it was all misconstrued text. No, I don't. I'm telling the truth, mental health, like it's only 2 points of contact with me and Delana Bybee. So my God, for stalking my,
So
incredible.
And I want to go back a little bit. Some of the messages that you saw that didn't make a lot of sense. There was one about the blood of Eric. Can you say what you mean by
Blood of Jesus. Talk to text the blood of Jesus. Like I plead the blood of Jesus over it. That's
okay. And there are a lot of times where you just said the word purple. Can you explain?
People. Maybe it meant people, purple people. I'm not sure. Talk to text. If you were to look on my Facebook, you could see I just very Christian faith. I go to church here in Brighton, Ignite Church.
I understand.
My mom's a Christian singer. I'm not sure. I'm trying my best. My dog goes to church too. Malachi Colombo.
Now you were asked about apologies that you sent to Officer Bybee. Can
Correct.
you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, of course. Both times I reached out and I said, I'm sorry, mental health is something very serious and I know everybody understands. So I think it's very honest and amazing. At the same time, I said, I'm sorry. And I'm it's just, I'm trying to get through that stage. And, I apologize. I love you with the love of the Lord. That's from the Bible. I apologize. Like I said, I still respect, I still admire. I know she's a police officer, but now it's kind of like turned around and it's just like, it hurts because I'm a member of the community. And this makes you never even want to call the police because it hurts the most because as her being a police officer, you would think she would have a little bit more respect with the badge to call like the police officers do and just say, hey, and that would have ended a long.
No, you can call the police. You can't stalk them. But that's the difference there.
Time ago, but no, it's a year later, I get charges from years ago. It's kind of a little hurtful.
Okay, I understand. This is an emotional topic.
Very, it hurts. It hurts.
Because you testified that your intentions were to get help, correct?
Correct. And
okay, who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell Ray?
I made it through those 2 times and I'm doing so good now and I'm so proud of myself.
Did you mean to scare her?
No, it's a state of, oh my God, it's just a point in time. People go through hard times, point in time. 2 times, October 23rd, May 25th, my birthday, 24th, around the 24th.
That's a quote. That they didn't just make that up. That is a quote from him.
I just, there was a time and a place and I'm doing better. And when she said to stop, I stopped. And I know about right from wrong. I stopped. I know it's been 2 years now, but a year after I get arrested and it's like, wow, it was backlash and talk about retaliation. It hurts from the police officers. And I'm a member of Brighton police officers and now they're doing this to me and they're all coming against me. I'll have a little bit of compassion, something that could change your life forever. Have a little bit of compassion.
Nothing further.
Thank you so much.
Sir, jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, we have some questions. Can I have the parties approach, please? Excuse me. All right, Mr. Hernandez, we have a few questions from our jury.
Of course.
Oh, no.
So question number 1, you first said Bill was your landlord, but then later said the townhome was owned by your mother. Can you explain?
So after my painfully deep 16-year breakup and I lost my townhome during COVID and my little dog of 8 years old, so I went through a really hard time. I had to move back to Brighton. I lived in Thornton. I moved back to Brighton. My mother
We need some clarification on your sexuality.
had a townhome on 27th. I like to, and I moved in there. It was right next to the police station, obviously. So I lived there for myself, and she gave did best for what a mother could do. She lived with her fiance at that time, so I lived there. So she was the owner of the townhome. So basically, yeah. So if a time did matter, the police had to contact the owner. So she was the owner. So. Then after she sold her townhome, I unfortunately had to move. I lived with Bill. So Bill was the basically landlord person I lived with. And so, yeah, rough times happen and, that's just what happens. Sometimes COVID affects us all. I'm thankful for my mom, the townhome. But I'm just trying my best. I'm in such a good place. I've been doing good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Question number 2.
Now you're going to cry. Where?
2. Did you approach Miss Bybee at the gym or did she approach you?
We seen each other, and so me being the good person, I said, "Wait, hi." She said, "Josiah," and I said, "Hi," and I said, "How are you?" We, gave up. That's how I know it was never, I'm never gonna say, "How are you doing?" And that's after I had met her, like how she said, through an, whatever. So I said, hi, I said, I hope you're doing good. And she said, doing good. Really honest, nice contact. And then I said, I'm gonna let you get back to work out because who likes to be bugged during the workout? Nobody. So it was really peaceful and kind. So here in Planet Fitness.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next question is, why did you update your profile photo with the picture of Delana Bybee?
That's a good question. So in the 2 times of the contact of the 23rd and then the 25th, I was feeling a little sad on those are the times feeling a little sad. You look up to people. I was in such a mental state of mind, like I said, mental health is really important. That's like I say, supernatural. That's just, we have to put our trust into God. And so I just was trying to keep myself busy, and I've just seen there's a picture of a blonde girl, Trish Stratus. She's a WWE wrestler. I'm super gay. I just always like the women wrestlers. I was just changing my profile to different pictures. There's the ones like of my dog, too. I changed it immediately, but you show respect to your authorities. In the Bible, we have to show our respect to our authorities, but it hurts when you're going through a mental state of health, and then a year later, out of nowhere, so silently, boom, you just get arrested out of nowhere, and it just hurts. I know that I stopped, and she said to stop, and my intentions were never like that. I said, I'm sorry, and I still appreciate it very much. And that I'm just, my heart is all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. How did you find out Delana Bybee's nickname was Babs Laney?
Oh, because that's an easy one. She wears it on her badge. It says Babs Laney, Officer Babs Laney. That's a definite easy one.
Next question. Next question. Why did you message Bybee, I'm going to see you in heaven?
I'm very proud of you, Josiah Parnas. If you're going through mental state of health at that time, that's our minds. We have the power of the minds, and if whether you're Christian or not, the enemy's coming against you or whatever you want to be, you're just having a bad time. You got to keep it together. I was just going through it at that one point in time, with the messages, whatever. I apologized. I, said what it is, and that's. If you're feeling suicidal, which that was the first time though. The second time I was good. I talked to a police officer. This is before any of the charges, and I said, "Is she on site?" And she was not working. So that very nice officer called me, and that's what they should do as our authorities. Hey, what's going on? What can we do? They talked me through it, and they said, "You're okay, Josiah. We appreciate you," and it was good. And I think it could have nicked it in the. But if she would have, if you're a police officer, you're wearing the badge, you should be, hey, this is that, especially if she knows of me and she knows a person in the community, we could have said, I think, whatever. And I would have, if she would have personally told me or whatever, I would have stopped. I stopped anyway when she told me, and that's it, it just do your job a little, I'm just being so honest, it would have been made a world of a difference. But instead, everything's good for a year, and then all of a sudden they just come and arrest me, and it just.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. How did you feel when Officer Bybee wasn't answering your calls or messages?
I kind of was over it after. I just was trying to think more about myself. The first time, which was the 23rd, the first 2 contacts, there's only 2 contacts. I really needed somebody. At that time, I was suicidal, so I really needed somebody. It was like 7 a.m. I didn't know. She finally called me back, and that's that. I didn't want any police. I didn't want to get in trouble. Who wants to get in trouble by the law? So I just said no, thank you. So I did, and that's when I did block her on Facebook, and that's the first time. There was none. That was a year. Then a year later, on my birthday. So that's just reaching out, and that's at least I tried again. To try with the police. So I'm apologize. I really do appreciate her. Appreciate her services, like I said, and I admire. I have. My point was not to be like that. I was going through a tough time, but I don't think I deserve the punishment.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez. Next question. Did you try to contact Officer Bybee on any other occasions besides October 23rd and May 25th?
Certainly not, sir. I don't know where she lived. I have no clue where she lived. That's very, no clue where her kids are, and that got blown out of proportion. They didn't show the scripture that I had sent to her to the biblical scripture.
Mr. Hernandez, these are just, yes, again, the same rules apply to these questions.
Okay.
Your counsel will get another shot, as will the people. Next question. What were you hoping to get from Officer Bybee when you were trying to contact her?
It's just the fact of the matter, I said, like, hey, like the phone call, like the other officer did. Yeah, I think you're doing, this, let's talk about it, or, this, or whatever, or if vice versa, if she would have said, I don't appreciate you doing that. And I said, okay, then would have nicked it in the butt. It's just common, like, it's how the world moves, people showing compassion. That's also, I was in a tough time. I apologize. And that's that. So I just needed help those 2 times. And I reached out and I said, yeah, I did it in myself without police contact. So, I didn't have to get in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. The people, I'm sorry, this is a defense witness. Does the defense have any questions based on those questions?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified that you knew Officer Bybee's nickname from her badge. Is that correct?
Correct. So when the officers, when they are on patrol, they have the name. It says Babs Lanny right there. Babs Lanny.
Okay. Nothing further.
Okay. Based on the questions from the jury and the defense questions, do the people have any additional questions?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, thank you. Mr. Hernandez, you said that you stopped contact at that point in May 2024, right?
After she told me to. Yes.
That's not accurate, though, is it? You continued calling the police station.
I don't have
trying to reach her.
I continue to call the police?
Yes, asking for her.
Wrong.
As
That is
recently as
wrong.
this year, right?
That is wrong. Not as incorrect. No, I did not. Why would I call the police when I'm already got arrested for it? That is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. I would go to jail if there was a protection order. You know that, Ms. Lewis.
You testified that the name Babs Laney is on Miss Bybee's badge.
Oh, this was long when under the badge. I don't know. I don't go.
That's not.
Go and say, hey,
Mr. Hernandez. You know that that's not her actual name, though, right?
Because they don't go by their names. Why would they go by Delana Bybee on her police thing? Police know better. They think they know a little. They know what they're doing.
Said that if she would have personally answered you, then you would have stopped, right? You just testified to that to the jury.
That's what makes the world go round. She would have called like a officer, I think, as would.
She did call you back the first time, right?
May I finish?
She did call you back the first time, right?
The first time when I was suicidal in 2023, yes, on Messenger.
Mr. Hernandez, did your attorneys tell you to repeat the phrase "only 2 contacts"?
Repeat the phrase? Only. No, I just know that's the time. If you said, I said the messages, and that's when. So that's the 23rd and the 24th, my birthday. That's what I know. That's what I'm telling you the truth. You're making this into a big story. Like it's been years. I know in my heart, I'm telling you the truth.
So, Mr. Hernandez, I just want to be clear. It is your testimony that Babs Laney is written on Officer Bybee's police badge.
Babs Laney was on her.
Is that your testimony?
Oh my God. She might have it changed. That was a long time ago when I seen Babs Laney. Yes, I don't know.
So it's your testimony that at that time, that name was on her badge.
I'm pretty sure it was Babs Laney. Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I appreciate you very much.
Anything else from the defense regarding the people?
Yeah, that sounded sus to me, but I don't know. It just seems way too informal to put on a badge.
People's questions.
No, Your Honor.
Oh, Andrew.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, you may step down at this time. Thank you. Defense have any other witness?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
Okay. Do people have any rebuttal witnesses?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. So I'm being told the people have a rebuttal case they wish to put on, but they have the witness en route to the courthouse. Right, Evan, have you raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
You may have a seat. Oh, like this, you want to. Once you are comfortably seated, please state your name and spell your last name for the record, and then I'm going to ask that you speak clearly and slowly and directly into the microphone in front of you.
Delana Bybee, B-Y-B-E-E.
You may begin questioning your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Bybee, and thank you for coming back.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Just a couple questions for you. We spoke earlier about when you were at the gym and you saw Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
During that contact, who initiated the contact?
From what I recall, it was Mr. Hernandez.
Can you tell the jury a little bit more specifically what exactly happened?
I was just at the gym. I typically have AirPods in my ears, so I don't really pay attention to what goes on around me. And I felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked up and I saw Mr. Hernandez there, and I just greeted him, said, "Hello, Mr. Hernandez, how are you?" He said he was doing really well, said he wanted to thank me, that he really appreciated all the help that I did. And that was it. He said, "I'll let you get back to your workout." And I said, "Sounds like a good idea." He went back, and then I walked away.
Did you hug him?
No, ma'am.
Now you look a little bit different today than you did yesterday.
I do, yes.
Can you explain to the jury what you're wearing?
So this is my uniform. So whenever I'm on patrol or if I'm working inside the schools, this is what I wear.
So have you come from working in the schools?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a name badge?
I do, yes.
What does it say?
D. Bybee.
Is that what your name badge has always said?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there ever a time where you would have had a nickname on your police uniform?
No, ma'am. I don't even think the department would allow us to do that.
Has there ever been a time where you shared the name Babs Laney with Mr. Hernandez?
No, ma'am.
So just to clarify, have you ever had a badge that said Babs Laney on it?
No, I have not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Wait, I have one more. Were you aware that Mr. Hernandez is super gay? Because that's what he was saying while you were gone.
No, Your Honor.
Does the jury have any questions for this witness? Seeing no questions, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you, sir.
Do people have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
People resting at this point? Right. Members of the jury, the people have rested, the defense has rested, and the people have rested again on their rebuttal case. What that means is all of the evidence that you may consider is now properly before you. Do the people wish to make a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
We got through all the evidence.
I will start your time at 1:42.
Here we
Your Honor,
go.
I will be publishing just a couple of things.
All right, I will put it on your
Real
table.
reminder.
We've heard a lot from the defense. And we've heard a lot that isn't actually relevant to the charge of stalking. On Monday, the defense stood up here and they told you that you were not going to see any evidence that Mr. Hernandez went to Ms. Bybee's house. You weren't going to see any evidence that Mr. Hernandez went to Ms. Bybee's children's schools. You weren't going to hear any evidence that he physically assaulted Ms. Bybee or her children or her friends or colleagues. We don't need to prove those things to you. So why did they say it? They said it because they knew they had to clarify up front. Because they knew when you heard those voice messages and you saw all those text messages, all those videos, all the posts he created using the photos he downloaded, the messages, I don't want to hurt you, but, or I'm not going to hurt you, but. They knew they had to clarify
Because when you hear that, they knew you would think the same thing that Ms. Bybee thought when she heard it. This is dangerous. I'm in danger. My children are in danger. And that's exactly what Mr. Hernandez intended when he sent her all of those messages, all of those videos. The judge read to you what we do have to prove for stalking. That Mr. Hernandez knowingly, repeatedly followed, contacted, placed under surveillance, or made any other form of communication directly or through another person. He wrote those messages, or he dictated those messages, and then he pressed send. He made those phone calls to her account. He made those phone calls to the police station. Repeatedly is also defined in the instructions. Now, defense wants you to think this was just one large, isolated incident. Mr. Hernandez, that was one of his big talking points. Only 2 contacts. But if you look at the instructions, 2 is repeated. You might be thinking to yourself, you know, I think of repeated as more than that. But your job is to follow the law. That's what you swore you would do on Monday. And the law says repeated is more than 1. But it wasn't just 2. It's not just the messages, of which there are obviously more than 2.
Morning you parts, gay. It's just something you should know first thing in the morning.
It's the phone calls.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
It's the surveillance, the knowing that he was learning things about her. Knowing that he was finding out what her nickname was. Finding out that she had a dog, that she had children. When we confronted him, the other communications, all the phone calls he tried to make to her, because no, he doesn't have her cell phone number. He didn't want to talk about that. That wasn't related to this case. All those other times that he tried to contact the object of his obsession. The next thing that we have to show is that it was in a manner that would cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. How do we know that?
I'm not going to hurt you, Babs, but I'm tired of this shit.
As Ms. Bybee knows, and Mr. Hernandez knows, and you know, that when someone says, I'm not going to hurt you, but, as they're thinking about hurting you. A reasonable person
The devil's gonna take over your kids too, I guess. How dumb.
hears that and suffers extreme emotional distress, especially knowing what Ms. Bybee knew about Mr. Hernandez. She knows that he can go from very calm to very agitated. That he's jealous and obsessive. And when he doesn't get his way, the attention that he wants, he acts out in a violent way. She knows that about him. And then she hears this. And then we have to show you that it did cause her serious emotional distress. And we heard
The things that she had to do, the money she spent, the time she spent, the emotional trauma to feel safe again. She is a law enforcement officer, and she would drive out of her way to and from work to avoid being seen by him. She had to have a conversation with her young child about being hypervigilant, about trying to make sure he stayed safe. And you heard, her child was really too young to understand the impact. You don't have that conversation with your child unless you are truly fearful. The hours that she spent in therapy trying to deal with this situation, not the things that she'd originally gone for. This became foremost in her mind. This became the priority and the focus of that therapy because it was so seriously emotionally distressing. She considered carrying a firearm to protect herself from Mr. Hernandez. Now we heard a lot from Mr. Hernandez. I think it's clear he had his talking points. Really wanted to talk to you about his dog, about how hard COVID was, about how important mental health was. And we're not disagreeing with any of that. But do you think that to be found guilty of a crime, you also have to find that someone was doing great, thriving, getting along with their roommates, great relationship with their mom? No, that is not a part of this crime. Just like it's not a part of this crime that he didn't assault her. That's a distraction. It's not what you have to answer. Mr. Hernandez wants you to find him not guilty, certainly. He wants you to feel sorry for him. But you've been instructed, and you took an oath that you could follow the law, that you would not make your decision based on sympathy. We're not asking you to have any particular feelings about any of our witnesses. That's not what the law is. The law is about the evidence and the facts. In the brief time that Mr. Hernandez spoke to you all, I think you did catch a little glimpse of what Ms. Biden knew about. The manipulation. He cries for help to get attention. Not because he needs help. When it didn't work on Ms. Bybee the first time, she tried to send him help, just not her own personal attention.
10 minutes.
He wanted her. And he wanted you to feel sorry for him. And that's not what this is about. You saw how quickly he can go from calm and compliant to angry with barely hidden menace under the surface. Yes, he is not good with boundaries. Correct. That doesn't make him not guilty. Yes, he does not Conform, maybe. Maybe he marches to the beat of his own drum. That's not relevant here. He said that the police and Miss Bybee have brought this case to retaliate against him. But what possible reason could Miss Bybee have to retaliate if he didn't do anything to her? She just wanted the best for him. And that's not what happened. He kept pursuing her. He testified and said multiple things that were demonstrably false. Between the two of them, Miss Bybee is the only one that's. You've seen the evidence. You can find him guilty of harassment as well. This case goes well beyond harassment. Harassment really speaks to his intent. There's no intent required for stalking. Stalking goes more to the real world impact that his actions had on another person. The serious emotional distress. We charge him with stalking because he's guilty of stalking. And we ask you to find him guilty of that. Thank you.
People still have 12 minutes left. Does defense wish to make a closing argument?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm going to start yours at 1:56.
Good afternoon. I really appreciate how closely you all have paid attention. I know that it's been a long couple of days. So I just wanted to start by saying that. Josiah Hernandez is not guilty of stalking. One of the first instructions that you were read way back in voir dire, and then you were just read it again, is that the charges aren't evidence. The evidence is what comes from the witness stand. So what was the evidence? So first we heard from Officer Ortiz. She took the initial report, but she didn't have a whole lot to add. She took a cold harassment report from a colleague. She looked at some screenshots, and then she sent it to the appropriate channels. Then you heard from Dr. Beth Peters. Now, you had a credibility instruction about experts and the weight that you give their testimony. You can certainly consider whether or not her expertise is something that will help you in this case or not, right? You heard about her educational and professional background. You decide what weight to give that. But you can also consider what even she told you were the limitations of her testimony. You see, Dr. Peters was a generalized expert. They used to be called blind experts. She doesn't know anything about the facts of this case. She could not opine about the facts of this case. That would be inappropriate. You heard that from her. She was given some hypotheticals, right, with facts that mirrored some situations in the case, but those were in a vacuum. And you heard it from her. When talking about stalking, you have to look at the whole picture. It's the frequency and the intensity and the emotional reaction and the relationship. All of that goes into what stalking is in her practice. And as the nature of her role as a generalized expert is she can't look at the whole picture in this case. It's just not what her job is. And then you also heard her talk a little bit about reactions to stalking. How some people can present very emotionally and other people can be very detached, right? That some people report this delayed, which didn't happen in this case, as you later learned, but some people report right away. That some people avoid and some people confront. Now, I'm not telling you that that's not true, but use your common sense. When two seemingly opposite things being emotional, being detached, are all normal reactions, then without knowing any of the facts of the case, that information tells you actually very little. And then a lot of her testimony was like that, right? Because her expertise as a trauma therapist, you see all sorts of things. There's not a definite statement. She did make some definitive statements though, and those are important. Frequency, once a year, that's not stalking. She said that. Now, yes, there were a lot of messages sent at one time, but use your common sense. She said, stalkers really don't take no for an answer. Telling them to stop generally does not work. But telling Josiah to stop did work, because he was not stalking her. Now, you heard her talk a little bit about implicit and explicit threats as well, but I want to draw your attention, because she said implicit threats, that's what's more common, right? You're going to be instructed on the law and about what, when you're analyzing the contents, they have to prove about the intent and the threatening nature of communications, right? It's not implicit, it's explicit in the law. But also, not all contact that's not an explicit threat automatically becomes an implicit threat. She gave examples, right? Someone leaving stuff at someone's home, someone standing across the street where they know you're going to be, right? Far from an exhaustive list, but it goes to the heart of what her testimony was. Stalking is about coercive control. It's about making you feel powerless, and it does not stop. And that is so clearly not what this situation was. Because then you heard from Officer Ivey. I want to talk about that. She talked about meeting Josiah in her work as a patrol officer. She responded to calls. She never felt personally unsafe at that time. She ran into him at the gym. There was a little bit of disagreement about how exactly that interaction played out, but it ultimately doesn't matter, because that is not conduct where he was accused of being or unwanted. It was just an interaction in passing. And then many months later, she received a Facebook message request. And he tried calling and messaging her, and he let her know that he was having a crisis. She called him back. She didn't remember exactly what was said. She did end up dispatching officers to his location. They did not make contact with him. She didn't tell him, you shouldn't come to me with this, you need to call the police. She didn't tell him to stop. She thinks she blocked him, but we know that's not true, because he was able to message her later, much, much later. Now, before I move on to the next incident in May, I want to talk a little bit about repeated, right? That there's this argument that two is enough, right? And that is in the definition. It is. But she called him back that first time. That was not unwanted contact. Certainly not, he couldn't have no way of knowing that she did not want to help him, because she did help him. And so he didn't go dormant and then wait till he needed attention again. He was in crisis again, and he reached out to someone who had helped him before. And that's when we get to May. Now, you saw those messages. You saw that they were strange. A lot of them didn't make sense. They were referencing people that Officer Bybee didn't know. Clearly, Josiah was struggling again. And he reached out to her the same way he had in the past, because he thought she would be able to help him again, like she had in the past. Use your common sense. This wasn't a case where he was obsessed with her. He wasn't trying to control her. He wasn't trying to put fear in her. He wasn't trying to let her know all of this, right? Now, there was some concern expressed about him finding out her nickname, but that is actually also a distraction because we know what happened. She thought she blocked him, right? But she clearly didn't, and she changed her Facebook name. That's how he knew the name. Use your common sense. Now, you also heard that you're gonna have a message where she tells him, stop contacting me on all platforms. And the message is stop. Now, this was a point of a little bit of contention in the trial. If she blocked him right away, how do we know that he would have stopped on his own, right? It's kind of one of those things that feels impossible to prove. But for starters, we actually don't know when she blocked him. We have screenshots that she said she blocked him, but we also know that she thought she blocked him in the past. So was it right after? Was it hours after? Was it days after? We don't know, right? And more importantly, throughout this trial, the people have asked you to believe things that are in direct conflict with the idea that he only stopped because he got blocked, right? First, that stalkers don't take no for an answer, that this is something that doesn't work on them. Their own experts said that. But then also there were all of these allusions to him somehow knowing all this other information about her, right? He was somehow surveilling her. But we don't know how they seem to think that that happened. And also, it doesn't make any sense that he had all this access to some other way of contacting her or getting information about her, but then, well, he was blocked on Facebook, so he stopped. That doesn't make any sense. It flies in the face of common sense and what their own experts said. So I can't tell you exactly why we're here, right? But again, you heard from Officer Biden. She met him on patrol. She saw him at the gym. He reached out to her and she called him to help him. And then she woke up one day and saw all of these messages. They were a little weird. She made a report to a colleague, not really like an official police report, she clarified, really just a professional report, right? And that kind of brings us to how we ended up here, and it matters a lot. Because you have the credibility instruction business. I think that it is easy to think in your day-to-day life, if you find someone incredible, right? Maybe they're acting in bad faith or they're trying to mislead you, but that's not really what credibility is all about. You can look at the relationship between these people and this case, and that matters a lot here because this is a really unique situation. Like you heard, Officer Biden is a Brighton police officer. She reported this to the Brighton Police Department. They investigated this case. Charges were filed by the Adams County District Attorney's Office. You heard in her role as a police officer, she has testified in court before. And so that's why we're here, right? She made a report and then didn't really think much of it. Months passed. And that's normal, right? It doesn't mean that anything was wrong or bad about the case. Those things happen, you heard. But now she is stuck being told by her department that investigated it and the Adams County District Attorney's Office that works closely with her that it's stalking. So she has to make it stalking because she's not a normal witness. She has experience. She knows how these things go. You don't have to find that she was acting in bad faith to see the problems with her testimony and the way she tried to fit these charges that she didn't have control over and don't make sense with what actually happened. Because there are some credibility issues, right? You heard that she blocked him, but she doesn't, the timeline on that is so fuzzy. And that really matters, right? She heard that there was no way that he could have had any of that, the information about her nickname, but we clearly know how that happened. And you also heard that even after she told him to stop, that it was her belief that he still called the police department asking for her. But we know that's not true. We have not heard any evidence from the responding officer to that alleged call. We didn't have the recording of that call because it didn't happen, right? And that's not to say the timeline matters. It does, because he did not continue to call the police after she told him to stop asking for her. He may have continued to call the police. You did hear about that. But now I want to talk about how that evidence doesn't really fit the elements. Now, the first element is fairly broad. Whole range of possible conduct, right? As we said, there are no allegations that he followed or placed under surveillance or repeatedly approached Officer Bybee. The allegations that he repeatedly contacted her on social media. And he did send her messages. Once in October and once in May. All of those messages where he was asking for help. She responded to the ones in October. They were clearly not unwanted. Or if they were, he could not have possibly known that. So now we have to talk about if they would cause a reasonable person serious emotional distress. Not would a reasonable person find them strange. Not would a reasonable person be uncomfortable. Not would a reasonable person say, wow, I love these messages, send me more. Not even would a reasonable person just experience a small amount of emotional distress. A reasonable person would not be caused serious emotional distress by receiving Facebook messages that went to the message request form inbox, which we know because it said on one of the exhibits that you had, these were message requests, not your main inbox, who they've never told to stop contacting them, and it didn't make a lot of sense. And by their own admission, I didn't really know what most of them meant. I just thought they were weird. That would not cause a reasonable person emotional distress. And then it has to be established that he actually did cause Officer Bybee serious emotional distress, right? Now, she described the messages repeatedly as concerning, eerie, and weird. And the people want you to believe that because of Officer Bybee's history, that she perceived him to be so erratic and unpredictable when he didn't get attention, and that caused her to experience serious emotional distress. But we know that's not true. He was being erratic, and she called him back because she wanted to help him. She was concerned about him. She wasn't scared of what would happen if she didn't give him the attention that he wanted. And we know that she wasn't scared of what would happen if she didn't give him the attention that he wanted in May, because she told him to stop, and he did. Clearly, there was an emotional effect on Officer Bybee. I'm not trying to say that there wasn't. We all saw that. But was that caused by the contacts with Josiah Hernandez?
This is who you have to blame for Lady Cop Stalker. But it's good.
No. Was that to the level of serious emotional distress? No. When she made this report, she's a police officer. She knows to include things like if she felt threatened or unsafe, and she said she didn't, right? And then you also have an instruction that when you're evaluating the contents of the messages, and if those cause serious emotional distress, it must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Josiah consciously disregarded a substantial risk that his messages would be perceived as threats of violence. You have the messages. You can look at them, right? He's not threatening violence in any of them. The ones that she was concerned by, the devil taking her children too, you can listen to that. Where's the violence, right? It's strange, sure. Maybe she didn't like getting it, of course. There was no threat of violence. Additionally, the people are asking you to believe that saying, I don't want to hurt you, is a threat of violence, right? When someone is a danger to themselves, which he clearly was, and she knew that, he wanted to make sure that she felt she knew she wasn't in danger. He's sick of this shit. He's sick of everything going on in his life. You heard it. So you also heard a lot from Josiah about what was happening, right? And I want to be clear, right? It's not
Thank you.
intended to make you feel sorry for Josiah, right? But it does matter, right? The fact that he reached out because he was in emotional distress, both of those times, clearly he was in emotional distress. This wasn't an act, this wasn't manipulation. He was clearly in emotional distress, so he reached out to her. And that matters because it completely contradicts this theory that he was just completely obsessed with Officer Bybee and that he needed her for some reason, right? Now, you also heard from Josiah that he's a gay man. He had no romantic interest in women. Now, the district attorney really did a lot about this, confronting him with some old Facebook messages that had not a lot of context and nothing to do with this case. And the fact that he was in some Lady Gaga fan groups and women's wrestling groups as some sort of way to invalidate his identity as a gay man. But it actually doesn't really, right? It was important to Josiah that you knew that clearly because Officer Bybee testified that she wasn't sure what he meant by I love you, right? But she never expressed any concerns that she was afraid that his interest in her was a sexual or romantic fixation. It doesn't have to be, right? For stalking, there's all sorts of motivations, but it doesn't really matter because that's not really what's alleged here. It doesn't go with their theory either. And you also heard.
You have 5 minutes.
So I want to talk a little bit about reasonable doubt, right? It's the highest burden in our legal system, and it means you have to be something more than highly probable for each and every element, right? And you have all the elements and you can look back. And that's really important. We talked about that in Body, that if you go back and you're 50-50, that's not guilty. If you go back and you think, probably, still not guilty, because it has to be more than highly probable. I trust that you all will follow the law as you promised to do in Body and make that final, because there is no evidence that Josiah Hernandez is guilty of stalking Officer Bybee. So I want to talk a little bit about harassment, because you are also read that. And you don't have to decide just because there was no evidence that he was stalking her, that all of the evidence completely contradicts what their expert says stalking is, that it doesn't make any sense, that, oh, it's totally okay, everything's fine. I guess every message he sent was okay. No, first of all, you're not agreeing with him sending her messages by finding him not guilty and holding the people to their burden. That's not what that means. But also you have another option, and that is the harassment repeated communications. Read those elements, look at them, and look at them in conjunction with the evidence. I think that when you go back there, you will find that Josiah Hernandez is not guilty on all charges. But you do have that option to find him guilty of one or both or none. But when you look at reasonable doubt and you look at the burden of proof and you think about the questions you have and they can't answer them, then that is not guilty. Josiah Hernandez, as you heard, maybe misread a situation, maybe he doesn't have good boundaries, maybe he turned to the wrong person for help, right? He did not stalk anyone. He did not harass anyone. He was in trouble. He looked for help. And as soon as he realized that that was not wanted or welcome, he stopped. That is the evidence you heard, right? Thank you.
The people still have 12 minutes.
May I get a 2-minute warning?
You may.
Thank you.
Starting you at 2:19.
You did hear from Dr. Peters, and she did tell you what a stalker looks like, what a stalker acts like, and all of the methods and means that they use when they are targeting an individual that they are obsessed about. And she told you that their contact can come and go. There's nothing in the elements that say that the stalking has to occur over a specific amount of time. Just that it occurs. Just that it causes somebody severe emotional distress.
Wow.
What and who Dr. Peters described is that man.
Thank you, Nathaniel.
To a T. She described how victims behave and that they try the fawning first. Officer Bybee tried to help. You get to take this binder back and read all of those exhibits if you want to. You get to watch exhibit number 1. You get to listen to the voice clips. And in that first contact in October, he's demanding that the cops come. He's demanding that she answer her phone. And when she did, and when she refused to do what he wanted, he got angry. Forget it, never mind. If he was in such distress, think about all the other options available to him, ladies and gentlemen. But what was he doing? Hyper-focusing on Delana Bybee. Dr. Peters talked about how stalking survivors process their trauma, what it looks like, how it impacts them. What do? They change their routine, they change their name, they become hyper-vigilant. They may get into therapy. They may suffer severe emotional distress. You got to see it all with your own eyes. Not only did she testify to it, but you saw it. The defense argued that when the defendant was told to stop, he did. That is absolutely not correct. Delana Bybee told you that he continued to call the police department while these incidents were occurring, during these incidents, after his arrest. The defense argued, told you in their opening statement that it stopped as soon as he was arrested, and they argued it today. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Think about that argument. He had to be arrested to stop. And does that somehow mean that all of the prior conduct was okay? If a person shoplifts,
What are you doing?
but they stop once they get arrested, does that mean all the prior thefts are okay? No.
Objection, facts not in evidence. I don't
It's an
think.
analogy, Your Honor. I'm going to bring some together.
The closing arguments in these cases are not evidence. They are simply the argument for each party, or only to consider the evidence as it's presented and applying the law to that. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defense argued that there are implicit threats, explicit threats. You heard about it from Dr. Peters, and they said nothing about his contact with her was threatening violence. First of all, the very last question that Ms. Lewis asked the defendant on the witness stand during the cross-examination was, you knew your text messages were threatened. And after some rambling, said, yes. He admitted it. But let's look at them. Another one bites the dust right above her picture. What do you think that means? We are going to fight outside Bill will hurt you too eventually. The devil is coming for your children. Not even the defense could get up here and explain that one. These are threatening violence. And the defendant knew that what he was doing was wrong. You can read it with your own eyes. You can arrest me now. We are going to go to court. You can use it against me. You can just call the cops if you need. He knew what he was doing. He knew that he was threatening violence. And his comments about stalking, I can still see you when you open the window. I'm going to write to you every day. All I do is follow you and wait. If that isn't stalking, I don't know what is. When the defendant reached out to Officer Bybee, like I stated, ladies and gentlemen, he had many, many other options. But stalkers don't take no for an answer. You watched this with your own eyes. The defendant didn't take no for an answer during his entire testimony. Not from Ms. Lewis, not from the court. He continued to attempt to maintain control, intimidate, manipulate, calling Ms. Lewis by her first name. What do you think that was for? How he knew about Ms. Bybee's personal
That's a great argument.
lives. Interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that his own counsel didn't even ask him that.
Objection, burden shifting.
Overruled. I don't find that it's shifting of the burden. This is her argument to the court, to the jury. Again, this is not evidence. This is an argument. You would rely on the evidence that you heard and apply the law to that evidence. Thank you.
As you heard from the court, the defendant had no obligation to testify, chose to do so. And when he was being questioned by his attorneys, they never asked him about how he knew her personal information. We tried to get that out of him. Could you understand? What we do know from Officer Bybee is she never told him she had kids. She never told him what her nickname was. She never told him she was married. She never told him he had a dog. Magically, he knew all this information. How do you think he did? Defense argued, I don't know why we're here. I can tell you why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. We are responsible for the way we interact with other people. We are responsible for the words that come out of our mouth, for the text messages that we send. We are responsible. We are adults. And when we choose to interact with other people and make statements about their children, them biting the dust, we are responsible for the impact that that has on other human beings. And the defense argued that the victim had
Nope, the prosecution has the burden of proof. They get the first and last word.
to make this a stalking. She reported this because she was terrified. What was she supposed to do? Wait for the devil to come and take over her children? No. She reported it. She didn't make it stalking. All of this makes it stalking. The defense talks about the credibility issues on the part of Ms. Bybee. The only one caught in untruths here was the defendant. He first talked about how he's very gay, doesn't date women. On cross-examination, had to admit that he was interacting with women, had dated them, had broken one of their hearts. The defendant said to one of your questions, oh, I knew she was Babs Laney because of her badge. Oh, that's an easy one. It was right there on her badge. No, it never was. That's a nickname. They don't put those on official police uniforms. And then Bill went from a landlord to a friend, to the mother's friend, to a fiance. Couldn't even keep his story straight. The defendant and the defense argued that there were only 2 points of contact, 2 points of contact. Try 200. While they had social media contacts in October and then in May, the May alone is stalking. 200 messages, voice clips, postings in a couple of hours, threatening language in them, threatening violence. That alone is stalking.
2 minutes.
Just 2 points of contact. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is more than just words, more than just text messages, posting of pictures. This is about the creeping damage that stalking inflicts in another person's life. The sense of security that it rocks, that we all deserve as we walk along this earth. And it was taken from Ms. Bowden. All the posts, all the threatening language, not to mention everything he was doing on his Facebook page with her. She has a right to feel safe, as all of us do. And as I stated, we are responsible for our impact on other people. The defense stated that the defendant had nothing but respect and inspiration for Ms. Bowden. Messaging someone over 200 times is not respect. It's the opposite. Stating that the devil's going to take your children is not inspiration, that you're going to bite the dust is threatening violence. It is clear. This is not a mystery. This is not a whodunit. This is not a he said, she said. It's all in black and white. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a prosecution for somebody who has bad boundaries. This goes way beyond bad boundaries. This is about accountability when your conduct crosses the line, threatens another human being, and seriously emotionally distresses them. This is stalking, ladies and gentlemen. This is way beyond harassment. And we ask you for your just verdict. Thank you for the kind attention that you paid in this matter.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to turn your attention back to your instruction packet. You may now take the jury back to the jury room to begin deliberations. 5-5, People v. Hernandez. Can I have entries of appearance?
Jacqueline Lewis and Sandra Silva for the people.
Anna Brito and Osa Carlson on behalf of Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you for all returning so quickly. We have 2 questions actually from the jury. Question number 1 is, who is Lori?
Who is what?
Lori.
I can only assume that that's someone mentioned in the messages.
I think so.
And I don't think we can answer that.
Odd question. Yeah.
I think we have to give the stock you've been provided all of the evidence in this matter you can consider. Agree?
Agree.
All right. Question 2 is, what is the definition of emotional distress?
I had a feeling that was going to come.
Deja vu.
I think we addressed that at the last trial. Right? Does not have a particular, what did we say at the last trial?
I don't know. I'm going to pull a question. I think we have it in here.
Yeah. Well, there is, but like not a legal one.
Not legal.
You don't see that the questions were uploaded. We're going to have to figure out what happened there.
Seriously, thank you, everybody.
So we're going to have to craft a answer to it. Again, there is no, I think the answer is they've been provided with all the definitions. I don't know how to tell them that they can rely on their own common understanding.
To use their common sense.
I'm sorry?
To use their common sense.
Common understanding.
Yeah, I would just say common understanding.
As there's no official legal definition, or?
That is my vote. Yes. And oh, yes, you're asking if we should say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the court has provided you with all the definitions under the law. You are permitted to use your common understandings of other definitions. Anyone have a problem with that?
I don't know.
People don't.
Send that back. Thanks so much. All right.
My only concern is that
Oh, hold on.
it is the emotional distress is not, serious emotional distress is element. It's not emotional distress. So I don't.
Right. I bet I can only answer the question as it is. I can't assume that they don't understand serious emotional distress because they don't understand emotional distress. They may, I think they're looking for a definition of emotional distress so then they can determine where within the parameters of that definition is serious and less serious. I'm guessing at best,
I suppose that's.
but I can only answer what I have. Thanks so much. All right. Stay close. We may have more questions or a verdict. Thank you. Court's going to call 2025 CR 555 People v. Hernandez. Can I get entries of appearance?
Jacqueline Lewis and Sandra Silva for the people.
Anna Brito and Osa Carlson on behalf of Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I've been told we have a verdict. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Not from the defense.
All right. Are the parties ready to receive the verdict?
Yes, Your
All right. Let's bring them in. Oh, you all may be seated once you enter the courtroom. Jury has entered the courtroom. You may be seated. Ms. Scoggins, did I see you have some paperwork in your hand? Is that the verdict forms? All right. I'm going to have my clerk, the bailiff, collect them. Thank you. Thank you. Court has received the verdict forms from the jury. I have reviewed them. They appear to be filled out correctly at this time. Court is going to read the verdicts. District Court, County of Adams, State of Colorado, case number 2025 CR 555, Division F, People of the State of Colorado versus Josiah Hernandez. Jury verdict count. Number 1, stalking. Roman numeral 2, we the jury find the defendant Josiah Hernandez guilty of count number 1, stalking. Delana Bybee, signature of the foreperson. Jury verdict count harassment, repeated communication. Roman numeral 2, we the jury find the defendant Josiah Hernandez guilty of count harassment, repeated communication of Delana Bybee, signature of the foreperson. Does anyone wish for me to poll the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to go by your juror numbers. Hopefully you all remember your juror numbers.
Screw the polling of the jury. We're going to take you out from Matt with the world premiere of Lady Cop Stalker. We already have a theme song for this event. Let's do it, people.
Facebook, flooding her notifications down to the break of day. One wild one even came through Pinterest. Lady cop, hear me pray. He says I'm super gay, babe. Swearing on my ex-man's grave. 16 years with the guy till the heartbreak wave. Tried a girl for 4 months, saw the promised land. Now I got PTSD from the vagina. Lord, lend a hand. Lady cop, why you gotta be so fine? I'm a Christian boy who loves Jesus, but your badge is on my mind. Lost my dog last Tuesday and the cops just walked away. Now I'm stalking one of y'all. Tell Bill I'm okay. Lady Gaga on repeat, bad romance in my veins. I'm not in handcuffs yet, but baby, it's a game. He quotes the Bible in DMs, mixed with Gaga lyrics strong. Jesus loves you, officer. Also poker face all night long. Bill keeps popping up. Who the hell is Bill? Maybe an ex, maybe a client, maybe voices in the thrill. Mom's salon chairs his throne, coloring roots and dreams. dreams while he's refreshing her profile like it's holy water streams. Dog still missing, heart is still bleeding. 16 years thrown away, now his whole world's repeating. Claims he's reformed, found the light, speaking in tongues and glitter. But the messages keep coming, see my dog, also you're bitter. Lady cop, why you gotta be so fine? I'm a Christian boy, love Jesus, but your badge is on my mind. Lost my dog last Tuesday and the cops just walked away. Now I'm stalking one of y'all, tell Bill I'm okay. Lady Gaga on repeat, born this way in my soul. I'm not in custody, but I'm digging myself a hole. Your Honor, I'm innocent, I'm fabulous, I'm torn. I just wanted her to find my dog and maybe hold my hand at dawn. I'm gay as the day is long, except that one confused spring. Now I'm on trial for loving too hard. Can I get an amen and a lady cop, put the cuffs on me slow. I'll sing you Gaga in the station, put on a whole damn show. No handcuffs today, but the trial's just begun. Hairdresser in love with a badge under the courtroom lights. Tell Bill I said hi. Wherever you are, guy, I'm not in custody yet. Amen, poker face, good night.